I'll do that. All of you sit straight, all of you. Close your eyes. All of you close your eyes. Close your eyes and... Okay, now with the same energy, you're going to open your eyes. Show me your smartphones, all of you. The smartphones, lovely. That's amazing. The concentration mantra, ladies and gentlemen, is very simple. So please switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent mode. Let's do that quickly. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to each one of you. The esteemed diplomats, esteemed respected industry leaders, eminent policy makers, CSR visionaries, sustainability champions, delegates from across India and around the world, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it's with an immense pride and great privilege that I welcome each one of you to the third edition of the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026, a landmark occasion that marks the evolution of this prestigious initiative into its first truly global edition. So, such a pleasure to have you all here grace this occasion this morning. Warm welcome to each one of you. Without much ado, it's time to kickstart. The Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry presents Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. The same, creating a strong business and building a better world. They're not the conflicting goals, but they're both important and essential ingredients for long-term success. So once again, warm welcome to each one of you. I'm your host this morning, Anjali. I take this my immense pleasure, indeed my privilege, to welcome each one of you. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸುವಂತ ಸಮಯ. May request Ms. Uma Reddy, President FKCCI, and all the office bearers to escort the dignitaries on the dais. We have with us Mr. Ratnesh, who is the Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India. Let's give a big round of applause. So such a pleasure to have you with us this morning. Namaskara and warm welcome to you, sir. With huge round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Girish Luthra, who is the Chairman Luthra Group and Chairman MSME FICCI. Such a pleasure to have you with us, sir. Warm welcome to you. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Mrs. Uma Reddy, who is the President FKCCI. We have with us Vice President Shri Shashidhar. Warm welcome to you, sir. We have with us Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, who is the advisor for CSR Committee. Warm welcome to you. We'll have our other dignitaries will be joining us very shortly. As we kickstart the event, may I request all of you to please rise for Nadagite. ನಾಡಗೀತೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ.
शरावती तुंगा कावेरी वररंगा चैतन्य परम हंस विवेकर भारत जननी तनुजाते सर्व जनांगत शांति यथोद रसिकर मंगल सेनु मनोद हिंदू क्राइस्त मुसलमाना पारसिक जैन उद्याना जनगण होलुव सुरगण धाम गायक वैदिकर राಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಂಗಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all here today igniting a movement where businesses move beyond profitability towards purpose, where sustainability transforms from a corporate responsibility into a global necessity, and where collective action becomes the foundation for a better tomorrow. For over a century, the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry has been a catalyst for industrial growth, economic progress, and nation building. Today, FKCCI once again demonstrates visionary leadership by bringing together global institutions, industry pioneers, innovators, and social impact leaders all under one roof, a common platform to redefine the future of corporate social responsibility and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a time when the success of a business was solely measured by its financial performance. But today, the definition has transformed. The world's most respected organizations are no longer judged only by what they earn, but by the impact they create, the communities they uplift, and the legacy they leave behind. Having said that, CSR is no longer a statutory obligation, but a powerful commitment to people, the planet, and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, to give you an insight into the Karnataka CSR landscape, may now welcome on the dais Professor Abhishek Ranjan, who is the advisor, CSR Committee, FKCCI. So,
a very good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, our President Uma ma'am, and all the dignitaries who are present with us in this auspicious room, as well as all the delegates, all the participant speakers. Friends, Karnataka has been a pioneer in many sectors, and CSR is one of them. I think Karnataka has one of the top states who receive CSR from the different corporates. We are the top 3 state in the country. But what we also have some opportunities where we want to work, and FKCCI have taken this step. We are so pleased to have, this is the first time, a global CSR and sustainability conference. We have speakers from all over the world. We have jury members. And I think last year when President Uma ma'am requested the team that you should be now go global, and I think which other city than Bangalore should boast that we are so global in our nature. So I think big round of applause for our Nama Karnataka. Many of you who have come outside Bangalore, I see a lot of your friends who have come from Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai and other places. I think welcome to our city. Do find some time, go out and see this beautiful place called Bangalore. Once you come to Bangalore, you will love with the city and you will never like to leave this city. So that's the Bangalore for all of you, a very welcoming city. I have a small presentation to make here, and a request to all of you that what you see on the slide is also an eye-opening, right? What is happening in Karnataka in CSR? Where are the challenges we find? What we can do to make it better, right? So these are some of the data, what we have found in our research, the FKCCI research, and we will just present to you. So we can keep going, please. The next slide. So what do you see here in this slide? That Karnataka has almost 9% GDP share of the country. But if you look at the CSR, we have only 6.5% share. That talks about a gap of 2.4%, right? That is the big data number that what we see. So what we contribute and what we got share of CSR, there's a huge gap. So there's an urge for the companies to look at these numbers and see how do we mitigate this gap, right? While, we have a growth of 64.9% in our CSR in terms of our spend, but look at where it is all going. Just 50% in just education and skilling. And rest all 9 areas get the 50%. So these are some numbers to kind of, you have to kind of look at it and see that how we can actually do better. And there's other areas also we need to focus on. Now let's move to the next slide. Now this is a comparison of some of the top CSR state in the country, starting with Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Delhi, and Telangana. And what we see here that Maharashtra gets more than their GDP share in terms of their CSR, right? Gujarat is even out, but if you see there's a dip of Karnataka. And that's what we are talking about, the state like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu actually getting not the fairer share of the CSR what they should get. Look at Delhi. Delhi's contribution is 4%, but they get 6% of the share of the CSR. So also there is a little bit of corporates have to relook and revisit in terms of the strategies they have so that there is enough support for the local communities. Now this is the biggest challenge what we have found in our research, that 64.9% of the data which is available in the Governments of India website, they have not marked the district where they are spending. Right? So we don't know where the project is, how the whole spend is happening. While in 23-24, Karnataka got 2,328 crores from the CSR, and you can see the significant jump happened the very next year. But there is a significant gap of companies not reporting which district these projects are. Right? If you look at top district in Mysuru as per the data, because a lot of companies are failing to give us the data for what is the spending in Bangalore. Now the top 10 companies, they spend almost 27%, and you will see in more detail, right? So these are some numbers. So you can see that Bangalore urban has only received 3 crores. How true it can be? The reason is that people are not reporting that where the spend is happening, and that's what we are talking about. Also, if you look at, there are a lot of districts are left out. Especially some of the districts which is our aspirational district, we are seeing that they've been left out. So I think it's also a call for all of us that Karnataka needs development, whether it's a Kalyan Karnataka, Bidar, and other aspirational districts as well. Now, we also have our, Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister joining us, and he has given a clarion call that how Karnataka CSR should invest in public schools, the government schools what we have. And I think some of these numbers what we are seeing here, it's very important that all of us who are spending in Karnataka make sure that you mark the district, and also you have to ensure that there's also a spending happening in the aspirational district. Now what we are looking at in the next 2 to 3 years, our roadmap, I think the first exercise when Honorable Chief Minister met our President, he asked us to prepare this report, and we will be sharing with his office. And we are now having this data point. We are focusing the next set of actions. I think ma'am will probably talk more about it. But I think the whole idea is that how collectively industries, industry chamber, non-profits, and all the civil society put together, how we can put Karnataka in the top roadmap, on the top of our map of the country. So this is all some of the data points to kind of tell you that how Karnataka is currently in terms of the CSR landscape. Thank you once again for being here and part of this journey. We are so happy to have all of you. I know the seats are pretty less to kind of accommodate all of you, but I think our hearts are much bigger to kind of have all of you in this room. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving us the insights into the Karnataka CSR landscape. We have with us Mr. Ratnesh, who is the Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India. Sir, such a pleasure to have you with us today. May I request you to please address the gathering. Warm welcome to you.
A very good morning to all of you. Good morning. The data was slightly depressing, Abhishek. You should get more than. But when I go to Bihar and UP, then the argument is inverse. That whichever are the growth engines, how do we derive some of the CSR funds there also? So it's a very interesting and exciting debate, and offline we'll take this up. Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka will be with us shortly. But Uma Reddy ji, President of the... So, President of FKCCI and a very close friend and an inspiration. Since last year you took over and this whole global was envisaged together. I'm so happy that we are here to actually see this dream fulfilled. Ms. Oli Weisman will come later, but Luthra Sahab is here. Thank you, Girish sir, doing so much for the circular economy through your work, and all other respected presidents and senior vice presidents and past presidents of FKCCI, and Abhishek ji, a close friend and advisor, and formerly the Joint Secretary to my governing council. So it's a very pleasant morning at Bengaluru, and I'm really pleased to be able to speak to you, share my thoughts with you on a range of issues related to global happenings around sustainability, what India is doing, and more especially what Karnataka, and within Karnataka what Bangalore is doing and can do. So I could not have named it better. This is very apt name for this summit, which is sustainability at scale. So the pledges are there, the pilots have been tested, the conceptual clarity is there, but then the challenge is to scale up, either through CSR or through any other means. And scale is the right word, appropriate word, and this whole day we are going to deliberate on various challenges, how to scale, what to scale. And I represent a global organization, so let me tell you that globally the scenario is a mixed bag. We are very close to the 2030 deadline for the SDGs, and honest assessments tell us that progress is off track on most of the goals. Strained by conflict, debt distress in global south, and widening climate finance gap. These are the realities which the global community is faced with, and yet there is something positive that is happening at the level of markets and standards. So corporate disclosure, as the MC was mentioning in her, so it's converging around a common architecture. So whether you are in Bengaluru or Beijing or Brussels, it doesn't matter. You are slowly converging to a framework of accountability and honest sharing and reporting of data. And also this chimes very well with UN Global Compact's 10 principles, which Mr. Kofi Annan, the then Secretary General, had espoused that all companies in the world should follow these 10 principles, which then got translated into ESG, and with government support it was also envisioned and adopted as the Sustainable Development Goals. So if you look at all these frameworks, you will find a common thread running, which is of inclusion, which is of equity, which is of environment and water and all other resources that we are using, stewardship of those resources. Now our own story, India's story, gives us reason for confidence. without complacency. At COP26 in Glasgow, India pledged that we will have at least 50% of installed power capacity from non-fossil sources by 2030. We achieved that 5 years ahead in 2025. So very few large economies can show this kind of combination of pace and scale in their energy transition. So all of us here should take the credit and pat ourselves. Lot of negative news coming from the globe, but we have shown the way. On the regulatory side, I am happy to note that business responsibility and sustainability reporting framework is quietly but firmly moving the needle. So now it's no longer a voluntary experiment, but it's a mandate with requirements now extending disclosure discipline down the value chain to smaller suppliers. And that is another frontier which we are very happy that FKCCI gives due attention to it, and we will be shortly releasing a report on what is the level of ESG awareness and preparedness. I will stop here. I will not tell more about that report. But MSMEs are a very, very significant piece of the puzzle. If India has to achieve its Viksit Bharat 2047 and Net Zero 2070 visions and ambitions, we need to focus on MSME. And all hands on the deck. The process for building tiered practical ESG maturity pathways for MSME are there. Work has begun. Now, I will connect it to our theme. We have to scale it up. Unless we scale it up, unless we go to tier 2, tier 3 towns, make the MSMEs aware, show the MSMEs the benefits of adopting these global standards and frameworks and how they can advance to the higher ladder of the value chain. So it's not a cost, it's an investment. Unless we do that, we are not going to achieve many of the ambitions without the MSMEs explicit support and adoption. Now coming to Karnataka, I mean, there is environment leadership that the government, civil society together and technical agencies housed here have shown. It's worth commendation. We recently achieved a remarkable feat of planting 1.5 million native saplings on a single day, which was mentioned by the Guinness World Record. And this is going to strengthen the efforts to retain the city's green cover, what Bangalore was known for as a garden city. Similarly, on green data centers, another government initiative with the global giants is in Bangalore as well as along the coast. That is going to show that states' technology and AI ambitions grow hand in hand with environmental responsibility. On waterfront, Karnataka has given the groundwater guarantee, which signals a shift from reactive crisis management to a long-term data-driven community-led approach to water scarcity. Similarly, on energy, renewables development is central to Karnataka's economic and environmental future. So this city as well as the state presents a unique blend of ambition, pragmatism and genuine commitment to the environment. Now, what can I bring to the table from UN Global Compact? So 4 quick reminders, some of them are already being adopted. 1, we have to move ESG oversight from sustainability teams to the boardroom. Climate and social risk are financial risk and they deserve a permanent place on the board's agenda. Second, the transition which I was just mentioning about the importance of MSME. So that transition is only as credible, the zero pledge is only as credible as the smallest supplier's ability to adopt the frameworks that we are talking about and cut emissions in his production process. So we have to invest in that capability, not just keep auditing and asking for more reports. We have to sit with the MSME to understand the pain points and devise ways of working together. Third, the disclosure should be used as a strategy, not just a compliance tick box. So BRSR, GRI, TCFD, these acronyms, I'll explain later bilaterally if someone has the time and interest. They have to be taken seriously because they tell us risk and opportunity years before they even enter our P&L. So we cannot just ignore them that, okay, we'll just do the perfunctory reporting. And fourth and final, invest in building opportunities in sharing and learning from each other, what's working, what isn't, and let's build more of that space. So I'm grateful to FKCCI who has started working in this direction, and I'm also happy to share that UN Global Compact has partnered with FKCCI wherever it was required in terms of research, in terms of implementation. We are there. Now India has the ambition on sustainability and we have the capability to achieve it. So what sustainability at scale, the today's theme, asks us is the discipline to connect the two and stay the course, to turn gigawatts into governance, targets to transparency, and pledges to practice. We stand ready to be your partner, and I reconfirm my commitment to Uma ma'am and FKCCI, the 10 principles, the SDGs, and overall, the plain conviction that responsible business is simply good business sustained over time. Thank you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that meaningful and a thought-provoking address. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from Mr. Stephen Prisner, who is the country head UN India, UNRC. He's not been able to join us physically, but he has shared his words of wisdom over a video. So let's have a video, please. Can we have the video?
Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to address the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. For more than a century, the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry has brought together business, government and society to advance economic and social progress. That tradition is particularly relevant today. The world is facing a complex set of challenges. Climate change is accelerating, development gains are under pressure, and progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals remains uneven. At the same time, there is a growing recognition that sustainable development and economic growth must advance together. India's experience is helping to demonstrate how this can be achieved. As home to 1/6 of humanity, India's progress will significantly influence global progress. The country's advances in digital transformation, financial inclusion, renewable energy and climate action are already informing conversations far beyond its borders. The vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 reflects this moment of opportunity, a vision of growth that is inclusive, resilient and sustainable. Achieving that vision will require leadership from many quarters. Government has a critical role, but business has an equally important role to play. Through investment, innovation, technology and responsible business practices, the private sector can help accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals while creating new opportunities for growth and prosperity. India's experience with corporate social responsibility has shown how business can contribute to national priorities. The next challenge is to build on that foundation and scale solutions that deliver both economic value and social impact. This is why partnerships matter. Partnerships between government and industry, between innovation and inclusion, and between national ambition and collective action. The United Nations remains committed to working with all partners in support of India's development aspirations and the Sustainable Development Goals. The years ahead must be defined by implementation, scale. I wish you a productive and successful summit. Thank you very much.
Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Stephen for sharing his words of wisdom on the video. Such an honor, such a privilege, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to welcome Her Excellency Miss Audley Weitzman, who is the Consul General of Israel to South India, who has graced this occasion. Ma'am, such a pleasure, such an honor to have you with us. Warm welcome to you. Let's give her a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we have with us Mr. T. Sairam Prasad, who is the Senior Vice President, FKCCI. So, warm welcome to you. And Mr. M.G. Balakrishna, immediate past President, FKCCI. So, warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to hear from another visionary, another dignitary, another leader who has graced this occasion. May I request Mr. Girish Luthra, who is the Chairman, Luthra Group, Chairman MSME FKCCI, to please present his keynote address. So warm welcome to you. Such a pleasure to have you with us today.
Friends, my dignitaries, friends on the dais, off the dais, my delegate friends from the industry, policymakers. A pleasure to be in Bangalore always. I come from Surat, Gujarat. Equally industrious, but of a different kind. Gujarat and Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Telangana, Andhra are known for having more polluting industries. So we learned the harder way. Why am I here? I'm here because we are into environment recycling business, because of MSME support from FKCCI. And what I would like to today share with you, that the journey of talking of environment only like water saving or treatment of water to treatment of solid waste. Today in sustainability, we are talking of saving at source to recycling. So now even sustainability is gone on the back foot, and we are now into circular economies, right from the design stage to the end of life. We have to look at the design stage, that what can be recycled. Automobile industries have done a great job. Same is now done. Earlier, all waste from pharma, pesticide, petrochemicals were getting incinerated, so it was actually disposed. And now it has reached a level that almost 80% of the same can be recycled as fuel to cement industries. To give an example, that best thing to do in ESG is to make environment a business. A businessman understands only one ecology. Eco is economy, followed by ecology, the second eco. Ultimately, if economy can be driven, ecology automatically can be driven. Earlier, the position, because of the rising prices of the raw material, it has become more sustainable to do recycling or circular economy as a whole. To give you an example, 2009 is when we started recycling hazardous and toxic waste in the country, in Surat only, and we were very happy to achieve 500 tons a month, that we have achieved that kind of recycling. And then it came to today, we are at 40,000 tons a month. That means if you think of it, it can happen. My only reason of giving my own example is that we have to think big to achieve big, not only in business and industry, but also in ecology. When you think of reducing waste at source, UN has worked a lot on cleaner production technologies. I would agree with Ratnesh sir's deliberation on that MSME still is not being able to even adopt that first step of reducing waste at source. The large companies have achieved certain level of designing green designs right from the design stage. Here, Her Excellency, I remember my visit to Israel some 15 years back, and we were that time designing a system for textile recycling, wastewater recycling from textile back into processed water. Our whatever consultant and companies we were talking of, they talked about achieving 80%, and then the best was 90. 90 was also on paper, we'd never seen it on results. I actually discussed there because Israel is one of those water efficient countries, and I was there with the Ministry of Textiles and that delegation. And some of the experts, when we met, we discussed that why can't we, what to do for the rest 10%? That was my question. And it so happened, they said, first, how can it be 10%? Bring it down to 3% and then we will talk. That's the vision. I'm talking of 15, 17 years back. That's the vision on which the whole thinking process is based. It is that, why am I looking at 90 and not 97? Then we came back to the drawing board and we could design up to 95. Now we still need to learn more. So, ultimately agreed with, again, Ratnesh sir's note that we are talking of, first is the vision, where do we look at? And the next step post-vision is action. Waste is also a business that we learned only in 2007, 8, 9 or maybe 10 years earlier, maybe late 90s, early 2000, that it is also a business and a respected business. So with this, some examples which I wanted to share with all of you, look into your processes. Our own example, parent company of mine is a textile company where we reduced water by 50% consumption in 2 years, way back in 94, 95. And UN was our knowledge partners with National Productivity Council. So it is achievable. My point is, don't fear what can be out of box. So we need to just look at it and finish it. That is the only option now to achieve ESGs. Socially speaking, CSR is one aspect, but social performance starts from all stakeholders, and I think a lot has been spoken about it. It will continue. We were talking about differential amounts, as our Abhishek ji was talking about differential CSR, but these numbers can be questionable because MSMEs do not report and they don't fall under ESR, but they do fall under the GDP. So that difference remains. And Delhi pulling more money is okay, we all understand, it's obvious. Let it happen. So friends, my only final conclusive remark would be, it is not only the thought, it is the action which will drive the whole ecology or circular economy or achieving something which we just think of. And on the lighter note, I always say that do not leave the habits of college. That if we pursue, on the lighter note, that if we pursue a girl or a boy in the college age, we call that we flirted well, and we know everything about it, about her red, yellow flower, her dress, her car choice. Same is business. Industry needs to get you flirt with the industry, learn what it can do. Let's deep dive into it and change our thinking process to get the results. And with this, thank you very much, Uma, just to have been given me this opportunity to be with this august audience. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, very well said. Learn to deep dive and look into our business with a deeper vision and a deeper perspective. And also, thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us all the examples on CSR done by various organizations. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker represents a nation that has become a global benchmark for innovation, technology, sustainability, and impactful collaboration. It's my privilege to invite Her Excellency Ms. Orly Weitzman, the Consul General of Israel to South India, whose leadership continues to strengthen the enduring partnership between India and Israel across diverse sectors, including innovation, sustainable development, water management, agriculture, and economic cooperation. Ma'am, such a pleasure to have you with us. We're all looking forward to hearing from you. May I request you to please address the gathering.
Good morning. Namaste. It's a privilege to join you today at the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit. I extend my sincere appreciation to FKCCI and the UN Global Compact Network India for bringing together leaders from government, industry, and civil society to discuss one of the defining priorities of our time, accelerating progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. As we approach 2030, it's increasingly evident that the private sector will play a pivotal role in translating the SDGs from global aspirations into measurable outcomes. Today's conversation on CSR and sustainability is no longer about compliance or philanthropy alone. It's about how businesses can embed sustainability into their core strategies, drive innovation, and create long-term value for society. Israel's own experience illustrates the transformative power of innovation in advancing sustainable development. Faced with limited natural resources, scarce water, and challenging climate conditions, Israel embraced innovation not as a choice, but as a necessity. Over the decades, this approach has produced globally recognized solutions in water conservation, precision agriculture, digital health, renewable energy, and climate technology. These innovations demonstrate that sustainability and economic growth are not competing priorities. They are mutually reinforcing, and together they can accelerate progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. The same philosophy guides Mashav, Israel Agency for International Development Cooperation. For more than 6 decades, Mashav has worked with partners around the world to share Israeli expertise in areas such as sustainable agriculture, water management, public health, education, women empowerment, and entrepreneurship. By investing in capacity building and knowledge sharing, Mashav's works contribute directly to the SDGs and reflects a simple but powerful principle that sustainable development is achievable through partnership and by empowering people with the tools to build resilient communities. India and Israel share a dynamic partnership built on innovation, entrepreneurship, and a common commitment to sustainable development. As trusted partners, our countries continue to strengthen collaboration between governments, business startups, and research institutions to develop solutions that address global challenges. By combining India's scale of entrepreneurial spirit with Israel's culture of innovation, we have an opportunity to advance sustainable economic growth while contributing meaningfully to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. As business leaders, you have a unique opportunity to shape this future. The decisions made in boardrooms today will influence not only markets, but also communities, the environment, and the lives of future generations. Businesses that invest in sustainable innovation, responsible governance, and inclusive growth will not only contribute to the SDGs, they will define the economy of tomorrow. Allow me to conclude with a timeless Jewish teaching. It's not your duty to finish the work, but neither are you free to neglect it. The Sustainable Development Goals are a shared global responsibility, and their success will depend on visionary leadership, meaningful partnerships, and a collective commitment to creating a more sustainable and inclusive world. Thank you.
Let's give her a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that inspiring and an insightful address. Ma'am, your thoughts, perspectives on innovation, sustainability, and the importance of global collaboration have truly enriched this conclave. Extremely honored and privileged to have you with us. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, this event wouldn't be possible without the support of all our sponsors. May you give your huge round of applause as I take the name of the sponsor who have all supported this event. We have our knowledge partner, India CSR. Let's give them a big round of applause. Our MSME ESG research partner, that is Wellinger Education B School. A huge round of applause for them. Our platinum sponsor for the event, Clean Max. Thank you so much. The diamond sponsor, the Satsang Foundation. Our silver sponsor, Soundarya Institute of Management and Science. Give them all a huge round of applause. Sairam Institutions, Kind Card, and MSIL. A huge round of applause for all the sponsors, because we started off our first edition, CSR Summit, and the Sustainability Summit was for Karnataka. We've grown over years. In 3 years, in all 3 editions, we have surpassed all the milestones and moved ahead. The second edition was for whole of the India. So the CSR conclave was for whole of the India. And third edition, this edition, we have gone global. And this wouldn't be possible without the support of all our sponsors. So another huge round of applause for all of them. Also, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, towards the evening, and also the next session, we have the awards that's been presented to organizations on the CSR and the sustainability growth. This wouldn't be possible without the support of our jury members. We have our jury members who are here. May I request our jury members to please join us on the dais for a group photograph. Whoever is here, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to all our jury members. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request Her Excellency Ms. Orly Weitzman to felicitate, and all the dignitaries on the dais to please felicitate our jury members. Thank you to all our jury members for this continuous support and encouragement. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the jury members. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Also, ladies and gentlemen, before we kick started the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit, the stage part, we had a pre-conference masterclass, AI for Social Sectors, by Mr. Gopalakrishnan, who is the founder, KindCart, and ex-VP PayPal, California, USA. So can we have Mr. Gopalakrishnan please join us on the dais and receive a token of gratitude from us? Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that masterclass on AI for social sectors. Thank you. Thank you so much. A token of gratitude to you. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to do the honors. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, who has graced this occasion. He'll be joining us very, very shortly. Such an honor, such a privilege to welcome our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, who will be inaugurating this third edition of the Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ರವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರನ್ನ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. It's my singular honor and immense privilege to welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, a visionary leader whose unwavering commitment to infrastructure development, sustainable urban development, sustainable urban transformation, and the progress of Karnataka continues to inspire millions with immense respect and heartfelt admiration. It's my privilege to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. Let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರೆಗೆ ಓಗೊಟ್ಟು ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸೋಕೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸೋಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. Let's give a huge round of applause and welcome our Honorable Chief Minister Shri D.K. Shivkumar. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. Your gracious presence adds immense significance to this global platform. When we are deeply honored, ladies and gentlemen, to have our Honorable Chief Minister inaugurate the third edition of the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. So once again, a warm welcome to you. Let's give another huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Innondu jorada chappale barli. Ladies and gentlemen, as we kickstart the formal proceedings, may I request Mrs. Uma Reddy, who is the President of FKCCI, to propose the welcome address.
respected Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivakumar Sir, Mr. Stephen Preissner, Country Head, United Nations India, who came on the virtual mode, Dr. Ratnesh, the Executive Director of UN Global Compact Network India, Her Excellency Ms. Oli Witzman, the Consul General of Israel to South India, Mr. Girish Luthra, the Chairman Luthra Group and President of CMSME FICCI, my own colleagues, Mr. T. Sairam Prasad, Senior Vice President BP Shashidhar, immediate past President Mr. M.G. Balakrishna, Chairman of this committee, the CSR and Sustainability Committee, Mr. Kirtan Kumar, Advisor for this committee, Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, a galaxy of past presidents who have joined us this morning, managing committee members, NGO fraternities, industry leaders, directors from many organizations who have joined us this morning, friends from the press and electronic media, sustainability champions, industry leaders, partner, the Wellington University, and the Deputy Chief of Mission, Mr. Maxim Shimagi from Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, Elargo Namaskara, good morning. A very, very warm good morning to all the distinguished guests, industry leaders. It is my privilege as the President of FKCCI to welcome you all to this landmark conference on corporate social responsibility, ESG, and sustainability. It is our fourth edition, I must say. I understand there was one more edition. It is our fourth edition of FKCCI's Global CSR and Sustainability 2026. And as Dr. Ratnesh mentioned, it is sustainability at scale. And none other than our Chief Minister, his first words as soon as he took up office, mentioned about CSR and the sustainability activities that need to scale in the state of Karnataka. So a very, very special welcome to our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri D.K. Shivakumar ji. Sir, your presence today is deeply appreciated. You have consistently championed the idea that economic development must go hand in hand with social progress. Your vision of strengthening government schools through meaningful CSR partnerships has inspired industries to think beyond profits and invest in the future of our children. At FKCCI, we wholeheartedly support this vision because every rupee invested in a government school is an investment into Karnataka's future. I also extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished international guest, Mr. Stephen Preissner, the Country Head, United India, who just spoke on a virtual platform, and Her Excellency Ms. Oli Witzman, the Consul General of Israel to South India, playing a very prominent role in this space of CSR and sustainability. We are honored to have you with us, and a very warm welcome to you, Madam, Her Excellency Ms. Oli Witzman. We are honored to have with us representatives of the United Nations and the Government of Israel, along with eminent leaders from industry and sustainability. And none other than Dr. Ratnesh from the United Nations Global Compact, Executive Director, who has joined us all the way from Delhi, and a very warm welcome to you, sir, for FKCCI CSR and Global Sustainability event. Your presence demonstrates that sustainability is no longer a local conversation. It is a global movement requiring collaboration across governments, businesses, and institutions. And as Mr. Girish Luthra said, that ESG begins with MSMEs in the country, and every MSME needs to adopt ESG for growth and scale. A special welcome to all the stakeholders, the distinguished guests, the NGO fraternity, the awardees, and all the industry leaders who have joined us this morning. The world today is undergoing a profound transformation. Success is no longer measured only by balance sheets, but by the value we create for society and the planet at large. Businesses are increasingly expected to demonstrate responsible governance, environmental stewardship, and social commitment. ESG has moved from margins to the mainstream, and CSR has evolved from philanthropy to strategic nation building. For Karnataka, this presents an extraordinary opportunity. Our industries have always been known for innovation and entrepreneurship. Today, we have the opportunity not only in economic growth, but also in sustainable growth, growth that is inclusive, responsible, and future-ready. I would like to here share that the CSR spend in Karnataka has grown by 45.8% since 24-25 to 396 lakh crores in this last year. FKCCI has for more than a century been the voice of Karnataka's industry, and we have always partnered with Government of Karnataka for the past 110 years. As we enter our next century of service, we are equally committed to promoting sustainable business practices, encouraging responsible corporate citizenship, and building partnerships that create lasting impact. I take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Kirtan Kumar, our chairman of the FKCCI CSR committee, for conceiving and organizing this timely conference. And my sincere appreciation goes to Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, the advisor to the committee, who took no stone unturned and went into the nitty-gritties to organize, and whose guidance and commitment have been instrumental in shaping today's program. Thanks to his support, we have industry leaders, NGOs from across the country, from Pune, Chennai, Surat, Delhi. We have them all here for this event today. Also thank our sponsors, partners, and every member of the organizing team whose dedication has made this conference possible. I must take this opportunity to say that, sir, many of our past presidents have become philanthropists in terms of CSR. We have with us one past president. I request him to please raise. Mr. I.S. Prasad, who has been doing a lot of philanthropy from his Vasavi Vidyaniketan Trust. Mr. Past President K.M. Srinivas Murthy, who has also been doing the same. And many more past presidents, not naming each one of them, but they're all doing their bit and to building a better society. I'm confident that today's discussions will generate new ideas, inspire stronger collaborations, and encourage more organizations to integrate sustainability and CSR into their core business strategy, not as obligation, but as opportunities to create enduring value. Honorable Chief Minister, your presence today will inspire every industry leader present here to contribute more actively towards building stronger communities, better schools, and a greener and a more sustainable Karnataka. Sir, you have often said that the true measure of development lies not merely in creating infrastructure, but in creating opportunities. Your call for industry to adopt government schools through CSR is a shining example of that philosophy. And FKCCI stands ready to partner with the Government of Karnataka in this transformative mission. With these words, it is my honor and privilege to once again welcome all our distinguished guests. I wish today's conference every success, and we hope that the deliberations lead to meaningful action. Thank you, and wishing all a very productive and an inspiring day. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Kirtan Kumar, Chairman CSR Committee FKCCI, to present the opening remarks and also give us a prelude into FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026.
Good morning, everyone. Elrigo namaskara. Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar sir, Honorable Her Excellency, Orly Weizmann, Consulate General of India, Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director of UN Global, and Mr. Girish Lothra, Abhishek Ranjan, dear BP Shashidhar sir, Past President Mr. Balkrishna, and M. Anuchet sir, and all the participants of CSR Summit 2026. Our journey began on 16th April this year with a curtain raiser at Vikas Sauda, inaugurated by Sri Ishwar Khandre, Honorable Minister of Forest and Ecology, And he reminded that economic development and environmental stewardship must go hand in hand. Since that, our CSR committee has been extensively working in building partnerships with global speakers and shaping a small that reflects global standards while local priorities today that becomes our reality. And we meet here at this hall, Sir M. Vishwesharaya, founded which in the year 1916. He left us a standard worth repeating. A bridge is judged not by the ceremony at its inauguration, but by the load it carries for the next 100 years. So this is how our CSR, our institutions, this summit must be judged. Ladies and gentlemen, we have almost clocked more than 71 out of 100 SDG programs, and but the last 30 points are always the hardest. So the corporate in India have shown intent that CSR investment touched almost 40,000 crores last year, with education receiving last share of 14,000 crores. And this is precisely why our theme, the sustainability at scale, purpose, local action, global impact, sustainability today is not about isolated initiatives. It is about integrating responsibilities into strategy, governance, and everyday decision making. And also, we have today going to witness the ESG report that we have compiled along with V School, Wellington School, and also with the United Nations Global Compact, which gives us a greater edge. The report matters more than it suggests. Indian MSMEs contribute nearly 31% of our GDP, close to half of our exports, employ over 32 crore people, second only to agriculture. And yes, large companies extend ESG expectations down their supply chains. We're also going to start our ESG certification courses for the MSMEs. And allow me to turn what is for me and the most meaning part of today. When we opened nominations for the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit, we set ourselves simple tests, and we have received almost 130 registrations from across the country. More than 130 companies have applied, each one documenting their project outcomes, beneficiaries in terms of scale, and 3 years of financial expenditure. So those applications have been scrutinized in multiple segments, that is healthcare, education, skill development, livelihood, and poverty elevation, water, sanitation, and hygiene, women's empowerment. So NGOs, corporates, MSMEs, and education institutions have deliberately done the program, and our chair of the jury committee is PD Jose of IIM Bangalore, with eminent academics from IIM Tiruchirappalli, IIM Lucknow, IIMT Ghaziabad, and universities from United Kingdom and US have deliberately gone through the documents and have then given their juries. So to our jury members, my sincere thanks to the rigor you brought into this process, and to all 127 applicants where not your name is called in the evening, but submitted your work for the dependent scrutiny. And my heartfelt gratitude to our President, Uma Reddy Madam, for trusting me and giving me this opportunity. Today we have our daily calls from the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, from the Berlin, from many other places. So CSR in Karnataka, I feel FKCCI is the epicenter of CSR. As we see through skill development, I think another few more days there will be an industry and academia. So our CM sir has also spoken about the skill portal which is coming to eradicate unemployment. So there is a good program that is happening, and also good initiative of CSR that is through Manthan. So where almost more than 50,000 students have been reached, and across this time, very happy to inform sir, 70 lakhs worth of money the government of Karnataka has sponsored. So this way, FKCCI along with the government of Karnataka has working, and also Uma Reddy Madam is promoting women entrepreneurship. There's a great entrepreneurship development programs that is being done, and also to support the farmers, there has been global agri-tech. So creating a place for farmers and the global agri-tech companies. So these are other chairmen might think I'm taking the credit, but CSR is the epicenter at FKCCI. FKCCI is shouldering a lot of responsibilities. So I must tell that we will definitely, along with the government of Karnataka and also CM Sir's vision, we will definitely take a lot of things hand in hand for CSR, sir. And also my thanks to Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, who's been a great pillar of strength. So thank you for being part of this program. And also the juries, thank you very much. And all the application, please enjoy the day. There are excellent conversations on AI, healthcare, and ESG, and many more factors which will boggle your mind. Please do have patience and please sit down. And I'm sure we're all waiting to listen to our CM. And definitely thank the Chief Minister, sir, for joining us today. And we are all honored to have you, sir. And thank you again. We will definitely meet over the day for many more networking opportunities. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka Mate. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a wonderful tradition to kickstart any auspicious occasion by lighting the ceremonial lamp. May I request our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, Her Excellency, Ms. Orly Weitzman, and all the dignitaries on the dais, the office bearers of FKCCI, to light the ceremonial lamp and mark a great beginning to the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿ ದೀಪವನ್ನ ಬೆಳಗಿಸ್ತಾ FKCCI ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ CSR ಹಾಗೂ ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಸಮಿಟ್ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. Thank you, dignitaries, for lighting the ceremonial lamp and marking a great beginning to FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, We School, in association with FKCCI, has done MSME ESG report. That is the first in India. May I request the Honorable Chief Minister to please release the book. I request Dr. Jyoti Joshi Pant, who is the Associate Professor, HR and Center of Excellence for Consultancy Projects, We School, Bangalore, to please join us on the dais. This is the first MSME ESG report in India. This has been jointly worked by the Wellinger School in association with FKCCI and UN Global Compact. Let's give a big round of applause. We are releasing the MSME ESG report to this August gathering, ladies and gentlemen. It's been released by the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, and all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the CSR Awards for Excellence in Education and Skill Development for 9 prominent organizations. May I request Honorable Chief Minister to do the honors and present the awards. The award for Excellence in Education and Skill Development, the first award goes to JSW Foundation. Can we have a representative to please join us and receive the award? Let's give a huge round of applause on the Jorada Chappale Barli. Excellence in Education and Skill Development, and it's been received by the JSW Foundation for the phenomenal work they've been doing in Education and Skill Development segment. The next award goes to Sansera Engineering Private Limited. I request the representatives to join us below the dais. Sansera Engineering, and after that N-Power, then Clean Max Enviro Energy. Sansera Engineering. Congratulations. Sansera Engineering Private Limited, followed by N-Power, and then Clean Max Enviro Energy Solutions, to please come near the dais. N-Power. Seven Sense People Development Solutions to please join us near the dais. Shri Sai Ram College of Engineering to please join us near the dais. Near the dais, and as I take the names to please collect the awards. The next award is N-Power. After N-Power, it is Clean Max Enviro Energy Solutions Limited. Clean Max Enviro Energy Solutions. Then Seventh Sense People Development Solutions under MSME segment. Seventh Sense. Shri Sai Ram College of Engineering. Educational institutions, we have Shri Sai Ram College of Engineering receiving the award. Under MSME segment, Seven Sense People Development Solutions have received the award. It's now Shri Sai Ram College of Engineering receiving the award. May I request Skycraft, Deshpande Educational Trust and Navshayog Foundation to please come near the dais. Skycraft under NGO. Skycraft receives the award under the NGO category. Deshpande Educational Trust to join us near the dais. Deshpande Educational Trust. Deshpande Educational Trust under the NGO category, and then it is Navshayog Foundation. Thank you, Navshayog Foundation. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you, dignitaries. May I request all the achievers to please join us for a group photograph behind. All the award winners along with the Honorable Chief Minister. I request the dignitaries to please be seated. LED na off ಮಾಡಿ. So congratulations to all the winners for excellence in education and skill development. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, a leader known for his decisive governance, dynamic leadership, and relentless pursuit of inclusive growth, he has played a pivotal role in shaping Karnataka's developmental journey while championing initiatives that strengthen communities and create opportunities for future generations. It's such a pleasure to have our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar. Sir, we're all looking forward to hearing from you. Request you to please address the gathering.
Good afternoon to all of you. Namaskar. The chairman of the FKCCI, Kannadal matadala, English matadala. I think a lot of English also is there. Global audience is there. Okay, I'll manage both. Our Israel Consulate, Mr. H.E. Orly, Mr. Rantesh, Executive Director of the Global Compact Network India, Mr. Girish Luthra, the Chairman of the Luthra Group, Sairam Prasad, Shishidhar, Balkrishna, Kirtan, Abhishek, my Information Commissioner is there, Mr. Anuchet. I think Sai Prasad is taking over shortly. Anyway, I am very happy to be here. First, I would like to congratulate FKCCI from the days of Maharaja to now. FKCCI has done a very great job bringing everyone together. I always tell one thing. Joining together is the beginning. Discussing together is the progress. Working together is success. I am sure the FKCCI for the growth of Karnataka and India, particularly India, it has contributed a great, especially on every sector. I don't tell it is only one sector. To every sector. And the success of Karnataka start with the FKCCI. Today we have IT, BT, AI and a lot of things. But earlier when nothing was there, FKCCI, I know the many past presidents who have been worked here. I have been closely associated for the last 45 years. I know many of them. You all have done a great job. And I think you should take it forward to keep Karnataka growing and make this country proud. I would like to thank again all the leaders of the FKCCI, the management, the executive director, industrialists in every sector who have done their job. Today I think we are discussing on this CSR. I'll be failing in my duty if I doesn't, the Federation Karnataka Chamber of Commerce has come out with the subject of Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. I'll be failing in my duty if I doesn't remember Pranab Mukherjee, who was our finance minister and who started this movement. We had a big discussion on this issue. And this is not about, CSR is no longer a charity. It is a strategic investment on sustainable development for all of us growth. Who have grown, who have made profits, you should share to the society. That is what the earlier UPA government had decided. It is a very noble India. So responsible corporate leaders have definitely, many of them have taken it up very seriously. So this leadership can accelerate the journey towards the great development what India can look at. Anyway, I'm very happy to be here. One thing I would like to tell you. I am also from a village, came for education. ನಾನು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಂದಿರು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದರು. I did not go back to my village. Did politics here, student politics here, youth movement here, contested again, went back to my village. But hardly 1 or 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, I just sleep in my village, and every year out of 365 days. This is what? This is story not only on me, it is on everyone. Today the urban population is 43%. 43% urban population. Earlier it used to be 31%. This 11-12% is making a big change. I was the urban development minister at the time of S.M. Krishnaji. The population of Bangalore was 70 lakhs. 70 lakhs. When we did a commissioner appointed in Bangalore City Police, earlier in those days, the population for a Bangalore City Commissioner, that time which was being carved for, was about 10 to 12 lakhs. Now the population is 1.4 crores. And we have 1 crore 35 lakh vehicles on the streets of Bangalore. How we can manage this? How it is? Everyone all over the world are looking at Bangalore. Today after, I think many of my friends sitting on the dais knows about it. The world leaders look at Bangalore because of the great manpower what our leaders have created in this Bangalore. Just many institutions were here, education institutions were here. The quality of education what is being seen is Bangalore is no match in this country. We have 140 international schools in this country. Bangalore and Karnataka has 38 among 140. That is the strength of Bangalore. Forget the international school. The primary education what we have is no match. I think one day, on the inauguration of I have mentioned this on various occasions. One day on in a foundation of laying our international airport, the Kempegowda airport at banquet hall in Vidhanasabha. Many might have participated at that point of time. That day, we appointed Mr. Narayanamurthy to be the chairman of the International Airport Authority. So that day, Vajpayee had come here. In the last 3 months, 4 world leaders had come to Bangalore. One China Prime Minister, Japan Prime Minister, Poland, and the British Premier had come. He was telling to the audience that day, there was a time when the world leaders first used to go to Delhi. Then they used to opt which state to go. They used to go to Chennai, Mumbai, Calcutta, Hyderabad, or anywhere. Now the situation has changed. All the world leaders are first coming to Bangalore, then they are coming to Delhi. That is what Atal Bihari Vajpayee had said. This on various occasions I have said this. So why is this? Because the talent what you have. Though the electronic city which was being done about in 70s, 75, 76, 77, you see what electronic cities, you see what ITPL, what is around the Whitefield area is growing. I am not only looking on electronic cities or IT professions, even other sectors on the manufacturing sector, which the FKCCI is promoting. You are looking at middle MSMEs, important. I think you are concentrating much on that. Of course, it is your boundary to look that. I always believe in various conferences when I discussed, some of my friends discuss about employee. I don't agree with my friends' discussion. Employee should be well taken care. But if there is no employer, no employee can survive. So, ಯಾರು ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಯಾರು ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ತಾವು ಬಂಡವಾಳವನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಆಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಡವಿಟ್ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು 16 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನ ನೀವು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ. ನೀವು ಶಕ್ತಿಶಾಲಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಶಾಲಿಯಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇರೋನು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಮೈ ಲೇಬರ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್. ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಎಲ್ಲ ಓಟು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ದೆಮ್, ನೋ ಡೌಟ್. Whatever wages we have to give to them, whatever they should get, they should have it. But at the same time, we should see that they should not burn themselves. It is very difficult. So that is what I always advise to them. Today, in IT sector, compared to the IT sector, we have about 26 lakh IT professions in Bangalore. In California, we have 13 lakh engineers working there. In 13 lakhs, 8 lakhs are from India and about 6 lakhs are from Karnataka. This is what the data shows. That means the talent pool is going out of the country. As far as medicine is concerned, Bangalore and Karnataka is a health tourism. It has its own status. We have about 71 medical colleges in this country. No other state has reached 40, 50, only Maharashtra has 45 plus. Apart from that, we are the highest producers of doctors in the country. We produce 13 in all the 17, this one, we produce about more than 13,940 doctors every year, this one, and almost a lakh of other professions on the healthcare, nurses, paramedicals and all others we produce. So that is the biggest strength, and all the talented pool are going out of the country to work in different parts of the world. So I am just speaking on healthcare and I am speaking on IT professions. Now we are looking not Bangalore, we are looking at beyond Bangalore. We want Bangalore. That is why after I took over as the Deputy CM also, discussed with my colleagues, with my Chief Minister and all others, this CSR which we have started, we should give a very great importance to that. As the record says that we are having about 10,000 crores CSR in Karnataka. Where is this CSR going? Some of them are doing their job, I don't tell no. But 50% of the businessmen, industrialists, corporate sectors, whether they are no or not, I don't know. They give responsibility somehow. Misuse is been going on. I am going to set up a separate team of my officials. I don't want to name them, the category. I will have to have a watch on every rupee which has to be spent, where has to be. So I decided, the population of urban sector, I just said you Bangalore, it is not only Bangalore. It may be Mysore, it may be Hubli, it may be Belgaum, it may be anything. Everywhere the urban population is been increasing. Everyone want every driver of yours, every housemaid of yours. Why their personal desire is to see that their children have a better education compared to others. There are various institutions where the IAS officers or where the important businessmen or big entrepreneurs, their drivers and their housemates also have become IAS officers. There are various cases like that. So I want the young children of the rural parts to be strong. And today we want to see that those rural children should stop coming to Bangalore for education. They should get a quality education of what Bangalore is getting at. They should get a quality of education what Bangalore is getting or what the town is. Though my CSR initiative is that I have come out with a policy that I am requesting everyone today here, it is your bound duty. First, your priority should to be on the primary education, because that is once a school is been adopted, once anyone builds a school, I want a school building means I don't want you to adopt any school in Bangalore or any town headquarters or taluk headquarters or any municipal council headquarters. I want you to build a school. I am not telling to you, to big corporate guys, to see that at least 2-3 schools we have already mapped about 2,000 places. We want them to adopt one school, build a good infrastructure at the level of some CBSE infrastructure where like Vidyaniketa, whatever is there, our central government school is there, no? What you call them? Kendra Vidyalaya. At least to that status, or some good CBSE, ICSE syllabus at the village level in a government school. And you should, we don't want money. I don't want any money from the government. You should build, you should put your name. Suppose there is one village name called Kodiyelli. So Kodiyelli, whatever I think some institution is there. Now in Jindal, Hitachi. Now Toyota has taken about 7-8 schools in our district. 7-8 schools. They did a great job. Now also they are doing a great job. Some other institutions have taken up this one. So that school, government school Kodiyelli with Toyota has been there. Toyota Government School Kodiyelli. Their name also can be branded. So the deputy commissioner will give the land, or you can yourself will show you the place. You can also buy the land about 10 lakhs or 15 lakhs or 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs. You will get a land at the villages. They are building, Toyota is building one school worth of 10 to 15 crores with at least minimum a big this one. And they are creating an infrastructure. And the government school will run. And now I am coming out with a model. I have been helping this education, primary education schools. There was a lot of problems. I have sorted the problem. Those who are having fees about 50,000 rupees in Bangalore or any town, compulsorily they should also adopt a school. Adopt a school, I don't want them to finance on infrastructure. They should give a supporting staff. We have about more than 50,000 teachers shortage. But even the government school teachers, what we are paying better than the private institutions we are paying. The cost of a government school, even a government school teacher is getting about 80 to 90,000. 1 lakh also some teachers are getting. We are almost spending more than 1 lakh for every student in the government school compared to in various other schemes. So I want all of you to be a part of that. So I request you, my first initiative is that first you should adopt education, primary education. Then we will look at the other healthcare and other system. So we'll have a look. I am very happy that you are taking a part in it. You should also be in our journey. It is not only ours. We come here, we go. Some of you come here, you may not be here. But your institution is here. But like that, a government is here. So we are here to give a clear direction to you. So my policy has come out. I am calling all the industrialists, big industrialists, various banks, other leaders also, where I know that more than 10,000 crores has been coming in Karnataka. We should see that every pie is spent on the rural education first. Then, once a rural education from primary to at least 12th is spent his life, then he will try to control himself coming to the different part of the city. Then the pressure on urban cities will come out. And the child at the village level also will be very capable. Today, my child in every village in the state is not competing with Bangalore. He is not competing in Mysore. A child has to compete on a global standard. That is the strength what we are looking at. That is why we have come out with various other policies. So I am very happy. So come on, let us first build we know that we are supporting you to build businesses. You have given us various proposals. You come to us, you give suggestions. Still, after I taking over the Chief Minister of Karnataka, again I would like to request you, whatever you want on doing ease of business, we are committed to it. It is our bound duty to make you strong. I believe one thing, if you are strong, we are strong. If you are weak, we are weak. We want you to be stronger. So my more important, we want to come out with, we build Let us build with some whatever the solutions you want. So let us work out. So world is not far from Karnataka. The world is now within seconds, within minutes. Your friends can reach us, your friends can reach us. We will look at, now the situation has changed. Any teacher can't blindly speak to any student. So every student has a mobile phone, every house has a mobile phone. They can know what the world is happening every day, the changes here, whether it is a rural. And after this, artificial intelligence has come out. Within seconds, I think whatever the languages, anything, wherever they speak, it has been converted, and all our children know better than us. So it is the future of the children now. So that is why we decided we are requesting you to first look at the primary education, then we'll look at the greener things, we'll look at parks. I have decided after taking over, I know that Bangalore was once upon called the Garden City. Now after a lot of development, lot of infrastructure, lot of people coming, housing, still it is an affordable compared to Mumbai, Delhi or different part of the country. Still someone can live here with some 2 crores, they can buy an apartment and be very happily. That is why all the officers who are working here or different part of the world, different part of the state, different part of the country, they are trying to come to Bangalore because the biggest strength is human resources, talent, weather, culture. No one can compete with this as far as Bangalore is concerned. So this is, I'm again requesting you to see that you create a wealth for the future of your children. That is why I believe that let us all be remembered. I remember once, I think I said in one of the occasions, I went to meet Ratan Tata ji. Once Krishna ji asked me to go before we wanted him to take over the international airport. Again, one more airport we are already planning at the south of Bangalore. We wanted him to take over that. He said, DK, then he refused because of some other issues I can't discuss here. He said, if you want, he guided me one thing, DK, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together, he said. That is why I am requesting you for the growth of Karnataka, for the betterment of Karnataka. We, the government and the FKCCI or any other organization, we should work together. He also advised us, don't give this airport to single fellow. Make some 2-3 consortium. That is why we called Siemens, we called L&T, we called other people, then we made them join together. And we advised them to just build the airport. It was built in a record time, and now I think it has been shaped one of the important place, and this is the third biggest airport in this country. As such, I think I would like to, this one, now I am seeing this CSR closer. Within few days, I am calling all the professions. Today also again I am just going to this one. Tomorrow I am meeting all the heads of the various corporate companies tomorrow morning in West End, and I will be discussing on this issue also. One day I am calling all of them over 3-4 occasions. One is on the manufacturing sector, one is the IT/BT sector, one is banking sector, other things I think 3-4. And one day I am going to call all the education institution. So education institution who are making sound, probably compulsorily I will see that they will have to adopt a school. Otherwise there will be no option. I will have to cap their fees if they doesn't help the government schools if they doesn't adopt. This message I am very clear. I know how many, what is the money they are making profit, how they are siphoning. Though it is a charitable institution, I know everything. I don't want, because I am also running a school, 3 schools. I have asked my daughter, I was told that she is coming today evening. I said that I should be a model. You are running 3 schools, you have to adopt 3 schools. She has adopted 3 schools in my village, and she has started that. We should set a model to others. So let us look at quality education first. Let us look at healthcare. Let us look at the water problem, the greenery. So I have already taken a decision in all the Bangalore city, wherever the forest is there around Bangalore city, We are taking all the forest lands, having an understanding with the forest people. We want to add new parks, parks so that the citizens of Bangalore should enjoy that greenery and a good environment which they should be created. One more thing I am taking up a great initiative. I am bringing a bridge, a private employment exchange, Kazki employment exchange. What industry needs, we don't want to interfere. There are so many people are looking at jobs. Somehow you may employ some with some private organizations. We want, suppose some industry wants 10 people to be hired. I will ask all the private fellows to enroll. We will not select anyone. It is not our bound duty to involve with your administration. We will ask everyone, every unemployed fellow to enroll there. So we will ask you to go to the portal and select the boys. If you are capable, you can train them. Otherwise, government will train them. We will invest on those boys. We will see that industry will have capable youngsters with proper skills. That is our bound duty to give to the society. Some of you people like Bosch, Toyota and other people also are taking some of the ITIs. They are adopting the ITIs. They are giving their curriculum. They are setting a standard to them. About 90 to 99% of those boys have been employed in various sectors which they have looked. So that opportunity is also there. So I am coming out with a private employment exchange called US Setu. They will be, government will be the monitoring sector. We are there to look up it. We want to help the boys. We will not interfere in any employment, or we don't want you to tell you have to take X, you have to take, you have to Y. Because you have to run your industry. So the knowledge of any capability of any individual is very much important. So that also we are trying to come out. Now there are various other models and issues which are coming out. I am come out with a 100-day program. And again at the government schools, which I am talking to you now, I am coming out with a reservation. Now we have a policy of reservation of 15% to the government, to the rural schools. But I am coming out with a policy, I'll come out at the earliest, within 100 days, I am coming out, I am just looking out, 7.5% in the 15%, the reservation will be given to the rural government schools who are studying at the government schools. So that government schools boys also should be able to compete with the Bangalore city boys, work with them, study with them and have a great future. And there are so many other issues which I don't want to discuss much. As I rightly said, there are a lot of things to this one. I hope, I think many of you can't take over one school. Some of you might find difficult to invest 10 crores or 15 crores. But you will create a platform. You will have to pick up. Some may build toilets. Some may be asked to build various other infrastructure in the schools, whatever is there. So we'll give all options to all of you. So you be a partner. I will see that I form a committee. In that committee, some of our friends also have come forward. I will see that the FKCCI also will be a part of that. You will also join with them. So responsible corporate leaders also should work. That is why I am telling you, you all have to work together, make this success. I am very happy. I want to spend still more time. Lot of important discussion have taken place. I have a program in the Bangalore BAC, that exhibition center. Then I have a lot of other programs to address today. Meetings, I have given some time to all of you. Anyway, I said that you don't keep me in not more than 30 minutes. My travel time also will take almost 40-45 minutes, though I have a privilege of going faster. But still, what to do, time is everything. Sometimes I have to bear, everyone has to bear. But still, I am just taking control of the time. Anyway, I am very happy. I am meeting all the young leaders for the first time after, I think earlier I had come as a deputy CM, I think. Now I has come as a chief minister. Forget that I am the head of the state, but I am a part of you. I will stand committed. I always, some of my friends, my opposition friends laugh at me when I said one day By birth, I'm an agriculturist. By profession, I'm a businessman. By choice, I'm an educationist. By passion, I'm a politician. When I said that, my opposition friends were laughing at me. But still, we all have to be businessmen. We want the economy to grow. When the economy grows, the country grows. Anyway, Karnataka and India is so proud, but we have a good economic structure. Though we may be with the talent pool and the big strength what we have, I think we are competing globally. China is coming out with this one. Now again, the industrial sector, the grow, different type of industries, even in agriculture sector also is growing in a very strong way. Now we are looking at power demand we are just getting more than 12% demand of power is there. Though I started a very great moment when I was a power minister, now again still lot of issues has to be settled. When demand is more for power, we feel that opportunity is there for investment in Karnataka. I am sure with the new policies, whatever we are having, we are first to come out with various policies connected to all the industrial sector. We welcome more to make things very easy, ease of doing business. I know some problems are there to some of your friends in Pollution Control Board and various things. I will sort out, and ease of business, ease of doing business is also important. We will see that all track fast problems will be sorted out. I wish you all the best. I thank Madam Reddy. She had a successful innings. I wish her and all the team who have been working on. Please see that you all work together to see that this CSR initiative will be a great successful model, and this model should go all over the country. I don't want earning here to spend in some different states. I am warning now. I am warning all my friends. You are earning here, you are breathing here, and you are living here. Your money should be in Karnataka for the betterment of Karnataka and the rural Karnataka. Thank you.
What an encouraging and a meaningful address. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋಣ. ಬಹಳ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ CSR ಅನ್ನು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ FKCCI ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ FKCCIನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಾಗೂ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಈ ಗೌರವವನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. A token of gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion and making it so memorable for all of us. A token of gratitude from FKCCI to Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. ತಮ್ಮ ಬಿಡುವಿಲ್ಲದ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ಬಿಡು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನ ಹರಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಹಳ ಎನ್ಕರೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯ ತುಂಬಿದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. May I request our MC members and past presidents to quickly join us on the dais for a group photograph, along with the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka and all the dignitaries on the dais. So we have with us the MC members and the past presidents of FKCCI joining us on the dais for a group photograph. Thank you. So today we are here at the Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026 that's been organized by Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industries. And what a wonderful way to inaugurate the Global CSR and Sustainability Summit in the presence of the dignitaries in the August gathering on the dais. Thank you. Thank you so much to Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar, for gracing the occasion and making it so memorable for all of us, for all those encouraging words of wisdom on how important CSR is at the education level. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Such an honor, such a privilege to have Honorable Chief Minister grace the occasion and inaugurate FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೃದಯ ತುಂಬಿದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a proud privilege to have with us Her Excellency Miss Orly Weitzman, who is the Consul General of Israel to South India, who has graced this occasion. A token of gratitude from FKCCI to Her Excellency Miss Orly Weitzman. Ma'am, extremely honored. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, on the Jorada Chapale Varli. A token of gratitude to Mr. Ratnesh, who is the Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India. Thank you, ma'am. A token of gratitude to Mr. Ratnesh, who is the Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network India. Thank you, sir, for gracing the occasion. Extremely honored to have you with us today. And thank you for those insightful keynote address. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. It's going to be a long day. Let's keep our energy and spirits high. May I request Mr. Girish Luthra, who is the Chairman Luthra Group and Chairman MSME FICCI, to accept a token of gratitude from FKCCI. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to an end of the inauguration of the Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. May I request Mr. T. Sairam Prasad, who is the Senior Vice President FKCCI, to please propose ode of thanks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning, Sri D.K. Shivkumarji, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, H.E. Ms. Orly Weitzman, Honorable Consul General of Israel, Ms. Uma Reddy, President FKCCI, Sri B.P. Shashidhar, Vice President FKCCI, Mr. M.G. Balakrishna, Immediate Past President FKCCI, Mr. Kirtan Kumar, Chairman CSR Committee FKCCI, Professor Abhishek Ranjan, Advisor CSR Committee FKCCI, representation and United Nations, the FKC past presidents and members, MC members, dignitated industry leaders, members and academia, NGOs, civil societies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I thank all you for joining the inaugural session of the FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. I thank you for Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Sri D.K. Shukumarji, for gracing this occasion despite his busy schedule. His presence has added a great honor to this summit. I thank Mr. Stephen Prisner, the country head, United Nations India, for joining us and sharing his valuable thoughts as guest of honor. I thank for keynote speaker, Mr. Ratnesh, Executive Director, UN Global Compact India Network India, Mr. Girish Luthra, Chairman, Luthra Group of Companies, CMSME, FICCI, and HE, Ms. Orly Wiseman, Consul General of Israel to South India. Their impressive words on business leadership of SDG. I thank Professional Mandavi Lokonde, Director V School, the Bangalore, for this releasing a MSME ESG's report which will guide our MSMEs on their sustainability journey. I sincerely thank for President Mr. Umar Reddy for our consistent guidance and vision of bringing this summit to life. I thank our sponsors, Climax, Satsang Foundation, MSIL, Soundarya Institute of Management, and SINS and Kaincott. Our knowledge partner, India CSR, and our MSME CAC Reach partner, V School, for their valuable support. I also thank the Government of Karnataka and UN Global Compact Network India for partnering with this initiative. My thanks to all our speakers, journey members, delegates, exhibitors, media friends, and the FKCCI Secretariat team who have worked hard behind the scenes and make this summit success. Thank you all, and I wish you a fateful day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind and Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And our heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you so much. With us, ladies and gentlemen, we have formally inaugurated the Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. It's going to be a day long of insightful talks, insightful presentations by the industry experts, a lot of panel discussions, a lot of learnings in store for you. So stay tuned for a day full of enriching knowledge. And I request all of you to please be seated as we kickstart the first panel session for today. Without much ado, it's time to dive deep into learning. And the first session is AI for underserved billions, how to be inclusive. It's going to be a very interesting session. We've been talking about artificial intelligence everywhere. It's AI, AI, AI. And what a loving and a fun way to kickstart our first session with AI for underserved billions and how to be inclusive. We have the moderator who will be chairing the session. So let's give a big round of applause and welcome Sri Gopalakrishnan, who's the founder of Kaincott and ex-VP PayPal, California, USA. Let's give a big round of applause to our moderator, Sri Gopalakrishnan. Warm welcome to you. To all the eminent speakers who will be joining this panel, Mr. Guru Bhatt, who is the Senior Director and Site Head, Google Bangalore. Let's give a big round of applause. Mr. Manoj Balachandran, who is the Country Head, Promptier.ai. Let's give a big round of applause. A warm welcome to you. Mr. Sujit Kumar, who is the founder and managing trustee, Mataram Foundations. Warm welcome to you, sir. And Ms. Natasha Das, the Director of Impact, Samhita Foundation. Warm welcome to you, madam. So warm welcome to all our panelists on the dais. So over to our moderator, Shri Gopalakrishnan, to moderate this panel. Over to you, sir. Can we have the mics on the dais? So, over to our moderator, Shri Gopalakrishnan, to please kickstart the session.
Thank you. Namaskara, Bengaluru. So I'm Shri Gopalakrishnan. I'm a former technology vice president from PayPal. I was responsible for their data and AI. And I'm currently the chief volunteer and founder at KindCart. We're building the next digital impact infrastructure for philanthropy. In simplicity, we're making giving more transparent and verifiable. So I have with me here 4 wonderful panelists, and I am the moderator for today's session, which is AI for the underserved billions, and how do we make it more inclusive. So before I dive deep in, I'm going to give you all a small exercise. I request a poll to just come up here. So if you can all pull out your phones, and if I can have the screen, have a poll come out. And while that poll is coming out, so get ready with your phones. Let me tell you a short, small story, and then we'll dive right in. I just was having dinner about a month ago with 6 friends right after a non-profit event. This was back in the Bay Area. And 2 of them were commercial real estate realtors. One of them was the founder of a family law practice. Another one was a health clinician operator. And then my wife, who is a business operations executive. And there were 6 of us in this dinner table. And I can very confidently say I was the techie in the group. All right? And then for the next 1 hour, the only conversation that went on in the table was about how AI and Claude is making their lives incredibly helpful and useful and doing their jobs. And for the first time in a setup like that, I felt a deep experience of ambient belonging, actually inclusive in that conversation without speaking a single word. And this is the power of AI. It can make you all experts sitting in a table. And the expert can be silent. All right. So we're going to dive in. We're going to have a very interesting conversation. I got some very diverse panel of 4 wonderful people here. And I am going to moderate. I'm going to be the one having some fun, asking you some tough questions. And we're going to start with our first question based on what we see in the poll. Wow. Okay, we got 61 respondents. And the question is, what percentage of AI training data is in Hindi? The 3rd most spoken language with 600 million speakers. And let's see. Okay, all right. Okay. I'd say more than half the room think It's either 3%, 10%, or 25%. And we have about 80 respondents. And guess what the answer is? Less than 1%. Actually, it's less than 0.5%. All Indian languages together makes up less than 0.5%. So Guru, my first question is to you. You are the senior director at Google. You do everything at planetary scale. You run the AI foundry at Google. Now tell me, is this data gap something that we can fix, or you guys, the big institutions like you and governments going to fix, or is this AI for underserved billions fighting the laws of physics?
Currently, it is fighting the laws of physics. For context, Sri and I know each other for over a decade now, Sri. He's gotten better while I've gotten worse. I can see this from the amazing work he's doing. So it is right now fighting the laws of physics. And I'll maybe give you a very short crash course on how large language models work. All of you have heard the word token. Has anybody in the audience, you've heard the word token? Not the ones that you get at the government office when you stand in line to get your passport renewed or your Aadhaar card re-verified. This is the token that is in vogue today, which is all about AI tokens. Latin-based languages, roughly a word equates to a token. But when you look at Indian languages, Hindi, Tamil, Kannada, Odia, one word equates to multiple tokens. So the cost of compute on Indian languages is exponentially higher than what an English-based model can handle. So this is right, 1%, less than 1% is Hindi, trained on Hindi. And over time, the internet, which is something that India largely participated in the second half, or maybe the last third of the internet revolution, I think it's evidence of that. We have a system where the models have been trained on largely an English-based internet, and now we are having to use it in contexts that are not English-based. So how do we solve this? India is solving it, and we are solving it with amazing institutions here, and I'm proud to say that Google is participating in this. So let me build a what and how framework. I mean, what do we need to do and how do we go about doing it? What do we need to do? We need to ensure that the models that we build are trained on Indian languages. How do we do it? India is doing it by, one, the raw material. The raw material for any large language model is data. So in India, given the diversity of languages that we have, it has to be necessarily voice and video based. So now there's a project called Project Vani, which is essentially mapping all the 773 districts in India, going and collecting voice samples from people living their lives on a day-to-day basis. These voice samples are then fed into creating a corpus of knowledge which is based on Indian dialects. So the idea is that you're going to take this and feed it into the refinery. The refinery is AI for Bharat. It's an initiative led from IIT Madras. And this refinery will produce large language models that are Indic language based. And finally, how do you distribute it? The distribution mechanism is something that India is probably the best at, which is digital public infrastructure, DPI. So there's an initiative called Bhashini, and Bhashini is one way in which all these assets that we are creating with these local models, making them available for free as public goods for everybody to use. What is one example of digital infrastructure that all of you are using today, practically multiple times a day? UPI. UPI is something that all of you use from in the palm of your hand on multiple different contexts every day. And Bhashini is one through which AI is also expected to be a digital public good that will be used by citizens in multiple contexts. Primarily one which is something that Sri, you guys are doing with Digiverse. I've read about KindCard's technology and what you guys are doing with Digiverse. We'll talk about it more, but that's an amazing example of AI for good, which is localized to the Indian context. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Guru. Now I'm looking forward to the work that India is actually going to do in increasing that percentage of data model training using your local languages, because I and the rest of India count on this so that we can make AI work effectively in the rural part of India. Thank you. Natasha, my next question is to you. And you are the Director of Impact at Samhita Social Ventures. You've been doing some phenomenal work. And you measure whether the impact actually happened after you've given the help. Communities, they fear their data may just become just another number, or it might get misused. What work do you think organizations like Google, institutions like yours, and the government must do to build that trust between them, the donors, NGOs, and the people they serve? And what has to be true before an organization lets AI near their beneficiary data?
So, disclaimer, I'm not a techie, so I'm not going to be talking from that lens. But I am a person who works on ground with communities, with participants. So today, that is the focus that I'll be keeping when I'm talking. So let me start with a real story. So Firoza, it was a lady who came to us through our returnable grants program, which is a no-interest loan with only a moral obligation to repay. So she repaid her loan in full, and then she also did it on a timely manner, right? And then she also gave her data to us because she believed that that data would help her get a formal loan sometime from a bank. So that is trust in its very simplest form. I feel that communities are not actually worried about the data being collected or not distrust the data collection process. What they distrust is at the end or at the beginning of the data collection process, they are signing a form without understanding what the form is actually asking them to do. So they are signing a consent form saying that my data will be used here, or like it will be kind of given to these people. So I think that is where kind of AI can come in and gap that language barrier and make people understand in their own language how the form will be utilized in there. A second issue which it can also solve is the information asymmetry, because say Firoza, I mean, she doesn't know what kind of loans are available to her. She doesn't know what is the interest rate that she has to pay to get a loan after she gets a loan. So AI can also help, get her that information, and only that bridging that information asymmetry and the fact that she's signing or she's saying yes to something which she understands will build a trust from a community's perspective. Now coming to donor perspective or an institution perspective, I'll again use the same example of Firoza. So what we are doing here is we are piloting something which is known as a pre-credit score, which kind of calibrates the repayment which Firoza has done through her returnable grants with her livelihood and her income data or household data rather, and it kind of develops a score. Now, and we are not doing the data science ourselves. We are actually guided by industry experts, so some of the board members of the IndusInd Bank are associated with us to help us develop this score. So now that helps a donor gain their trust, because they know that they are not looking at Firoza's story just on a paper as a case study, but they are actually looking at a score, and they know that this score is developed on the basis of which banks assess risk. So that is kind of the kind of data that would help, or the benchmarking of that information would help donors trust AI more. And then I'm coming to the third component, which is again following Firoza's story, is she has developed a repayment behavior. She has kind of provided her data, but then she hits a wall. Why? Because she has no visibility. So a bank does not know how to contact her. She does not know which bank to reach out to. So what we are also doing is we are building something which we call a livelihood account, which is a mix of what maybe a DigiLocker does and companies like Uber, Ola, Urban Company, etc. do. So DigiLocker DigiLocker has done something great, and an institution can ask for some document, and a person can approve, disapprove, and give access to the document. But they don't have a button where the person can themselves give the document to somebody, right? And at the same time, and the only way that a person can give that approval is to a nominee, which is for inheritance. It's not really for livelihood. But at the same time, if you look at Uber, Ola, Urban Company, what they have done is they have created a system where all the livelihood information, the ratings, the employer information, testimonials, etc. is all captured into the app, but it remains within that app. It cannot be shared outside. So that is what the livelihood account kind of tackles, where the person's livelihood information or the person's pre-credit score, everything is kind of brought together, and then the person has the control over who they want to share the data with, when they want to share the data with, and for how long. So I think these are the three small examples of how we can build trust within communities.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. I don't know how many of you remember this or know this, that every time you visit a new website, you see this little pop-up comes, says, accept cookies. And how often have you said no versus how often have you said yes? And when you say yes, how often do you know what you're signing up for? So that is the kind of problem that you were referring to, and I'm really hoping that that kind of trust can now be built with AI coming into the picture and helping organizations like this. Thank you. All right. My next question to you, Mr. Sujit. You wear two hats. You are the Vice President of Human Resources at Infosys, one of the largest companies that hire and have trained and have provided employment for lakhs and lakhs of people here in the country. You also are the founder of an amazing institution called Matram that puts underprivileged kids into careers. And now, we've all heard this, that AI is coming after this first rung of jobs. And you heard our Honorable Chief Minister, how passionate he's about educating these kids in rural Karnataka. So I am curious to hear your point of view on what organizations like Matram and what advice do you have for other educational institutions in how do you get these children ready? One is about education, and then how do you get them ready to actually get to a job where AI is probably taking those jobs away? And then, Guru, I'm going to come to you on that question as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sri. That's a wonderful question. I lead a very different life. 5 days at Infosys and 2 days at the foundation, and I see two different Indias. And even the India that you see inside this room and the India you see outside are so distinctly different. And I charge my batteries on Saturdays and Sundays. You put a very interesting poll, the first question, and I wish I could do a poll asking a very simple question. What do you think is India's GER? Have you heard about this term called GER? Right? The Chief Minister spoke so passionately. GER stands for Gross Enrollment Ratio, which is if you have a child which is born today, will the child finish school, and the percentage of children who get into higher education. When I'm saying higher education, not necessarily engineering and medicine, it could be an ITI, it could be an arts and science college, whatever. India's gross enrollment ratio is at 30% as we speak today. Some of the states are doing well. Delhi, Union Territory, tops at 53. Tamil Nadu, it's at about 52. Karnataka is about 41.9. The data is available. Now, the question that we need to ask is, if 30 out of 100 are getting into college, what happens to the remaining 70%, right? So today we are talking about AI for undeserved billions. The question is, do we have the infrastructure in the first place? I'll start with a very hard-hitting story which impacted me like crazy. This happened about 5 years back. Our foundation, apart from educating children, we also set up digital libraries in schools. And I walked into one of the government schools very, very close to the IT highway in Chennai. And I asked the principal, what do you need? The first question she asked was pretty shocking. She asked me whether your foundation can pay salary for 2 housekeeping staff in my school. And long story short, alcoholics frequent the school in the evening. They throw glass bottles and things like that. But as I went from one class to another, I noticed that there was 30 boys in 6th standard, 30 girls in 6th standard. And as the classes increased, by around 9th standard, you saw the children's population was coming almost to double digit. And in 12th standard, there were only 7 girls. After me being a TEDx speaker and also I motivated kids, I thought I motivated kids enough. I stepped out. One girl walked up and she held my hand and she said, Anna, can I have a small request? I heard you speaking to the school headmistress that you want to set up a digital library. You are asking why children are dropping out from my school. It's not because of child marriage. It's not because of poverty or anything else. If your foundation can help us set up one girl's toilet with water facility, dropout in schools will significantly impact. And that got me thinking. And then she said something which was so hard-hitting. She said, how do you manage come to school without a toilet? She says the first glass of water or the last glass of water I drink is at 7:30 in the morning. And the next glass of water I drink is evening when I reach home. And all the girls do it. And her logic is only if I drink water, I need to go to the washroom. And there's no washroom, I can't go and complain. This is the India that we are talking about. And if we are talking about AI and how this is going to impact, it's not that these children are not hungry enough. They lack guidance. And the positive story that I have, my last LinkedIn post is about a student of mine by name Vishnu. This guy has never seen his computer in his life. He got into engineering because he got a good score. He's a mechanical engineer who happened to see a computer at home and he heard about AI and stuff like that. Through guidance, through internships and hackathons and all this training that we keep providing, currently he's in IIT Kharagpur, pursuing his MTech in artificial intelligence, and that's the best part of it, right? So I think what I see when large organizations and how this is taking up, I will not use the word taking out the entry-level jobs, but the job description is completely changing. At least about 4 or 5 years back, a degree means a job. You get into a top college, you always talk about, so you get into this college, you most likely you land in TCS or Infosys or Cognizant because we were mass recruiters. And there was a time when we were talking about we recruit the cream. And there was a time when we said we don't just recruit the cream, we recruited the cream, the cake, and sometimes the plate also. Just because you're an engineer, yeah, we will take you and we will train you. Now that context is changing, right? Today you don't need somebody who can code because AI is doing that superbly. You need context. So what foundation like us, and when an HR person runs a foundation, we exactly know what the employability challenge is. So I look at my kids in the foundation, I said, what will make you employable? So domain-specific training is something that we are speaking on. Industry-specific, if you are in IT, if you are in pharmaceutical, we are technically creating supply chain experts, right? And I think AI for undeserved billions will reach, the impact will be much better, not by applying AI in the current educational system. It will be a disaster. In fact, it will widen the gap much more. But if we are able to train our staff, and that this room is filled with CSR leaders and CSR partners, gone are the days when you go and donate a laptop and say, okay, I've donated 30 laptops, my CSR is done. Today, can we create that AI infrastructure? Can we train our staff? Because AI is not going to decide the future of this country. What will decide the future of this country is about how fast we react, how fast we train our faculty, who in turn can train our students, right? So to answer your question in short, the focus should be on how fast we train, how efficiently we can guide mentors. I simply loved what the CM said. It's about a child in a rural part of a village in any part of the country, can he or she compete with the global stage, or somebody in a city like Chennai or Bangalore or Mumbai. If we are able to shorten that gap, that's where the real success is. And that's my view.
Awesome. Thank you. That was a very, very passionate response. I can see the hopes that we have in how people like you and other organizations focus on these topics. Guru, you guys create this technology that's widening this gap, okay? But you also recruit in mass. So what are you guys doing about it at Google?
So not only is it a difficult question, you've given me the job of going after Sujit. That's a very hard act to follow. So I will just plus one everything that Sujit just said. I think it was very eloquently put and very passionately he's espousing the cause, and I'd say I'll double down on this. But the context is, for a lot of Indians, a degree went a ticket out of poverty. So it was pretty much guaranteed that thanks to the IT revolution that happened and the business process outsourcing revolution that happened, a lot of people could dream of getting into jobs. And most of these jobs were some sort of apprenticeship. It was an apprenticeship. You would do largely, repetitive tasks learning the craft, honing your skills, and over time you would ascend the corporate ladder and you would, aspire to a better life. But AI has shown that the first job, which is largely repetitive, is automatable. Even things like coding, which were once considered hard to do, translation hard to do, now has proven to be easier to do than other things. So when those go away, what are the things that we have to focus on? I'd say from my standpoint as an engineering leader at Google, I would say that the need for an engineer walking in to know the foundations and the fundamentals of computer science have not changed. That remains to be true today as it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Maybe even more so today, because the cost of writing code is approaching zero, which means the price you can put, the premium you can put on developing taste on what to do approaches infinity. Because the people who know the context, as Sujit so eloquently put, people who are able to be the human in the loop that makes the AI output relevant and correct. So I was reading about this story where a person was visiting India. He was going to be visiting a village, and this was a foreign gentleman, and somebody from outside, and he asked one of the chatbots, not my company's, so I'm happy and relieved, and he asked the question, what is an appropriate gift to take to this gentleman, right? Now, a model that's trained on largely a Western corpus very helpfully suggested to him that a bottle of wine would be a very appropriate gift. Now, I mean, I'm sure there are village elders who enjoy an occasional bottle of wine. I'm very sure that's the case. But it is a tone-deaf recommendation in the cultural context of India, right? Especially rural India. So how do you evolve our AI models to be more culturally sensitive, to take into account the various aspects of living in this country? And that's where, again, I was very impressed listening, to Anshuman and you talk about Digiverse the other day, where you are recognizing that infrastructure is a big problem. If somebody goes to a charity and, the charity goes to the beneficiary at the end and delivers something, how do you actually tell whether that was actually delivered? Now, earlier, it used to be like Natasha was also talking about, there's a problem of trust. There's a lack of transparency. And those of us in the software industry, we know that our systems are designed with observability as a first thing that you think of. So even in this scenario, you have to think of observability, and that's something that you're enabling with Digiverse. So I would say that the skills that we should be preparing our next generation for are especially relevant, keeping in mind the foundations. That remains true today, and those are the kinds of aspects you should be paying attention to, which is what is the impact you create on the last mile.
Absolutely, well said. The foundation is super critical, and that doesn't go away at all. All right, I think we have just time for one last question, and then maybe there's a lightning round for you guys. So, Manoj, you have a very, very interesting history. You were the head of CSR yourself for IBM. You worked at American Indian Foundation. And then you pivoted your career. Right now, you are the GTM for Prompteer.ai, right? And I just recently read a metric which said about 70% of non-profits, they've tried AI in some shape or form, but only about 5% get real end-to-end value. So it's not access. Everyone has the tools. So what does this 5% do differently? Tools, leadership, or a shared way of working? And where does a two-person NGO start on a Monday morning?
Well, thanks for that wonderful question, Sri. And I know that I've already got this message saying that keep it to 5 minutes. You have to wind it down by 5 minutes. Okay. So as you rightly said, I do have this unique opportunity of working both in the corporate as well as in the social sector. And I think with the adoption of AI, people think it's as easy as buying a treadmill. You can go to Amazon, choose your product, buy it, and you can automatically get fit, right? Unfortunately, it's exactly like buying a treadmill. Buying is easy, but changing habits is hard. So I do believe that it's not just a difference between the 5% and the 65%. I think the difference between the 5% who was actually seeing the value and the 95% who still not actually even tried AI or tried getting value out of it. So in the in the interest of time, I think I'll kind of share my thoughts into 5 areas. So one is funding capability, right? In the enterprises, you ask the right questions by saying, how productive can you become? What are the changes you can do while implementing AI? Whereas in the NGO space, the question is, how much is it going to cost me? So I think where the starting points are completely different as well. The second point is knowing your problem. It's not about understanding, okay, Gemini is easy to use or ChatGPT is easy to use, and let's just use it. Understanding what you are trying to fix, knowing your problem, and then looking at what are the tools in order to solve that problem is extremely important. The next point is, it's a very abused word, collaborate. The reason I say collaborate is that in the world of NGO, you don't need a full-fledged AI team. You only need people who understand AI, who can come in, and how do you do that? Because I think NGOs suffer from this whole concept of scale. I've been on both sides, and I do know that even when donors scrutinize, I've been a donor myself, even at IBM, when I'm scrutinizing the budget sheet, and I look at it and I go to each line and say, why do you have this line? And there are ways and means by which you can actually do that, but I think if you're able to collaborate well, and collaboration is you can actually go to schools and colleges and get interns to come in and ensure that you're able to get that AI capability there. The fourth point is create a culture of AI. AI, you can't learn AI by going to YouTube and learning how to cycle, right? You have to fall, you have to learn. And even if you are actually spending 15 minutes a day on using tools, I think it makes a big difference. I have my colleagues from AIF here. I used to have a weekly meeting on using tools, AI tools, and what it can do to make yourself effective, more productive there. So I think creating a culture of AI. And the last point is impact at scale. Impact, inclusive impact, right? And I think if you're able to ensure that you're not just looking at people in the head office, but you're looking at people at the field level, and if you're able to make their lives better, and if you're able to make their lives easier, and I think you will have made that. So just summarizing, funding capability, knowing your problem, collaborating, creating a culture, inclusive impact, that is FKCCI for you. So that's a great acronym for those of you who can actually take it back. So,
thank you, Manoj. That was wonderful. And this reminds me, we are like the Rajdhani Express. I think we have to now catch up on time so that the rest of the panels can come and do their session. So thank you again, and thanks to my panelists here for a wonderful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists for that insightful panel. Let's give them a big round of applause. And thank you, Shri Gopalakrishnan, for chairing this panel so well. May I request Mr. Kirtan Kumar, who is the Chairman, CSR Committee, FKCCI, and Professor Abhijit Ranjan, Advisor, CSR Committee, FKCCI, to please come on the dais and honor the dignitaries, the panelists. May I request our speaker, Mr. Guru Bhatt, to please accept our token of gratitude. Let's give a big round of applause to Guru Bhatt, who is the Senior Director and Site Head, Google Bangalore. Thank you. A token of gratitude to Mr. Manoj Balachandran, who is the Country Head, Promptier.ai. A token of gratitude to Mr. Manoj. Mr. Sujit Kumar, who is the founder and managing director, trustee, Matram Foundations. Let's give a big round of applause, all of you. Come on. Miss Natasha Das, Director of Impact Samhita Foundation. Let's give a huge round of applause for Shri Gopalakrishnan, who is the founder, Kindercart, ex-VP, PayPal, California, USA, for chairing this panel, for moderating the panel so well. A huge round of applause to Mr. Gopalakrishnan. I request all the panel members to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next panel. Health beyond healthcare, prevention, mental wellness, and workplace excellence. To chair this panel, with a huge round of applause, let me welcome on the dais Dr. Pratima Murthy, who is the former director and senior professor, Nimans, Bangalore. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Pratima Murthy. Such a pleasure to have you with us today, madam. It's time to invite our eminent speakers on the dais. Dr. B.S. Srinath, founder and managing trustee, Sri Shankara Cancer Foundation. Miss Ragini Rao, co-founder, Infinum Growth. Miss Jaita Naha, VP CSR, NIIF Infrastructure Finance Limited. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome our panelists. Mr. Venkateshan Natarajan, who is the treasurer at the Satsang Foundation. Ms. Shilpa Shri Muniswamappa, who is director ESG and Communications, Colgate Palmolive, India. Warm welcome to you. So without much ado, it's time to kickstart the next panel. Health beyond healthcare, prevention, mental wellness, and workplace excellence. So over to our moderator, Dr. Pratima Murthy, to moderate the panel.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. We are between you and lunch. But it's better to be between you and lunch than have this panel after lunch. My commiserations to the panel which is going after lunch. I just wanted to begin by saying that I think we just heard the Chief Minister say in the morning about education and health being very, very important priorities, and really discussing how we can take healthcare, beyond just the confines of institutions to the community. I wanted to recall that several years ago, maybe 2.5 decades ago, actually one of the very early interventions for the KSRTC, the Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation, on preventing alcohol use at the workplace as a health initiative actually occurred at the FKCCI. So I think there are very many good things that are occurring. So this particular panel, which is going to talk about health beyond conventional healthcare, because all of health is healthcare, but beyond conventional healthcare, the paradigm, shifting the paradigm to only recognizing and treating illness and the aftermath of illness, to move it to a prevention paradigm, is something that all the experts here are very familiar with. The second thing that we're going to also possibly cover is this entire movement from what we knew as communicable diseases to non-communicable diseases, and looking at addressing the risk factors for non-communicable diseases. The third thing is, how do you move a society from illness to wellness? And I think that's a theme that is going to resound amongst our panelists today. So we have hopefully we have 45 minutes. It's a very, very eminent panel. And I'm just going to request the panelists to keep their comments on each of the areas as short as possible so that we can come back. And I'm actually hoping that we'd be able to take a couple of audience questions if the time permits. So maybe if we keep to time, we can do that. So let me start off by asking our panelists, what is your understanding when we say moving from reactive healthcare to preventive or promotive healthcare. Let me start off with you, Dr. Srinath. With all your years of expertise, I must tell you that when Dr. Srinath was sitting outside, so many people came and said, "Sir, you cured my mother, you did surgery on my mother, she's fine now." Or, you gave a lease of life to my sister. So we heard so many of these conversations outside. Sir, how do you see it in terms of moving to a promotive healthcare?
Cancer or prevention of tuberculosis, we are talking of enabling the society to be more productive, effective, and also a happy living. Now, in this respect, we are talking of wellness. In all its terms, it is in a simple way, we are talking of wellness. I think what we really need to do is, right from the childhood, we should look at providing an environment where the child grows into an adult in an environment that the fear of disease is not there and a positive well-being is created right from the beginning, even whether it is in the urban or in the rural areas. Now, that's a tall ask. I think I will stop at this. This is what really we mean about health in a different context, away from disease.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take that last topic, the point that you mentioned about creating a kind of world of wellness. And Ragini, this kind of wellness, to create it across different kinds of populations, we say, for example, health has to be holistic. It is not just physical, but also mental health. How do you see that as becoming a priority, particularly in workplaces and in the community?
Absolutely. I think, so far, mental health has always taken a backseat. Yeah. When we talk about health, it is always about physical health. At least the layman doesn't even look at it. Yeah. We are quick to go to a doctor when we have have fever or stomach upset. Yeah. But how many people really gather courage to go to a counselor or a therapist or a psychiatrist, right? So I think when we look at prevention, it is really starting at the school level to say, talk about emotions, talk about emotional well-being, and it is not an either or. Physical health and mental health, both are important. And if you see around, not just our country or in the world, what's happening, I think more and more it's become evident that emotional health, how self-awareness, building, what is happening to me, how am I impacting the other person, am I sensitive to the other person, the empathy, the social skills, the self-regulation, I mean, all this is such an important, emotional intelligence, if I put it all together, is such an important skill to be learned. Yeah, and it can be learned, and it can be learned at any age. So if we start right from school, then we don't have to struggle so much as adults. But it is still possible. I think even at workplace, even at universities, even at schools, if this can be, the awareness can be built, and that goes a long way. And I think for parents to be educated also on this. Because those who have learned it just by trial and error. Yeah? It's not been a focused, concerted way of learning. Yeah?
So can I just ask you then, in terms of a business strategy, how does mental health impact a business strategy, and why is it so important for a good business strategy?
Because I think emotional health is so crucial to performance, right? And if at workplace, if an individual has to do his best, yeah, and like doctor said, that well-being is about thriving, yeah, health is about thriving, doing, our best, our best potential, right? So if mental health, if people feel happy, feel they are connected to their colleagues, they feel that they are recognized, that they are valued in their organization, then they will also perform well. Right?
So what you're saying reminds me of the International Labour Organization, which divided people into 3 zones: the red zone, the amber zone, and the green zone. The green zone are the places where people enjoy good physical and mental well-being. The amber zone is people who are experiencing some difficulty and they know exactly where to go and get help. And the red zone are people who are already ill and therefore need active help and healthcare. Unfortunately, what we do is we invert the pyramid and we spend a lot of our resources on the red zone, whereas we also need to focus some on the amber zone and the green zone and keep the greens green, as they say.
Absolutely, yeah.
Moving on now to CSR. And Jaita, your experience in the area in terms of what CSR initiatives can there be for health promotion and prevention of illness? Can you give us some good examples and tell us how to take that forward?
Sure. So traditionally speaking, we only visit doctors when there are a lot of symptoms. So before symptoms, we never visit. So the aim of CSR nowadays, because it's not just about philanthropy, but we are actually taking it on the strategic level so that it brings long-term sustainable impact on the communities. And in terms of stakeholders, we know that we have dearth of healthcare professionals. So it's best to adopt the preventive way rather than waiting for the symptoms to come, waiting for the criticalities to grow, and then you visit a professional. So in terms of CSR also, our focus largely is towards preventive care, where we are actually ramping up screenings. For example, eye care. Lot of, specifically in rural India, a lot of communities are not aware about various types of eye care diseases, right? Like retinopathy, then eye care different problems, challenges. So what we do is we run a lot of doorstep ophthalmic screening to identify and tap those communities where this is much more evident. So some of the projects I would like to mention is, like I mentioned, ophthalmic van screening in communities of Bihar, where a lot of cases of retinopathy, cataract, premature eyesight. So these are the things that we are capturing. In terms of cancer care also, we are running projects in Northeast to make it a center of excellence with Tata Memorial Center, because we understand that a lot of corporates only focus in Mumbai, Maharashtra, where they also have a lot of visibility and other additional benefits. So we are also running kind of projects which will help those remote institutions to develop in its full flung, to operate a lot of communities which is little distant from the mainland, and where we can actually run those healthcare services at no cost or at zero subsidized cost. So,
you make a very, very important point of how to take CSR to the unreached, how to actually try and make a difference where the difference is required rather than just look at the optics of it. I think that's a very, very attractive thing to me as a healthcare provider. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Venkatesan, I know that you're already doing a lot of work on the ground, as it were, in this paradigm shift from illness to health and to health promotion. Can you give us some examples, both from your experience and generic, of what organizations can do to actually take this theme, and to make and convert it into a reality at the workplace?
Thank you. Since we spoke about the fact that it should not be reactive and curative, but how can it be preventive? We need to understand the individual first.
right? The individual gets food for a stomach, which you can call various aspects, and remember, food has an impact in terms of health, right? And there is food for thought, which is for education and other things actually happening. Very importantly, I think food for the soul and mind is also very, very important. Now, if you look at, I can of course quote Satsang Foundation as an example. We run educational programs. We run, of course, food distribution and other aspects, which is covering the food for the stomach and food for the thought aspect. But very importantly, we are looking at what makes the individual a good citizen, right? Because I mean, speaking about mental illness and other aspects, I mean, we know that the amount of rapes and the kind of violence that is happening in this country is humongous, which points to the fact that there is something wrong in that individual from a mindset perspective, right? What is he being fed, right? What was he not fed? Why actually he is consuming something else actually, right? So now, this is where I think we need to understand that instead of even looking at the West, I'm not, please note, I'm not debating the West, but there are solutions for this available in our country. Ancient text actually speaks about this aspect, right? Where you speak about Adhyatmik, which is actually looking at ourselves, Adi Bhautik, which is actually what is external, and very importantly, our own aspects in terms of health, right? Now, the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual dimensions, if you're able to address from childhood, which was prevalent in this country, please understand this was actually there in this country, but we have lost it because of a Western influence, right? If you are able to go back to those roots, I believe that we can actually go to the preventive aspect and prepare better citizens for actually releasing into society. And this was there in the ancient aspects, right? I think the two noble professions of teaching and healthcare have become businesses in this country, right? If you are able to address these two, I feel that there is a market shift that actually can happen, right? I'll rest here, but there are those.
So you're raising another very, very important point, that you need to be worried about what's happening around you in society, because if a person is not in your workplace, they are likely to be in another workplace, or be available to the open market. And therefore, we all have a collective responsibility to address some of these important mental health stresses in the community, whether we are talking about stress, common mental disorders, suicides, violence of various kinds, including rape, interpersonal violence of various kinds, all of which can have an impact on the mental health, on productivity, on the market that is available for you to employ from. So I think that kind of ties in, in terms of what everybody is saying. And you added the spiritual element also in terms of holistic well-being, which Dr. Sridhar so, aptly described. Let me move on to Shilpa Shri. Shilpa Shri, you have a lot of experience in terms of, your own personal background. In terms of ESG, environmental integration or sensitivity integration, through employee health and wellness, what is it that you see that all of us need to do to be able to take that logically forward?
Thank you so much for this, and thank you, FKCCI, for inviting us. Small world. Dr. Ishram Hans, I have a very close school friend whose father used to work with her. She knows her as well. Doctor who's operated on my sister-in-law's father on cancer, and he's a survivor. So, couldn't have asked for a more closer group. I'll pick on the topic of how employee well-being can be something that we could flag as part of ESG. As you all know, ESG has got three major verticals: the environmental piece, what you do with the industrial sites in terms of water, waste, energy, etc. The governance piece of it, on how the board runs the company, and a third piece, which is basically on social, two aspects to it. One is the community work that we would do with, say, the Satsang Foundations of the world, or with other corporates that we would actually work on, or the other NGOs that we do, or what you do with the employees, okay? And I'll just give you a few examples of what we do. I mean, I'm also a corporate communications and a brand reputation person, and I always tell people that any brand's, any company's biggest brand ambassador is firstly your employee, not the consumer or the customer who buys your car or your toothpaste. If your employees speak well about you, the brand, and the company that they work for, why is it that the Tatas have built such a great, I mean, any of us who would walk around many years ago, you ask, which company do you work for? And they'll say, I work for one of the Tata companies, right? May not be the best paymasters, but you ask them, oh, do you like it? And they go, oh, I love the brand. You know why? Oh, this is like one of, they do the best for the society that they are in anywhere. They change Jamshedpur, they change wherever they go to. I think they do great for the community. That's the kind of pride that they take. I'll give you a few examples of what we do in terms of employee well-being. And I can tell you very proudly that in the FMCG space, we're one of the most profitable companies. So doing this and not getting your employees to actually burn out really helps. We won't even have like a time sheet, or we don't have an attendance system in Colgate. It's pretty surprising, right? Next thing is we have something, I mean most companies do have parent leave, but we have specific for paternity that we started, and we were one of the first ones to start it, where a father gets to take 12 weeks at a stretch or at any time in the first year of a child's birth. And we've seen, and I also read ESG, so our latest ESG report also says the number of men who have availed paternity leave in the organization has just increased. I think first year we had about 28, and this year we had about close to 50 of them. Very few women who have actually taken maternity leave, but a lot of maternity. We also have something called a caregiver leave, where 1 month you can take off leave in case you have somebody in the family with a genuine reason who need to stay back and actually help them. So these are small things that really go a long way, because I think employees respect the fact that you are able to respect their personal space and give them that kind of leeway to work with the ecosystem that they are in. I think small things can make a lot of difference. And of course, we take the employee well-being piece even to our communities. We work more majorly with women and especially abled. And we've seen that strengthening them financially and also building confidence into them with digital literacy has actually gone a long way in building confidence for them.
So you're raising the very, very important point that employees are your spokespersons, and ensuring employees' well-being, and therefore actually increases the, the esteem and the relevance of the company in the larger world. I'm going to come back to Ragini for one segue question from that, and that is, Ragini, therefore, what kind of organizational steps need to be taken to improve mental health, but at the same time, the individual also needs to take responsibility for their own. So how do you then have a kind of stepping stone from a self-responsibility for good health to the organization looking after your health?
Yeah. So what I would say for that is, I think there are two things that have to go parallelly. One is, while corporates are, employing counselors, they are, like how Shilpashri said, they're providing leaves. They're doing a lot of things that support the employee. Yeah? And support is not just the physical level, but at the, emotionally, when your wife is delivered, and if you can take a paternity leave for a man, it is such a big support. Yeah? It's an emotional support, right? So one is, in those spheres. But the other is that when they take these, there are these packages which, corporates are taking on counseling sessions and all of that. But what we are finding is, our experience has been that hardly 2% of the employees are actually using those. Yeah? And why are they not using it? Because there's no awareness. There is no awareness of how it is going to help. The thought is that I will wait for crisis to happen. I will wait to something really going wrong. I think the thought of that we can, by talking to a professional, a mental health professional, I can actually live a better life. I can thrive, and I can do better. I think that attitude and that perspective is not being, conveyed also. And so therefore, I feel that there is a lot more that the corporate needs to do in terms of talking about emotional well-being, yeah, and that care and connection, yeah, which is what we are really finding that's not coming through, right?
So you're suggesting that we're very good when it comes perhaps to a little bit on exercise and diet,
yes.
But when it comes to how to manage our emotions, our feelings, getting help, we are still extremely, what's the word, hinged and unable to kind of extend ourselves.
And that's also because I think as a culture, we have been encouraged not to show our feelings, not to talk about. It's a weakness. Yeah? If I show my emotion in front of my colleagues, it's a weakness, right? If I break down, that's a weakness, right? So I think that creating an atmosphere of permission, allowing people to have the space to speak or express what they need to, of course in an appropriate way. It doesn't mean that you can lash out in anger or, be crying at the top of a hat. But really to say that it's okay for you to feel, and yet you can figure out how to express it, right? And so, a very basic education on these things, psychoeducation, is not just for the employees, I think, at the top level.
So not only to look after yourself, but how to help you to seek help when there is distress, and how to do it in a confidential and in an impactful manner becomes very important.
With sensitivity, with care.
Right. Yeah. And that brings me back to Dr. Srinath. Dr. Srinath, we've been talking about employees in the corporate sector. I'm sure doctors, now we know everywhere, especially trainee doctors, are talking about the long hours of work and the stress. So 2 questions. How do you look after your own psychological well-being? And secondly, also, why is it that Ragini mentioned hesitation in coming forward with mental health problems, but we were just discussing that sometimes even for other physical screening, there's a lot of hesitation. So 2 questions to you.
Yeah. There are actually multiple barriers in life. That's the way we live. We are hesitant, we are shy, we don't want to communicate, and we are also not bold enough. We tend to prolong the suffering to as much as possible and then only seek the help from others. Now, this is a part of our life as we see in our society, and doctors are from the same society, so they are not in any way different. The important aspect is doctors see happiness when they are praised. When some patient appreciates, the doctor is in the heaven. So he doesn't mind really working extra hours for that particular thing. You will be surprised that a doctor who doesn't see the patient is depressed. And he thinks that he is unemployed. Now that's the psychological feeling. A doctor who is very busy is always proud that he has so many patients seeking his help. It should have been the other way around. The thing is, doctors somehow over the period of years get adjusted to this kind of stress, unless they have other domestic and other activities which are influencing their lifestyle. But coming to the society, which we are talking about, is about the wellness across the society, because it is here the larger section remains, and they need to be healthy, they need to be productive, they need to live longer, and they need to produce wealth for the nation so that the others can share it. That's the whole purpose of the economy of the world. And so in this particular respect, I think we see a lot of these barriers being created right from the villages to the cities. Now, when in the education that we impart to the school children and the young people, and also a lot of women's group. This is where I have actually worked in the rural areas. I have worked among children in the school, I have worked among rural women group, and also small self-help groups in the villages. Actually, my field is in the field of cancer. So in prevention of cancer, we have taken them, we have advised them and taken them to the areas where they probably didn't know. For example, pesticides causing cancer. Now, on one side, we promote cultivation, agriculture and using pesticides. On the other side, we also say that pesticides cause cancer. This kind of conflicts in life we have all through. And so, on the one side, we want tobacco to be stopped, and on the other side, the government wants revenue by selling tobacco. Now, These are the issues which are common in our life. It is not only in this area. We are talking of in our emotional aspects, in psychologically, we frequently come across these kinds of stressful situations and also barriers. I think we need to educate the people more freely and be a part of that society. If we live among that society and educate them, I think we will get positive results. I think that's what we have seen in the rural areas where we have tried to reduce the incidence of tobacco consumption and alcohol consumption. It is the children who led the way rather than our clinical psychologists.
So I think you're raising some very, very important issues in terms of how you need a whole of community engagement to sometimes reduce some of the barriers that prevent people from accessing help. That when you look at upstream factors, it is also lifestyle, tobacco, alcohol use, which may then aggravate many of the communicable and non-communicable diseases going forward. And also that doctors are also human beings and they share all the kinds of psychological stresses that others can have. And I think what we see is that pride that used to come out of the work is there as long as all your other areas are supported and you have good interpersonal support. And I think acknowledging good interpersonal support, particularly at workplaces, becomes important. We can take one or two questions. I still have. So maybe one or two brief questions from the audience. Yes, sir. I wish we could have a mic going to you. Could you introduce yourself and then ask?
Madam, I'm P. Santosh Kumar, a chartered accountant. So my question is, I'm happy to hear that the timesheet and the attendance is removed. So the question is because I worked in the IT industry, so their main cost is the employee's salary. So how do you manage the productivity? And so because that is where, see, I've sat on the both side, where I have to fill the timesheets. On the other side, as a controller, I was chasing behind employees to enter the timesheets. So how do you manage the productivity?
Okay, so firstly, I'm thankfully not in the IT space, even though I'm an engineer. I work for Korean Palmolive, so we do have our corporate office where we have most of the share functions, and we have 4 factories in the country actually. When I say we won't have time sheets, is because shop floor of course definitely has the days that they have to come in, and most of our shop floors work 6 days a week, and we have 3 shifts that go on. But that said, our corporate offices, people can work 3 days in office, 2 days from home. Some of us actually, like Bangalore's home for me, so this whole week I'm working out of Bangalore. So what we've noticed is that as long as a job is done at the right time, of course production cannot wait for each other because it is a cycle that needs to go, the line has to run on jobs like that. But otherwise, we've got leaves that are there that employees can avail, and we don't encourage anybody carry forwarding leaves because that's a very Indian culture. All of us love to carry forward our leaves, and at some point in time when we're retiring from the company or leaving, we like to encash those. We don't even have that policy at all, so you can't carry any leaves. So employees are encouraged to actually go ahead and take their leaves for the whole year so that they can spend enough time on their own mental well-being or what they want to do with family, choose a hobby that they would like to do, etc. And even to the point that Dr. Agini was saying, we actually have, to push employees to use up slots on mental well-being. I think the biggest challenge because most people don't even go for it. We actually have this option that it's not only for you but also your immediate family members. You can also get them on those slots and do it. Many people don't even realize that it's anonymous. They think that if I will tell my story, it'll 20 people in the organization will actually talk more about it, which is not at all true. I think, I don't know if you all know today, a lot of youngsters, not only urban but even rural, do you know who's their biggest friend? They started talking to AI chatbots. They just talk to them good, bad, ugly, everything. They're talking to a chatbot because they feel that the chatbot is more receptive, is able to give you more answers, is able to listen to you. I think it's sad. It's really sad. It's put in a way saying that people don't have siblings. It's great, but if we are going to increase interdependency amongst people, I think that's the better way to go forward.
So a little bit more empathy to each other rather than only reliance on self-bots. The organizers tell me it's time. I know when you get hypoglycemic, you can't think very well, but I know there'll be a lot of questions that you want to ask, which you can certainly do over lunchtime. So in terms of winding up, I'm just going to ask each of the panelists to leave us with a 30-second reflection and your message.
I'd like to reflect what Dr. Srinath said. At Colgate, we do a program which is majorly run for children. It's an in-school program called Bright Smiles, Bright Future, because we believe oral health. Most of us don't go to our dentist regularly, right? By the time you go to a dentist, it's already time for extraction. And most of us don't even realize how costly dental health can be as compared to, say, whether it's cancer or even a heart disease. So I would say invest in your children. They are the ones, I think they are the champions. They are the ones going to the world and giving out the right messages. So they truly are the ambassadors of change.
Venkatesh, your brief message.
I want to pose a small question, those 30 seconds, right? What does sustainability mean? What does sustain actually mean? Anybody in the audience?
I think you can, I wish we could, this could have been a fantastic interactive session. Yeah.
As to what does sustain actually mean?
But there's a gun being held to my head at the back here.
So let's look at it. Very simple, right? When sustenance needs to come in, that means that there is something that is created and hence you want to sustain, isn't it? If you don't address the create problem, if you don't create a problem, why do you have to look at sustainability, right? Again, all the problems that we speak about, whether it is mental health or physical health or emotional health, please understand that there is something that is being created. And we are not looking at the creation part, we are looking only at sustainability and how the curative part is. And I think the whole systems thinking, the whole ecosystem has to change and go and address at the root cause rather than speaking about curative solutions. I think a paradigm shift has to happen in both education and healthcare if we want to contain the create part, right? That's where I would like to go.
Thank you very much. Ajaita?
Yeah, I think this is the right time to move the needle from reactive to proactive. It not only reduces burden, financial burden, stress from your family, community, overall healthcare ecosystem, but it provides long-term benefit to a human being, community, and the overall society.
I think I would say that invest in yourself. Invest in personal growth and development. And learn self-awareness and be aware when there is, when just it's just starting, the issue, problem is starting, identify it and seek help. Don't wait for a crisis to come. And one more is we can have real human friends. We don't need an AI chatbot to support us. Thank you.
I think proactive nature should come from the society itself. There cannot be any teacher who is goading you to do it. I think it has to be introspection, and it should start at the younger age. As Mr. Venkateshan said, one of the aspects which we have not taken very seriously is the spiritual aspect. I think that is something which sustains you in times of difficulty, and that actually builds your strength emotionally and also psychologically. And we need to go back to our roots and tell our children to be spiritual, to be physically fit, and also to be emotionally strong. I think it is this openness should come from the parents, and it should be transmitted to the children. That is the only way we can build a good generation, next generation, and I think that's where the solution is. Thank you.
So I think you've had a lot of pearls of wisdom from all the panelists. I want to thank you all and leave you with some of these thoughts. That health is both physical and mental. You need to move towards upstream factors which might be responsible for the problems, address them. All of us need to not just survive but thrive. But we need to support each other in doing that, both through individual methods as well as organizational methods. And I think we need to invest in it. We haven't spoken about, although we talked about the disadvantages of technology. There are so many advantages of technology, which I think we need to recognize. And finally, we need to think of ways in which, just as we measure physical health, are there any matrices through which we can address, the improvements in mental health and well-being? So wishing you all good, holistic health and well-being. I hope the lunch is going to be a healthy lunch. And with that, thank you to all the panelists and thanks to all of you for listening. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. That was a very interactive and an insightful panel. Thank you all panelists for this amazing panel, and Dr. Pratima Murthy, thank you so much for chairing this panel so well. May I request Senior Vice President FKCCI, Mr. T. Sairam Prasad, to please come on the dais and honor our panelists. May I request our speakers, Dr. B.S. Srinath, Founder and Managing Trustee, Sri Shankara Cancer Foundation, to accept a token of gratitude from us. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Ragini Rao, co-founder, Infinum Growth. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ms. Jaita Naha, VP CSR NIIF Infrastructure Finance Limited. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause, all of you ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Venkateshan Natarajan, Treasurer, the Satsang Foundation. Thank you, sir. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Silpashri Muniswamappa, Director, ESG and Communications, Colgate Palmolive, India. Thank you so much. Come on, let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to show our gratitude to Dr. Pratima Murthy, former Director and Senior Professor, NIMANS, Bangalore, for chairing this panel so well. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for chairing the panel. A heartfelt gratitude to you. I request a moderator and all the panelists, please join us for a group photograph. Thank you all. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we started off with AI, moved on to health and health beyond healthcare, and now it's time to move towards education. The next session is quality education, future skills, and job-ready workforce. To chair the panel, let me welcome on the dais Mr. Kirtan Kumar, Chairman CSR Committee FKCCI. Warm welcome to you. It's time to welcome our eminent speakers of the panel. Dr. Ramesh B., Vice Chancellor, Bangalore City University. Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Ramesh B., Vice Chancellor, Bangalore City University. Mr. Dhruv Jatti, Founder, Jatti Foundation. Welcoming our eminent panelists, Dr. Ramesh B., who is the Vice Chancellor, Bangalore City University. Mr. Dhruv Jatti, Founder, Jatti Foundation. Dr. Manish Kothari, Founder and President, ISBR Business School. Dr. Manish Kothari. So warm welcome to you. Miss Vaishnavi Mane, Head Marketing, B&M Institute of Technology. Warm welcome to you. Dr. Antony, VP CSR, Sterlite Power and Head of Sterlite Ed India Foundation. So warm welcome to you. So over to our moderator, Mr. Kirtan Kumar, to moderate the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcoming the audience again back to our third panel discussion, the CSR Sustainability Conference and Awards 2026. And now here we are at the panel discussion of quality education, future skills and job-ready workforce. So dear audience, I feel, education is such a core part of the country's development, and there is SDG 4 that concentrates on quality education. So specifically targeting the 4.4, relevant skills for employment, and target 4.5, that is equitable access. To SDG 8, decent work, SDG 17, partnerships, through the CSR, industry academia threads running across all the 6 panels here. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome firstly our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramesh Bisa, Bangalore City University, to have our opening remarks on the future skills and job ready workforce. So, Mike is there.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, on behalf of all the panelists, I congratulate the chairperson of the FKCCI and other organizing committee members for organizing this wonderful event. Particularly, this session is focusing on quality education and future-ready workforce. When we talk about quality education, when we conduct campus interviews, when we interact with the corporate representatives, the normal complaint on universities and the education system is we are not getting quality graduates. That's the one common complaint. And on the other side, the higher education institutions, particularly, they have particularly work on 2 important schools of thoughts. Number 1, they wanted to produce quality graduates, in industry-ready graduates, to immediately cater to the needs of the corporates. Number 1. Number 2, they wanted to prepare the graduates who are having the cognitive capacity. These are the 2 important school of thoughts. And another side is technology has been drastically changing. So today we are living in AI era. After 4-5 years, some more new technology may rule in the entire corporates. So technological advancement is the one. University curricula should walk along with the advanced technologies. So in between, there are few gaps, of course. In the other side, when we talk about industrial requirements, of course, both industries as well the higher learning institutions should go hand in hand They should understand the need of academics. I mean, the corporates need to understand the needs of the academics. They should blend together, for example, starting from curriculum framework, starting from handling the classes, involving in all the academic activities. Both academia as well corporate should go hand in hand.
Fine,
So,
sir. Okay. Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. As you mentioned about technology and the academic advancement. Thank you, sir. Now, we have with us Mr. Dhruv Jatti, founder of Jatti Foundation. Dhruv, quickly, in a minute, just your opening remarks on future skills and job-ready workforce.
Keep it as short as possible. Well, you see, India is at a stage where we have a very young demographic dividend. And keeping that in mind, the next 10 years is a very crucial juncture for us as a country. Which means when we speak about future skills and job-ready workforce, we have great responsibility on the back of our shoulders. Government, CSR, and various other entities who are meant to bridge this gap have a very big responsibility. And glad that I'm a part of the discussion, looking forward to the questions ahead as well on how we can bridge this gap.
Thank you. Thank you, Dhruv. And now we have with us Dr. Manish Kothari, founder and president of ISBR Business School. Yes, Manish, sir, as you are the...
Ellarigu namaskara. In fact, I always wished whenever I go on a panel discussion that whenever there is a panel discussion of all the corporates happening, they should have one chair reserved for an education institution. And if that philosophy starts, I mean, there's a real beginning of the collaborations between the corporates and the education institutions. I'm happy that FKCCI is doing it. I think a great round of applause for FKCCI for pulling this off. Thank you, Kirtan. And in this world of artificial intelligence, the moment all our answers are given by artificial intelligence, the question we have to ask ourselves is, what is the real purpose of education? And the moment we get an answer to this, and we give this answer again and again. When computer came to life, we gave this answer. When internet came to life, we gave this answer. And now when artificial intelligence have come, we are still giving this answer. And that is why education institutions becomes the real answers for the next generations to come. If Viksit Bharat has to happen, I think we education institutions will play one of the primary roles, and we will partner with corporates to see that this happens. I mean, long back it was all about admissions, examinations, and placements. I think, Kirtan, things have changed now. Being an education is yourself, we have given so many answers. The answers that we need to give ourselves today is, one, are we going to be just job creators, or we are just going to create job seekers? Are we going to fight AI, or are we going to take AI together? Are we going to create the students for whom we have made him ready for the first job, or we are going to create individuals who are ready for the next 40 years of their life? And the moment these answers are given, I think our purpose is solved. I would like to end with just telling you where we have just made a small change. Instead of just teaching subjects in the classrooms, we have started building competencies. And that's where the true definition of change has seen. Instead of delivering lectures in the classroom, we have moved towards giving experiences. Instead of measuring marks, for which all this is happening across the country, we have started measuring impacts of students. Of course, there has been a long shift for that to happen. And instead of producing graduates, we have just shifting ourselves to see that we develop professionals who can create value. Looking forward to this great panel to see what best comes out of it. Thank you, Kirtan.
We know you come with great experience. And I'm sure after this, there'll be a lot of people coming and walking up to you for more suggestions. Thank you. And we have with us Ms. Vaishnavi Mane, Head of Marketing, BNMIT, Bangalore. Yes, Vaishnavi, quickly, your
First
opening
of all,
remarks.
thank you. Yes, I'm going to make it very quick. This panel is essentially, the whole theme of today is resilience and making a future-ready workforce. But I think the future is already behind us. And how are we going to make them? Actually, there's never a point where we can say we are future ready. So what our strong focus is on is also making learning fun, and so that the children want to always learn. We have to be learners for life, and that's what we have been constantly working on, because when you get into a first semester engineering in any college, in tier 1 or tier 2 college, the amount of fee that you're paying, the parents are paying, they're selling, their lands and taking loans, right? They're like, will we get a job after 4 years? Like, nobody's going to commit to that, right? So how are you going to adapt yourself? No, it's not necessary that an electronics graduate is going to not get a job, and a CS graduate is going to get. Basically, you have to be resilient. We have to keep on learning and be adaptable. And I think that's the only way we can create a future-ready workforce. And I think I'm going to take something from the panel which was here earlier. I think building in social and emotional intelligence is going to be paramount as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have with us Dr. Anthony Nellisheri, Vice President, CSR, Sterlite Power and Head India Foundation. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you once again for the invitation to this panel. When I look at it from this thematic approach on this employability as a focus, I think we are in the midst of a vicious circle. If you look at the school education, I think even our Chief Minister here was talking about the focus on primary education. We are grappling with the basics of 50 to 55% of the children are grade appropriate learning. So there is already actually learning loss that is coming in by the time they move out of the school without basic skill set. When you get into the higher education, I think it's about 30% of students, it's the GER that is there. But the students who are coming out of this graduation, only 50, 55 or 60% are employable. So just to make sure that it's as good as saying 15%. And it's a vicious circle. And it has to start. I think our Chief Minister was talking about very right topic. Primary education is the key focus. And for that one, we need teachers. And the teacher education at the higher education level, which is the B.Ed colleges or DLED college, that's the most neglected area. And if you have to get into the real employability, that's where we need to focus. And the system has to not just change or transform, the system has to go completely a reboot. Only then we need to get into that AI readiness, the system readiness will happen. And we at Sterlite India Foundation is focusing on that teacher education as a focus and a system support.
Thank you. Thank you for coming all the way from Bombay. So now I have a question to Dr. Ramesh, sir. So with higher education enrollment reaching record levels, yet employability is still at 56%. And what is the single most important as a state university like yours can implement to ensure students are job ready? I mean, despite the regular convention ones, what is the Bangalore City University and how is the state government pushing you to create job ready workforce?
Thank you. As well aware, the government of India as well as the government of Karnataka, they have come out with their own different education policies. NEP 2000 and ACP 2023. In both the policies, weightage was given to integrate experiential learning, rather more concentrating on theoretical aspects. There were weightage for practical components, internship, skill set enhancement and everything. Curriculum framing, lot many changes are taking place. In all the board of studies, we are integrating industry representatives. That is the one important area. And particularly in our university and most of the state universities, we are focusing on strengthening the employability skills. We have established placement center, we have established skill development center, even we have established pre-examination coaching center, and students profiling at the classroom level, faculty development program to strengthen the skill set, an ongoing training for the faculty development program, some administrative reforms. All these things are taking place at the state universities with the help of UGC, MHRD and the state government education department. But the only thing is we need to collaborate with the corporates further to strengthen the academics.
Thank you, sir. Now coming to Dhruv. Dhruv comes from a political family background, and you're also, upcoming. You want to lead people in the future days. So, I must tell, he is a grandson of BD Jati. And now, what I want to ask is, you're in the ground, on the field. So you see a lot of first generation learners who are coming, and technical education students. And what are the interventions that have strongest impact in improving, employability, and also beyond, national averages? How do we? Because there's a lot of gap. Data is always there, but you still see in the Bangalore, if you see in the school education or higher education. So how can we bridge this gap?
Thanks, Peter. I think a very important question, in fact. When we speak about first-gen learners, this primarily refers to seeking individual educators who are entering the education space in the simple sense that their parents are educated. They are the first generation in their family. For example, a farmer's son or a farmer's daughter. And most of such people belong to rural India, and such people in rural India prefer courses like ITI, graduation or polytechnic, etc. And the statistics are quite stark. Employability lies at around 45% for ITI graduates and about just 36% for polytechnic graduates, where compared to engineers and computer science students where they're at 78%. So you see, there's a large gap in terms of what students, especially in the rural area, are able to get at this point of time. And this is where CSR, government, etc. has to play a very important role. You look at McKinsey's report, the Global Institute of McKinsey, they speak about how if we need to push employability from 47% to 73%, there's a lot that the country has to do, and this in fact can contribute to close to about $200 billion to the Indian economy. So these aren't small numbers that we're talking about. These efforts might seem difficult, but it has a large part to play in terms of improving our economy. Now, speaking about what can actually be done, primarily we need to fix our foundational skills. Vocational training is important. For anybody who believes that skilling is the only thing, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be the devil's advocate. It is not. Foundational skills are important. Very, very important for a country like India. Communication in English, making sure that students know how to write resumes, they're able to be actually employable and not just employable in terms of certificates. So these are important things that we need to look at. A good example for us is something that happened in Gujarat, which is known as in fact the finishing school. That was a very interesting concept that came through. It's about 80 hours of where the students go through English communication, they go through life skills, and they go through employability skills. Extremely successful. This is something that other states can look at and also look at replicating. I'll end up this question with a very simple analogy. Two very similar labor forces, India and the Philippines. Large masses. The only difference between the two is that the Philippines has very good English-speaking people. Your plumbers, your technicians can speak really good English. Something that we lack over here today is even our school teachers find it difficult to speak in English. So we have a lot to do, and we have a great deal of responsibility on our shoulders.
Thank you. Well answered. And Dr. Manish, so I call him Manish Bhai. He's one of the best minds. Whoever wants to start an institution can come and approach Mr. Manish. And he's also doing extensively, one of the fastest growing institutions in Bangalore. So as you run a B school, Dr. Manish, so MBA employability has slipped from 78% to 73%. Industry wants applied cross-domain skills in 2 years MBA. So is MBA, the founder said, is MBA still relevant? So do you have any contradictions, and also is MBA still a vehicle to great career?
Good one, Kirtan. In fact, it's a type of shutters down that you're talking about. And if this percentage keeps dropping down, I mean, what will education institutions do? And lovely question, but I would like to twist it a bit. The real question is whether MBA is going to be there or no. No, that's not the real question. The real question is MBA teaching what is relevant, or it is still teaching what it was teaching in the past? So are we a 2-year program is surely relevant, but what is not relevant is we are still teaching what we were teaching yesterday. I liked it when Professor Ramesh spoke about technology, and if we start fighting with technology, we are no more. That's the truth. We should go along with technology, and we should go hand in hand with technology. I mean, at ISBR, we have founded a very interesting model, and I'll just disclose that model to you, and I'll tell you how this has worked out, and I'll tell you the result of the model. The model is named as the LEAD model, L-E-A-D. Now, in this model, L is all about learning. We have made it a point that the students ask questions, relevant questions, and the learning is through different sources. It is through artificial intelligence, it is beyond artificial intelligence, it is through going on ground, visiting villages and all, and then coming back from rural immersions. So that's the real learning, which is the first part of LEAD. And under E, it is about experiment. The moment the learning is done, you have to take live case studies. And in fact, FKCCI can be a great support to that. We have partnered with bodies like TAI, FKCCI to get the real problems from the industries. In fact, the best way for a student to learn is to work with MSME for some time. And then they realize what real challenge is all about. So this is all about experience. We have created different models apart from internships so that the students have hands-on experience with the learning that they have done. And then comes A. A is all about apply. Now, when you have learned, when you have experienced, how do you apply and where do you apply this? And this application should not be in the field what you have learned. It should be interdisciplinary in nature. Whether you talk about NEP or SCP, I think that application is going to be the prime importance, which is going to decide where the student of tomorrow is going to go. And comes D, the last part of LEAD, which is known as design. Nowadays, I don't know how many of you have really deeply worked with Gen Z. All of us have done that. They can design at any point of time. And that is why we have created something known as the creator's economy. These people can start earning at any point of time, and you just give them a business idea, they go ahead and they make it real doable. So we have made it a point that during the time in their 2 years of MBA, the design portion of it is done, which does not happen after they go and work with the corporates. I think if this model or similar models are worked, Kirtan, MBA is there to stay. I was happy when he spoke about the finishing school. I mean, that's the starting point. But your delivery to the corporates, if the real dreams of the corporates have to come true, it is you and me who have to deliver value to them. I'll just end with the placements of our MBA have been beyond the standards what Kirtan really told. It is 97% for this year. And this has happened because the institution took some strong steps to see that models like LEAD are followed. Thank you, Kirtan.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Manish. Again, moving on to Vaishnavi. Now, we have CS graduates who lead 80% of employability. And every institution claims placements, partnerships. And how does a parent tell a genuine outcome of a good branding? Because there's so much of marketing that is happening. And also another question I would like to add is on your perspective on social entrepreneurship.
So, to answer the first question, there's so much of faff around marketing. And, sorry to use that word, but that's a fact today. And so most of the times, it's like you outside any institution, you will see posters where there are some pictures and then they're writing the packages, right? So that's typically the highest packages. So in a class of maybe 360, like let's say in one branch, maybe somebody got like a 45 lakh per annum package, and that is what is taken and marketed, right? Because it looks very encouraging for a parent. So we always try to tell them that this is like, in a more subtle manner that, hey, this is the highest that you can reach. It is a very aspirational place to be, but hey, you can reach there. But one suggestion is to always look at the mean of like the average of the package, and I think it is mandatory disclosure on websites for all the higher education institutions. There might be some other, I mean, I think we have all of us here on board. So it is mandatory. So I think the parents just have to look beyond what is put on social media, look beyond what is put on the, wall with all the possible logos, because those logos probably, those placements have happened probably 10 years back. An institution like ours, we are 25 years old in technical education, in higher education. So there have been companies which have not come to us for the past 7 or 8 years, but the logo is still there. So I think the most honest way for me to tell or any parents or academicians is that make this information available. The reason is that it comes at a very, very high cost to the parent and the students also, right? Because they get into it thinking that I'm going to get that package. Yes, you might, but you might not too. So we have to kind of prepare them. And I think the onus is on all the educationists, like, myself, all of us here on the panel. Social entrepreneurship, I think, Kirtan, that is, I think whenever you say anything social or social entrepreneurship, when, especially if I have to answer the question, because I myself am an entrepreneur, but I always get looked at, hey, you are at the very, very, you're in the, like, the top 5%, like maybe top 2 percentile of people, because they think social entrepreneurship is somebody who already has a lot of money or comes in with a lot of money, right? That's the stigma around it. Typically for any graduate, right, it takes a lot of support from the parents to kind of let them do what they want to do, where the monthly paycheck is not going to come and they don't even know how they are going to be able to fund those projects. Even, there are some great projects, but that I think it's the entire ecosystem that kind of helps us build social entrepreneurship. So it is I think that's a discussion for the very, very, like, top 1 or 2%. And maybe, I don't know, I think FKCCI is doing a lot in terms of social entrepreneurship. So I think only time will tell where this is going to head, because we are still tackling with, as our Honorable Head of State mentioned today, we are still tackling with, people from rural areas to even be able to compete to come to a city like Bangalore and be, so we do have kids, some of the kids who come from tier 3 towns around the state and even the country. It's honestly very hard. And as Dhruv rightly mentioned, the basic skills like English, English is, not the best language, but fortunately or unfortunately, that is a global language and the medium that we use. So those are smaller things we need to tackle before we kind of move into social entrepreneurship. Thank you. Thank you, Kirtan.
Yeah. Moving ahead, Dr. Anthony, sir. Now, as you know, CSR has hit a record of 40,000 crore, with education taking the biggest share at 13,877 crores. And what moves the money from compliance spending to actual learning outcome? So we have with us today a lot of NGOs and a lot of corporates who work on education and skill. So your perspective on this, sir.
There's 3 points I'd like to stress on here. One is, now, as per the amount that you mentioned, CSR is now in a position to influence the system. So quite a good amount that is coming in. And so I feel we need to, I think that's a point I think even in the inaugural session, CM also stressed on it. How do we pull in and trying to align with the public priorities? But however, I would like to have a little variation in that particular message. When we say public priorities, it should not be to replace the public responsibility. Like, say, basic infrastructure of a school or roads or anything that is required, that is the basic function of the public system. So how do we align priorities? But more importantly, what I feel from my 30 years of experience is, what is lacking is not necessarily the infrastructure. That can be built easily. Okay, if you have 1 crore, you can easily put up a decent school and run it. But after that, what happens? How do you insist? Look at already the system that is failing. 53% of the students are not able, they are just grade appropriate foundational literacy and numeracy. So here I feel the institutional capacity building, that not too many people are focusing. So a lot of CSR agencies are into education, now getting into infrastructure building. Yeah, that's also equally important. But we need to start focusing on influencing, improving the quality of it. Because now, even in the system, people in the system have already got used to getting it done on behalf of them by some NGO or other. Because we are also working with state bodies like SCRT and DITES to improve the institutional capacity of their resource person. It's very difficult for them to tell that, we are there to have supporting role and not doing role. So we are helping them to do better research. We are helping them to do, promote vocational education. We are helping them to promote inclusive education, but we are not doing it. So that's, I think, the change that needs to come in, and maybe that I work more with the government and the system. I will always come with that particular one point. We need to strengthen the system and not become a silo and have a parallel system.
Thank you, sir. And going ahead on the CSR, it will go on day by day. So one just perspective from each one of you, like what is that CSR perspective that Bangalore University is taking care of? So because we have a huge responsibility, and especially you're from the state-run university. So I mean, majority of the students of the state are under you. So how are you trying to, because you also need to sensitize the student towards CSR. Yes, sir.
Thanks to CSR also, so far in India, more than 40% of the total CSR money invested on education. But what has happened, most of the money being invested on building the infrastructure, helping the schools to strengthen the infrastructure facilities. I think from here onwards, focus should be shifted. Instead of funding on infrastructure and development, they should invest on creating sustainable human capital. Particularly, CSR also should establish their center of excellence in the university campuses, and they should strengthen the faculty development activities, and particularly to bring the corporates real-world experience to the classroom. There should be clear bridge between this. So if the future CSR help, if they are focusing on this, definitely it will create an impact.
Hello. Yeah, Dhruv, your perspective on CSR in education. So just a few seconds of closing remarks, please.
Perfect. The only one thing I can stress on over here, and I will keep stressing on in every CSR platform that I go to, invest in rural India, invest in the villages of India, invest in students over there. They're the ones who have big, big dreams but can't make it to cities. This is where the true India lives. This is where true passion of India stays. If you want to really help CSR, don't look at, I'm nobody to tell you what to do with your money, but don't look at investing in the villages where your factories are, but look at actually where the necessity is, the necessity where the real India lies. And I would like to close with this. Thank you, Keithan, for having me.
Thank you. And Dr. Manish, just one line on the CSR best practices at your campus.
I mean, a very simple one. I come from a place which is Hubli, known to be the second largest city of Karnataka. And once I was on the dais getting an award from Sri Basavaraj Horati ji and Prahlad Joshi ji, and they went to the mic and said, such people come from a place like Hubli and set up their shops in Bangalore and forget their own city, Hubli. And that hit me so hard. I just went back to the dais and said, sir, 12 months and you will have the result. And in 12 months, we started the first Oxford College in Hubli. And I went back to Basavaraj Horati ji and I told them, sir, this is my giving back to my city and I have not forgotten it. But yes, there was a jerk that is required. So I go ahead with my friend Dhruv and yes, give back to the place from where you have come. You may not be able to give back to your whole country, but you start giving back to the place where you belong. Take care of the people. Employ the members of your city. I have 25% of my people working with me from Hubli and I'm so proud about it. So if we start doing such small actions, I think they go a long way. That's from my side, Kirtan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Vaishnavi, your perspective on CSR
I think there's a
from
common thread running here, and even the earlier panels was AI for the underserved. And I think if you're able to focus on that, and like all of us mentioned, the true India lives in rural India. Having said that, and I think CSR had to move from infrastructure to capacity building. So basically, you can have all the computers. It's very easy to get, and we'll get, if you put out, you'll get, everybody will be like sending you 80 computers. But who is going to teach them to use that, right? So where are the teachers to even teach AI? Because the children are learning faster than the teachers in the class. So how are you going to build that capital? I think CSR should truly focus, and us as educationists also start moving our focus from bigger and grander buildings to better training for the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Thank you. Yes, from the last closing note from Mr. Anthony Naliseri.
I think whether it is from CSR point of view or from an employability point of view, what we need to look at is not at AI in education or employability or skill building as an annexed job. It has to be part of the design. In fact, inclusive education, I'm sure many are coming also from education field. Inclusive education is not that inclusive because it has become exclusively marketed as inclusive education. It has to be part of the curriculum design, then only it will work very, very effectively. Similarly, even the skill building is being separated from education, and that has been our major bottleneck in the history that we have seen. So what I would suggest is we need to more focus on integrating into the design from the day one, maybe when they come in LKG, UKG onwards, the skill building that we are talking about. Many of the so-called employability skills are basic life skills that can be easily achieved at the school level. I've done a research at about 400 students. When we look at it, it's about the skills like say self-awareness, problem solving, decision making, interpersonal skills. Around 55-60% is PhD, which is of course very good. But the issue here again is when we ask the question to the educators, that is the teachers and the principals of that college, there is hardly anybody who is aware of how the skills are being done. So that awareness of skill development has to come. I think even Dr. Ramesh and everyone stressed on that. The faculty development, the capacity and the investment that we need to make, it's at this time it is in a very, very ICU state. It's an emergency situation. Whether we are working in a teacher education BEd college or in others in the STEM and other engineering colleges or business colleges, faculty development. There's so much of increase in the colleges. I think we have got almost now 48,000 colleges in India, and the colleges will only increase further. Where are the faculty, professors coming there? So we need to invest in the faculty development program, learning to run with the new role changes that is coming in the industry. That would make real transformation. That will make, I think, earlier people have talked about the geographical dividend that we have. We have not been able to tap it because of this.
Thank you, everyone. We are at the closing juncture. Each one of you have given your excellent perspectives on CSR, on employability, and the future skills. Of course, as institution leaders, we all have a great responsibility to lead the country for the future. And of course, there is from the Prime Minister to the Chief Minister, everybody is ambitious, and we are also getting ambitious in taking each one of our institutions to greater heights. But there is a greater, we need to be magnanimous and collaborate with each other to take all the, institutions, be it private or public institutions together. So on that note, I would like to thank each one of you for joining us today, and definitely the audience has had great learning, and I think our time is up, and we will have to leave the space for the future panel. Thank you all for joining us. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our panel here. Thank you.
Thank you all, the panelists, for this interactive and an insightful session. May I request Mrs. Uma Reddy, President FKCCI, to honor the speakers, and thank you, Mr. Kirtan, for chairing the panel so well. A token of gratitude to all our eminent speakers. May I request Dr. Ramesh B, Vice Chancellor, Bangalore City University, to accept this token of gratitude. Thank you. Mr. Dhruv Jatti, founder Jatti Foundation. Let's give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Manish Kothari, founder and president, ISBR Business School. Let's give a big round of applause. Vaishnavi Mane, Head Marketing, B&M Institute of Technology. Dr. Anthony Nellisiri, VP CSR, Sterlite Power and Head of Sterlite India, Ed India Foundation. Thank you. A token of gratitude, our chairman, for chairing the panel so well, Mr. Kirtan Kumar. Thank you so much for chairing this panel so well. Let's give him a big round of applause. I request all the panelists to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next interesting panel. The next topic is sustainable cities and communities. That's our next panel discussion all about. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session, sustainable cities and communities. This panel discussion will be chaired by Professor Abhishek Ranjan, Advisor CSR Committee, FKCCI. So let me welcome the chairman of this panel on the dais. So let's welcome Professor Abhishek Ranjan, Advisor CSR Committee, FKCCI, to chair the next panel. And with a huge round of applause, it's time to welcome our speakers, Ms. Janet Joseph, CSR Lead, Mercedes-Benz R&D India. Warm welcome to you. Mr. Peter York, Senior Strategy and Marketing Leader, Suntech Business Solutions. Warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Lena James, Professor of Management, Christ University, and UNAI Global Hub Chair for SDG 5. Warm welcome to Dr. Lena James. Ms. Usha Gopinath, Country Director, Practical Action. Mr. Victor Sundarraj, Associate Vice President, Infosys Limited. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome all the panelists on the dais. Okay, over to Professor Abhishek Ranjan to take it forward.
Good afternoon, and once again, everyone. I think it's indeed an honor to chair this important panel on sustainable cities. I know we just finished our lunch, and many of you probably like to have a nap, but I think this is a very important subject for all of us to have our cities sustainable. If you have noticed in our Honorable Chief Minister remark today, he mentioned about how the transition of people moving to cities happening in this country, and not only the country, but worldwide. Now in this panel, we are discussing about SDG 11, or how do we have sustainable cities and communities, and what corporates, civil society, United Nations, and non-profits all can work together. United Nations projects that by 2050, roughly 68% of the world's population will live in cities, which is up to, at this point of time, is already 56%. Right? I mean, when you were a kid and we were growing up, we used to hear that India's Atma, India's heart lives in villages. But in our lifetime, we are seeing this shift, that how 2/3 of population in the next few years, or probably in a decade, will live in cities. And that's built a lot of aspiration and inspiration for young people who are seeking jobs, who want to have a better life in cities. India will alone add 400 million urban people in the coming decade, and which is more than the entire population of the United States. So you can imagine the kind of scale with challenges we face as a country. City generates more than 60% of the global greenhouse gas emission, which is a carbon emission, but just takes 2% of the total Earth land surface. So 2% of the Earth occupant, emits 60% of the carbon emission. That's the data what we have. The last census in 2011 talks about 65 million people still living in slum settlements in the country. And that's a number we should be worrying about, that still a lot of people live in urban spaces, but they're, the kind of life they live is not something probably we are very proud about. IISc, a very proud institute of Bangalore, has done a research on the lakes of Karnataka and Bangalore particularly. We had 260 lakes in 1960 in Bangalore, which has come down to below 200 today. So we lost 60 lakes in the last few decades. If we look at some of the examples what we have from our own country, Indore, the city in Madhya Pradesh, has ranked 7 years consecutively the most cleanest city or most cleanest municipal in the country, and their door-to-door segregation has really created waste to energy. The other examples we have is Jamshedpur. Tata's run them for more than 100 years through their JUSCO, and now that because of the local demand, they have given to the local municipal body. We all heard about Surat, another example, when the plague outbreak in 1994, and from there, how Surat has rebuilt the entire city. But we should be also proud of something from Bangalore, and I am, as a proud resident of Electronic City, I should tell you, when the whole Bangalore talks about potholes, I don't even find one single pothole in Electronic City, and if some of you have gone. How beautiful it's run. One of the best use cases what we have, that how urban city bodies can be run privately, and Electronic City is a testimony of that. So these are some examples we have to discuss today during the conversation we have. We have a very eminent panel. Janet is from Mercedes. We have Peter from Suntech. Lena is from Christ. Usha from Practical Action. And Victor from Infosys. So I think without much ado, we will dwell upon some of this conversation. And I know this is a burning issue for most of the cities. So I think we'll keep it more conversational. We'll also want some solutions and what each of them are doing or probably propose to do for making cities wherever they live a better city. So let's get started. My first question goes to Janet. Janet, Merck in India, doing a lot of CSR initiatives, and you are an automobile company, right? So a lot of questions are also asked on you that, hey, very, very interestingly, when we having the panel discussion, and when Janet was talking, we actually hear a train moving behind her. So I think this is the most sustainable of having a car company CSR head talking, and there is a train movement happening behind that, because public transport is one of the finest options. But given that industry which you come from, I know CSR is very important for you. How did you able to solve some of these problems what are the solutions you had for the city like Bangalore? Hello.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek, for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development India, we are the largest R&D center for Mercedes-Benz outside of Germany. And as a business itself, our biggest target is to create innovation for the brand at large. So when we look at our CSR portfolio, it just made natural sense that we use innovation to also create impact. It poises us very beautifully because while we are innovating for the world, why not solve some of the global and local problems that India faces? Talking about mobility, which is our core thematic area that we invest in 2022, there was actually a study done on Bangalore's climate, what's causing the most amount of emissions and greenhouse gases here, and you would not be surprised to hear that 42% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the transport industry, right? So this is your everyday commuter, you have your bus fleets, you have your autos, everything, right? Which sort of made us sit back and think about the question, why, like other countries abroad, do we not rely on public transportation as much? We look at the example of London. I don't know if you've heard of Transport for London, which is a very integrated model that was rolled out about a decade back, where users are actually positioned really well to use public transit versus an individual mode of commute. So using that example, we actually launched what is now known as En Route. It was Bangalore's first multimodal solution. We, of course, partnered with the public transit agencies like BMTC, BMRCL, and we said, look, can you open up public transit data so people know where the next bus is? They can track a metro. You can plan your journey, let's say, from this auditorium to Indranagar and have your first mile and last mile baked into it, right? Because that's one of the biggest reasons we hear people don't take metro is connectivity. We launched this as an innovation challenge. We had folks from the transport agencies and the ITBT department on the panel to select the two innovations. There was seed funding given by us. So we gave funding to each of the startups to build this solution. We got our employees to beta test it because as an R&D entity, you have a lot of software engineers and programmers that wanted to contribute towards that. And I think as citizens of Bangalore, the number one problem people face is traffic. So to hear that we were trying to come up with a solution to ease congestion on the roads, which then has an environmental impact on cities, was something people felt very closely about. The project launched in July of last year, and it's very exciting to share that, currently if you go on both Nammayatri and Tumok, you can do end-to-end journey planning. Because of our efforts, BMRCL also opened up their ticketing. So before you had to go into the WhatsApp chatbot or BMRCL metro station, but now the API for that has been opened up and anybody can put that on their app and you can book your metro ticket through these solutions. Very interesting data was found actually. So 3 months after these solutions launched, we went back to these startups and said, hey, what's been the impact? Did people actually move towards public transit? And we saw that there was a 6% shift from people booking end-to-end single car commute to using public transit, right? You also had a lot of increase in revenue for the public transit agencies. We also created a lot of features for persons with disabilities, accessibility topics. There was a carbon incentivization leaderboard that was baked into it saying if you take more sustainable modes of transport, you get rewarded. So very interesting project, and I think the biggest success story that came out of it is these startups who were not even thinking of multimodal as a potential business pipeline have now integrated that into their own core areas of service. Nammayatri actually went to 5 different cities after we launched it in Bangalore. And so as a CSI head, for somebody who's invested X amount of funding in a project, to see that kind of go beyond the duration of what we have intended for it to happen and create greater impact, I think it's a great example of how innovation combined with public needs and strong partnership with both startups as well as government can lead to some really sustainable solutions for cities at large.
That's so wonderful. I think a company like Mercedes, talking about public good through the partnerships with Nammayatri and many other programs. I think a big round of applause to them for what they have been doing so far. And I'm sure it's been very fulfilling for them to kind of how every one of us try to kind of decongest the city we live in, right? So Janet will come with some follow-up questions, right? Let me move to my other speaker. Peter, one of the things which you always advocate, is about how do we build culture, not at the age of what we are into, but at a very early age, because old habits die hard, right? So how do you, as one of India's, communication professional, very afterthought, how do you see that, a country like India can solve this problem in the next 20, 30 years when actually probably will host our first Olympics?
You've already disclosed our ages, I think, to the people here. But anyway, yeah, I think excellent question. And I think when it comes to building culture, there is no doubt that it has to be a very grassroots kind of movement. It cannot be, in elevated rooms. It cannot be in boardrooms. It has to go down to the grassroots level. So there are two things I'd like to just kind of emphasize. The first thing is that if you look at us as a company, Suntech, okay, we have a large, fairly significant base which is in Trivandrum, and then we have an office here in Bangalore and various other places. We do a lot of work where we involve our employees. So it is not, and in fact, the CSR person who is responsible for managing our CSR program actually comes from a development workforce, okay? They are not designated to do this, but this is completely kind of, well, thrust upon them in a sense, but they do an excellent job of bringing together the entire workforce to kind of contribute to things. So we believe in a partnership approach at the corporate level. So we expect our employees to contribute, the company contributes, and in that bargain we do a lot of very, very simple things. For example, 2 or 3 times in a year, we actually do a complete beach cleaning exercise because we find that many of the beaches in the Trivandrum coastline are fairly polluted. People throw things around. The idea is not to clean the beach and then it returns to the same thing after 2 days. That's not the point. The point is also to involve the local community, educate them, and get them to understand the benefits of keeping things clean. I think that becomes very important. So a lot of grassroots kind of thing needs to be done. And the second thing which I advocate very strongly, and this is something that I also say because I also teach in a couple of colleges, the idea is also to start this whole movement at the school level, not even college level. It has to start at the school level. You see so many reels, on social media of children in Japan as an example, of how they place their school, their shoes, their uniforms, how they pick up paper on the street. If you teach a child to do that at the nursery level and first standard in school, they will remember it for the rest of their lives. So I think it is upon us, we always have this divide. We are on one side, the authorities are on the other side. Government should do something, somebody else should do something. I think we are all in the same boat. So we have to start with this grassroots movement where we educate people to help themselves to do things, and that becomes a collective force that everybody then can, work towards. We have to get it down right from our education system and from our homes. I think that's where we need to start.
I think very well said, Peter. I think, it's, and that's the kind of change we are seeing, right? The cracker sales are going down, education at school level. I think the whole Swachh Bharat Abhiyan has really worked. Strike costs more of the children, and they will actually object if you're not putting the street on road. So I think some of these movements are happening. But how do we see that, some of these, one of the examples we see in India sometime back, when government of India actually banned single-use plastic in all the shopping malls. And that behavioral change, we saw that. But still it was on the streets when you go and buy a vegetable or smaller things, people are still not caring about it. So in the same, we go to Singapore, we don't even spit, right? When why does, Indians who go outside India has a very different behavioral pattern, but when we are here, probably we take it for granted.
I think we are scared we'll get deported if we go outside India. So that's the reason why we behave like that. Here we take everything for granted because we grew up on these streets. But I think it is necessary to become aware. So if the fruit seller in the corner is selling things and putting them in a plastic bag, don't buy from him. And if we can get that whole thing moving, many people start doing it. It will change behavior. It will change patterns. Publicize it. Today, all of us live in a very democratic world where we can publish our own stuff. So we can publish stuff and tell people about what is right and what is wrong and what we believe is good and bad. There are policies and frameworks which are set down. Like you rightly said, the government has put out a lot of schemes, a lot of policies. Can we just kind of, amplify those policies and get people to follow it? I think that's very important. And we can do it ourselves.
Right. So I think you are very well said, but I think until unless we have cleanliness at the level of what the world expects, there's also deter companies, people. Tourism is one of the biggest hit because we're still not able to give them a very clean option in the country. So let me now move to, you talked about academics and how universities, if you have been to Christ University in Bangalore, I had happened to teach there a few years. Every single paper or single waste, single plastic waste, they collect and they recycle it and they make diaries and bunch of things. The Center for Social Action is known for how they're educating in a university level. So we have Professor Leena, Dr. Leena from Christ. Why, these kind of things are happening only in very few universities, what we have seen happening in Christ, and what the learnings you want to share from your university?
Thank you, Abhishek. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers to give a very apt topic for the today. And we are all looking for sustainability. And we think about SDGs started in 2015, and it is ending by 2030. But when I look back in Christ, I joined way back, maybe almost 2 decades. I can see that we have a center called Center for Social Action. And this is started in 1995 without starting any kind of global specification about sustainability or community engagement or anything as such. We have developed this system and make sure that the students, along with what they are learning in their classroom, they have to make sure that they have a practical exposure. They're going beyond that. Beyond the classroom, they have to see that. And nowadays, many of the institutions or universities are taking up learner-centered approach. We also started, and it is called as LCA, learner-centered approach. Whatever they are learning, they have to see that there should be a connect with the society, connect with the community, and that's a way we can understand what is the real problem they are facing. Most of the cases, even in the previous panel also, they are saying that the industry-ready students, how do you make, how do you build? There are a lot of changes are happening. Technological changes, AI is coming. Is it needed this kind of formal education? Or we need only informal education? We can see that this formal education you have to revamp. And the university should adapt where the changes in the society, whatever it is happening, they should also include in their curriculum. And that curriculum will equip the students and the next generation leaders to understand how they can do it in the future. They are the future leaders. They are the policy makers. Maybe 10 years down the line, they will be the future leaders, future policy makers, and corporate leaders. Until and unless we are not giving an orientation, we are not giving a platform for them to understand the real situation. When we talk about SDG 11, the community development and the sustainable cities, we talk about the sustainable cities, we can see that the place where we live, there is a lot of tensions we face. There is a rift between rapid growth and there is a economic development. So both we need, the cities what we have planned as of now we are living, we can see that this has happened for the industrial focused growth infrastructure they have made. But now we can see that there is a change is happening. The urbanization, people are migrating to the cities and they are not able to get affordable houses. And even the transportation, mom was mentioning about it. The feasible way. So an inclusive approach is very, very important, and many of the different segments of the society, they are not able to get that, what they wanted to get it. And this is actually looking for a few areas. How this universities and institution can pitch into that? As Abhishek was rightly mentioned, very little institutions are coming forward that. And that is the main reason is there is not much idea about there is a collaboration and partnership with wherever it's needed. The government, local bodies, they are making the infrastructure or they are looking for that. They can definitely connect with the institutions and the student bodies, they are ready for that. And we also doing the same kind of thing where we have many projects where we are going out from the university. And as of now, we have around 11 cities we have taken and empowering the people over there. The communities, we are empowering them. And again, 112 rural villages we have adopted, and there also we are taking the students and the learning process is happening. So this kind of a mechanism, it's giving, I'm sorry. This kind of a mechanism definitely help the students to understand the real problems, and I wanted to make sure that more universities, more institutions will come forward for the same thing. Thank you.
I think if you have not visited Christ University CSR Center for Social Action, I would definitely encourage you to do and see how they've been able to do that. I think it's a great work. Victor, I move to you. It happens that I think 2019, I visited your Electronic City campus for Youth for Seva conference. And I was so surprised in 2019, your entire campus was plastic free. Even employees were having coffee in steel tumbler, steel glass, right? That amazed me, but people are talking about this now, but what I see in Infosys way back in 2019, 2018 was very, very pleasing to see that. I think that encouraged me. There's some murmur from back now. So I think that encouraged a lot of us to actually do a lot of work. Now at Infosys, right, you have like maybe 20,000 people in one single campus or close to that, yeah? And how are you able to do some of these in terms of your learning? How do you make them learn about sustainability, their contribution? I think you are privileged that you have a direct access for Metro. Right? I've seen that, and sometimes I feel very envy about it, that only company where you just alight from the metro station and you get into your office.
Absolutely.
So I think, but wonderful support you give to the Electronic City in terms of the metro. I want to share some insights, what happens inside Infosys on these things.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you so much. Really glad to be here. Thank you for that wonderful question. Definitely, I think I just relate to what Peter said. I think it's a culture that needs to be built, right? And Infosys made a conscious decision, and even before, 20 years ahead of UN's goal of becoming carbon neutral, we were able to, go carbon neutral across all our campuses. I think those are some of those remarkable decisions and efforts which the leadership team and various teams have done to do this. In fact, for this panel discussion, while my other co-panelists have focused on many other things, I want to focus on the people aspects. I want to share a few, perspectives, because the sustainable communities are not just the buildings, smart buildings, or the infrastructure, the roads or water systems. The communities are made of people, right? I think focus on people, making them, enabling them is a very significant work that needs to be done, right? For example, you build, you bring in AI systems, you make digital implementations, right? What if people are not able to use it, right? That's only going to create more and more digital divide, right? So 3 perspectives. Number 1, I think people needs to be enabled, and whatever we need to do at India, we need to do it at scale, not just hundreds and thousands. I think it has to be, several hundreds of thousands and millions, right? We need to enable digital AI, digital, life skills enablement for people across, right? I think that's number 1, right? Number 2 is the most important one. Don't just stop with skilling, right? Lead them to the livelihood, right? Skilling to livelihood, connecting it, right, end to end is very, very important, right? Show them these are the opportunities, at the same time these are the skills that are required, and this is the pathway for you to reach what you want, right? And of course, once you have those skilled workforce, skilled people, I'm sure the smart cities or the sustainable cities will thrive, right? So Infosys, again, on the education space, just want to quote a couple of things. So we have a program called as Infosys Springboard, right, which was launched as part of our ESG 2030 initiative to enable close to about 20 million learners by 2030, right? We are well on our way. We have touched so far close to about 15 million learners, right, enabling them on digital, AI, digital and life skills, right? So there are, if you are not already explored, please explore Infosys Springboard. It offers close to about 20,000 courses free of cost, right? I think that's the way to enable, people
And there are internships, there are faculty development programs, there are maker labs that are offered to schools, colleges, and societies through that initiative. So there's a journey that we have been through for the last 5-6 years, and it's been a wonderful impact.
Thank you, Victor, for sharing that. 20,000 courses on Infosys framework. That's quite a volume. Now, the reason I brought Dr. Usha at the last, because she is one who put all of us on check. Whether we are doing right, where is the data going, or is like we are doing this for greenwashing. So what is your experience, Dr. Usha, as a country director? What do you see across the board? What's happening? Give us a real check.
Sure. Thanks, Abhishek. I think since morning we've been talking extensively around scale and sustainability, no matter what. So from practical action, I think we've carried a lot of indigenous technology, which is simple solutions, working with communities to kind of engage them, make them participate around what is the solution that will best suit the cities and communities. So what we do is we have come out of boardrooms and leadership discussions around climate action, and we've kind of developed program interventions that are specific to cities and communities, mostly around building climate action. So we engage with youth. Victor talked about skilling. So skilling curriculum embodies a lot of information around environmental sustainability, building skill sets on how could they bring change, because youth are the ambassadors for change. So we've kind of, brought into the curriculum, not treated in isolation. So climate action begins as early as they are in primary schools, 8th, 9th, and 10th. It's not about just planting, small plants around the, schools and everything. But during weekends, there are corporates who are supporting these schools. The Chief Minister gave us a lot of impetus around how we need to work with government schools. I think the corporates today are coming forward to support pro bono around, how could they help these children become agents of change for the future. So the other thing that we are also looking at is, how could we engage and bring in the voices of the vulnerable communities who are vulnerable to these climate shocks. Fortunately, Bangalore is above sea level, so we are not talking about floods here, but I think a lot of, the last 5 years, we've been talking about building heat resilience within communities. Heat is a major shock. The communities are vulnerable in North Karnataka. If you go to Bijapur or Bidar, I think it's above 45 degrees. So we are trying to build simple solutions through philanthropic and CSR support on providing solar cooling systems for MSMEs, SMEs, as well as street vendors who are sitting on the street and selling fruits or vegetables. So we are going as grassroots as possible to bring in the voices of the vulnerable communities. And I think if you look at our cities today, majority of them, as we drive across major towns, we are neglecting the slums, the informal settlements who are coming from other states doing, street business. So can we look at, bringing them and then building something, because a lot of waste happens at that level. The plastic is thrown, the garbage is not segregated at source. So we've also worked on an innovative solution around plastic recycling. So we have models that can be brought in the BBMP. We are talking with the government. So the investments are not very large. It's about 50 to 60 lakhs, which can generate an employment for 50 people. And the revenue model is great. So byproducts are made out of plastic. They are recycling it for making cardboards, gift items, etc., etc. So we have examples of bringing these models to make our cities and communities look at a revenue model, also enhance and augment livelihood incomes of the vulnerable sections. So I think there is still a long way to go. I think this panel of speakers. Each one of them represent circular economy, skilling, and EV mobility. I think we can all put our, thinking caps and bring it all together and stitch the gaps. Right now, it may look like a jigsaw puzzle because we come from diverse backgrounds, but there is a commonality between us to centralize how we could build an enterprise model. And I think FKCCI is also looking at how we could work with SMEs, MSMEs, and the entrepreneurs who are not too large, but also, looking at very nano, micro level interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. So wonderfully said. We'll also open for a few questions from audience, if there are any. I think it's also important that we can discuss, debate, throw ideas, but I think it's important that each one of us also take a pledge. So in the last segment of our conversation, I'm requesting all my panelists, this is all surprise by the way, to take a pledge. What is the one thing they will do, either in the individual capacity or as an organization, which will make Bengaluru a better city, a more livable city. Because, every time I travel to Delhi, Mumbai or any other city, the first thing they ask me about traffic. And I said, is it not that your traffic, go to Gurgaon is just equally bad. Go to Pune nowadays is equally bad. So I think it's not just a Bengaluru problem, but I think problem becoming all the major cities, because the way we are developing those cities, because everything is concentrated in one area, except probably few cities which can still boast is Hyderabad and could be Chandigarh, etc. Right? So let us give them some 30-second time to think what is that one thing they will do either individually or as an organization to make Bangalore more sustainable city. With this, I'll open some questions if you have any or any suggestions. Yes, go ahead. Can we have some mics? Yeah. And just keep it very brief, sir, because we are running already late. Oh, wow. Please, there's a mic for him. I already talked about electricity in a very high speed.
Yeah. Really, thank you for that, sir. I am Mr. Shankaragoda, work for LCI as a consultant. I was earlier in State Finance Corporation. Now, as a licensing officer, I work for MSME and the association. Whatever the problem is there, I just solve. This metro you referred a Singapore example. I compare only in Bangalore alone, metro station and bus stand. You can feel the differences. Why it is happening? So it is education. I travel every day to Electronic City by metro, from RV Road to Electronic City. That difference I am feeling it. We have to get educated ourselves better and do better.
How many people in this room took metro to come to FKCCI today? Show of hands. Let's hear a big round of applause for all of you for collectively actually bringing less car or less Uber to this very auditorium, right? Yeah. Yes, sir.
I have a question. I am Ayappa. I am a lawyer, especially criminal side of the law. I have a question to Ms. Janet Joseph. This is regarding strategic CSR. I'm sure all of you all have heard of the concept of CCTS, which is Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. How does a mega multinational like yours, a company like yours, is trying to embed this CCTS through the strategic CSR initiative? I want to know a few perspectives of things.
Sure. We'll take one more and then we'll answer. Yeah, two more. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Albina Shankar from Mobility India. When we are talking about sustainable cities and communities, I would like to add one more. I think we have to make it more accessible and inclusive, because sometimes we all forget people with disabilities and the aging population. The aging population is going to be on the rise. So we will be seeing more number of older people in the cities and in the communities. So we would also try to see that how do we make it more accessible for everybody, I would say. I would not say specifically for disabled. I think it has to be inclusive for all. And that's what it has to be in the coming future as well. I think that's a very big need and we need to address that.
Very well said, ma'am.
Thanks.
We'll review that as well. Yeah.
Myself, P. Kubar. I am just citizen environmental concerned. So my concern is that Usha ma'am told waste segregation as source. But if we segregate the waste in source in my home, where we dump, there are no provision of segregated-based dumping. Second things, that the water outlet installed in a city, they are generating that so much water in the drain only. They are again increasing the water level, decreasing the water level and so on things. So this is the waste platform to address these things, and you can forward this.
Thank you. So I think the water, public transportation, and how companies are carbon, they are mitigating their carbon emissions. Janet, the question was directly to you. So let me hand over.
So I'll answer the first one. So you have to be very clear because there is ESG, which is business sustainability aspects, which is your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So as an organization, we have something known as Ambition 2039, where we plan to be net carbon neutral at the entire value chain by 2039. Right? So here, of course, until we become neutral, there is carbon offsetting that is purchased, right? Because integrating that into business sustainability, because especially in automotive, it is a very heavy value supply chain, right? So our factories are completely carbon neutral, but of course you have your scope 2, scope 3, where you have your suppliers and so on, right? So there it's a business aspect where we have set targets by 2039. From a CSR perspective, we do run a few programs. We have a large agroforestry program in Kolar, where we're working with an NGO partner to say, can we get this BIRA certified, right? So these are gold standards. So eventually, there is a minimum requirement for that, where you need to have so many hectares of land, otherwise it doesn't get picked up as a project, right? So it's a very scientific approach, still very nascent in the country. I don't know any of my peers that are working very actively in that sector, right? Because CSR's goal would always be to say, okay, what is the carbon sequestration potential of an agroforestry project? What is the livelihood increase for a farmer? Do you do capacity building? The carbon offsetting or the trading that happens becomes a secondary goal, in my opinion. Right? We don't go into it saying, yes, I want to create a project that allows for trading as such. But it is something that I've seen on the radar of some of my peers, and it's something we're also actively looking at. But it's not there yet. I think there's still a lot of work to be done before we get to that point. I think for mobility, I completely agree with you. Like I mentioned, many of our projects look at vulnerable road users, right? And like you rightfully said, it's not just persons with disabilities, it's elderly, it's even children. So if vulnerable road users can access whatever solutions you come up with, it works for everybody. We also look at women gender responsive mobility within our portfolio, where we're working with Delhi Transport Corporation to say how do you integrate women and gender-based travel into the policy making of transportation, right? So what are the things you need to look at? And it's very interesting what we found out, things like grievance redressal systems. Many women are not aware of it, right? Even if you report something, what is the follow-through time? So a lot of work to be done in that sector as well, because if despite schemes like Shakti, where you see a large number of women using public transit, when you ask them satisfaction scores, it's actually not very high. So giving it free is one part of it, which gets women to start using mobility, but then you need to make sure it's a quality transportation mobility experience for them.
Alright, so very well said. So now at the last section, you'll all remember everybody has to take a pledge. Not that you don't have to take a pledge, but obviously we will not ask you. Take your own pledge. Now let me start with Victor. What's your pledge for Bangalore?
No, I think it's beyond including Bangalore. I think I would say make initiatives more inclusive, right? Not just cities, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3s, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. And, gender inclusive as well as accessibility inclusive coverage is going to be, absolutely.
So I want to pick up the most challenging problem that we are grappling with in Bangalore City, waste management.
Awesome. Big round of applause, by the way. Everybody struggles with the waste management. So Usha is going to be helping us with the waste management here.
Yeah, so we had a lot of discussion about the CSR, corporate social responsibility. I want to say that ISR, individual social responsibility. So we should start from individual and we should be responsible. And that's the main thing in any sector. So that should be my agenda for.
How many students you have advised?
We have around 40,000.
40,000 ISR coming up.
Yes, exactly. That is happening. Thank you.
I think my pet project is education. So as many people as I can educate to tell them to live more responsibly and to contribute back to I believe in a great thing of pay it forward. You give it to them, they pay it forward to somebody else, and that has a multiplier effect. So that's my mission for the next year.
Great. So we'll see hundreds of business schools, colleges who will educate on these issues. Right? Yep. So next year we will ask you the same question what you did in 1 year. Okay.
Right. So I think what the pledge I would like to take is something what this platform stands for. I think many of the problems we've all touched upon are wicked problems, and I don't think one organization can solve them independently. So I think my pledge would be to create some kind of a forum where any of us working in the topic of sustainable cities, whether it's mobility, waste, water, can actually come together, share knowledge, resources, talk about what worked, what didn't work, and I think that's the only way to move the needle forward, right? If you're creating livable cities, I don't think it's something any independent organization can do on their own. So creating a forum of sorts will actually, to me, be sort of a success in this space.
Awesome. So can we do with FKCCI the next 60 days, 90 days? So great. So I think very rich center, we have panelists talking about solution and actually being a part of the solution. I think that's, give a big round of applause to my panelists. So really been so much, and the one good thing about moderator that I don't have to take place because I can only ask others to take place. But one very interesting thing about what I did, I never shared, first time I'm sharing here. I've taken a place in the month of December that I won't buy any single expensive or a cloth in this entire year of 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the panelists for this enriching panel. Let's give them a big round of applause, and thank you Professor Abhishek Ranjan for moderating the panel so well. Thank you so much. May I request Senior Vice President FKCCI, Mr. T. Sairam Prasad, to please come on the dais and honor the panelists. May I request Ms. Janet Joseph, CSR Lead, Mercedes-Benz R&D India, to please accept a token of gratitude from us. Let's give her a big round of applause. Mr. Peter York, Senior Strategy and Marketing Leader, Suntech Business Solutions. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Dr. Leena James, Professor of Management, Christ University, and UNAI Global Hub Chair for SD. We also call upon our President to please honor the dignitaries. Dr. Leena James, let's give her a big round of applause. Ms. Usha Gopinath, Country Director, Practical Action. Mr. Victor Sundaraj, Associate Vice President, Infosys Limited. A token of gratitude to our chair, Professor Abhishek Ranjan. Thank you so much for chairing this panel so well. Who's the advisor for CSR Committee, FKCCI. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I request all of you to please join us for a group photograph. all. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next session, may I request our President to be seated on the dais, Mrs. Uma Reddy, Senior Vice President T. Sairam Prasad, to be seated on the dais. Mr. Kirtan Kumar, Chairman CSR Committee, FKCCI, I request you to please join us on the dais. Professor Abhishek Ranjan, Advisor CSR Committee, FKCCI, to please join us on the dais for the next set of the sessions.
But each will speak, but we'll call both of them onto the dais. All three of them, four of them are there. Who are the four? Manasi, first is Manasi. Aishwarya, Anandi, and Dr. Nagesh. Yeah, let them first sit. No? Let four of them come. Who's the Nagesh is what? That's a different subject.
They'll all talk about leadership dialogue only.
So we'll get all four of them onto.
This thing. Only two, no? Two people.
We get Anandi, Manasi onto the dais together.
Yeah. Let them sit, but they'll talk one after another.
That's okay.
Aishwarya and Mansi.
Oh, sorry, Aishwarya and Mansi. Who's the third one? And Anandi.
Anandi. She's there? Anandi.
Yeah, I saw. I don't know if she's
Don't
there.
mention this.
We'll only talk about leadership dialogue.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next part of the agenda. The next sessions will be on leadership dialogues. We have the prominent personalities who have graced this occasion. With a huge round of applause, let me welcome them to the dais. We have Mansi Tata, who is the Vice Chairperson, Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Such a pleasure to have you with us. Request you to please join us on the dais. Let's give her a big round of applause. We have with us Aishwarya D.K.S. Hegde, who is the Trustee Secretary, National Education Foundation. Such a pleasure to have you with us. Warm welcome to you. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next is going to be a very interesting session on the leadership dialogues. Our first speaker will be Ms. Mansi Tata, who is the Vice Chairperson, Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Warm welcome to you. We're all looking forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for that warm introduction. I'm not one for too many words, so I'm going to keep it very short. Thank you for having me. I will be speaking to all of you today about empathy. The novelist Mohsin Ahmed once described empathy as finding echoes of another person in yourself. I've always found that to be one of the most beautiful definitions of what it means to be human. Empathy is our ability to step, however briefly, beyond the boundaries of our own lives and experience the hopes, fears, and aspirations of another person. It allows us not merely to hear another human being, but to truly understand them. We often think of empathy as kindness. I believe it is something even more profound. It is one of the most productive human capacities. When people feel understood, they become more confident, more creative, and more willing to collaborate. They contribute more generously because they feel like they belong. Empathy creates the conditions in which individuals can perform at their very best. Empathy, however, is not merely about feeling. Its true power lies in action. The Japanese have a beautiful word for this, omiyari. It describes the ability to anticipate another person's needs and feelings and to respond with quiet thoughtfulness, often before help is even sought. It is empathy translated into action. I have always thought that this captures the essence of leadership. Leadership is not simply the ability to make decisions. It is the ability to understand the people for whom those decisions are made. This brings me to corporate social responsibility. Section 135 of the Companies Act provides India with an enlightened framework for CSR. But legislation, however well-intentioned, cannot create empathy. It can require companies to allocate resources, but it is empathy that determines how wisely those resources are used. The best CSR initiatives cannot begin with the question, how much should we spend? They begin with a different question. What does this community truly need? That single shift changes our perspective. CSR transitions from an exercise in expenditure to an exercise in understanding. Communities not only become beneficiaries, they become our partners. Corporate social responsibility is omiyari practiced at an institutional scale. Empathy turned into large-scale action. Companies that place empathy at the heart of their CSR programs do more than create meaningful social impact. They cultivate a way of thinking that flows naturally into every aspect of the organization, into leadership, innovation, employee engagement, customer relationships, and long-term value creation. Perhaps empathy is not simply the foundation of good CSR. Perhaps it is one of the clearest indicators of a company that is built for enduring success. Because in the end, profit tells us how efficiently we have created value. Empathy tells us how wisely we have used it. Thank you so much. That's all I have today. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mansi, for that thought-provoking address by you. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to hear from another visionary who is here, Miss Aishwarya DKS Hegde, who is the Trustee Secretary, National Education Foundation. So warm welcome to you, Aishwarya.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries present here, to Uma ma'am, who specially invited me for being here, to all the industry leaders who've gathered here to actually probably create impact, create sustainable impact, in fact, and to everybody in the room who wants to change and preserve a better world. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to express a few of my thoughts in such a wonderful audience and a room like this where conversations matter, and it's not something where conversations end, but it's actually places where conversations start. I stand here as a very passionate educator, an educationalist, where I'm here as a job to transform the young minds, and I see that's the most important job in today's world is what I'd like to consider. But today when we are talking about sustainability in scale, and when I was wondering today morning, what am I going to speak to an audience like this, where you're not just hearing or speaking or writing things, but actually doing things. That's what I see in the process, right? And often sustainability probably first takes us to words like climate change, renewable resources, how are we going to save the planet? But today in the room, I would like to ask something very different. The question in front of us is probably, who are going to live in these sustainable societies tomorrow? For whom are we creating these sustainable economies? For whom are we creating these sustainable goals to actually here improve and process, right? And when I answer these questions, it's actually to the child sitting in my classroom. Do you agree with me? Yes? How are we actually going to create sustainable changes for them is the question in front of me. Also the fact that today we're talking about climate change, we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about so many things. But have we ever thought about actually working towards creating sustainable human beings? Because if we can't create character in human beings where they believe and process sustainability as something beyond just personal convenience and move towards collective impact, then we're starting the journey wrong, right? And let me tell you that it's probably one of the first few places that I'm attending after being a mother today. And after becoming a mother, my way of thinking has probably changed. Till yesterday, sustainability was how am I going to plan the future. From today, sustainability is the person who's standing in my arms and said, what world will she live in? It's a question we all have, right? What world will my daughter probably live in tomorrow is something that's causing me rootedly in the process of sustainability, and that's the answer I want to find. Will she live in a place where she can breathe cleaner air? Will she be in a place where she has enough opportunities to explore what she actually wants to do? Will she be in a place where there is going to be equity in learning for everyone around her? Because it's not just about what you go through, but it's collectively what's people surrounding us go through that actually matters. That's the first thing that has changed the way I look at sustainability. And today when I was invited to talk on leadership in sustainability, I think the second thing that has changed is the way my father just took up an important position today, right? And when he took up that important position, I've realized that leadership is not about the position, leadership is more about responsibility. When I look around and see that it's the hope of millions of people that his decisions will be impacting, how will he make sustainable decisions is the next question, that thought-provoking thing that has been stayed in my mind. So I feel a leadership that's sustained is not what you do today, but the decision that you make today will affect 20 years from now, right? So as a mother, I have understood few things. As a daughter, I have realized a few things. And a person who's working in education and who is in education, because I believe education keeps a child in me alive, I as a child keep asking different questions to myself. And when I ask these questions, one of the most important process that comes to me is, are we instilling the right values in our children today, which will help them sustain a future tomorrow, right? It's just not about technology. And I think we are all in the phase of educating and learning children in the most transformative phase of life, where artificial intelligence is doing things better than humans, and we don't know how to react to it. Where the technology is growing so fast, but what's important is, are we looking at responsible technology being a part of us? Where privacy is becoming a big problem in all our places, but how do we do conscious privacy and conscious ethical movements is the biggest question in front of us, right? So when I think of all this, and when I stand here, and you must be thinking that, okay, instead of giving gyan, what are the 3 ways that you can do things better? I have 3 ways. And these are 3 ways that I've probably worked towards the last 10 years in my education journey to make an impact. I've seen the impact, and which is why I'm starting in front of you and asking you to do these impact. The first call for action is, I want you to think beyond your tenure. Today, Uma ma'am is the chair sitting down there. I've been working with a lot of people as a part of the chair, whether it's Kirtan or Abhishek, in a lot of ways in the past. But it's not about what you do today that makes a difference. It's about what you do today will make an impact 20 years from now. So let your leadership and tenure not hold for a one-day event like today, but how many impactful stories did you create from an event like today, where you started that conversation today, is what's important. I'm sure I'm talking to an audience who probably head different NGOs, who probably are corporate leaders who are responsible for CSR funds to be going to different places, also maybe educational institutions, or even founders and startups, because as I walked through this process, I met a lot of them. Whether it could be the Toyota, kiosk, which were talking to me about how they're building education, to the Sai Ram institution, who's built sustainable goals to actual working, idea-thons, to innovation-thons, to inspiration-thons, right? What I want you to say is, don't make the decision for you to get claps today. Make a decision so that the clap will come 20 years later, and you'll still have you remembered for the decision that you made today. That's my first call for action. My second call for action for all of you, thank you. Those claps need not be appreciations for me. Those claps should become conversations in your institutions when you go back from here today. The second call for action that I want to place in front of all of you is, can we move, when we say sustainability of CSR, from charity to capacity? In a country like us today, the moment we say CSR, the moment we say sustainable goals, we say, okay, are you doing charity? Can we process that into capacity? Why am I saying this to you? Because I work in the field of education where I'm not here to build just, digitally equipped children. I'm here to build ethically equipped children. And I think that's exactly what the speaker before me was speaking, right? When she spoke about sustainability today, she spoke about empathy. How many empathetic students do we have in our campuses today should become the measure of the growth of your campus. So my call for all of you is, don't just invest in infrastructure, right? Infrastructure is going to still stay, it's going to build, but can we do capacity building? Can we build capacity building where every child in that classroom can communicate better? It's a capacity to express his thoughts better. Can we make movements where you're not just building washrooms for, schools, but also help teachers grow better and help capacity building happening in teachers? It's a very close movement to my heart. I feel we're all concentrating on children, but we're not concentrating on the educators who are teaching our children. And you have to remember that if you can educate one teacher right and make her sure that she's impacting thousands of students. So investment in one teacher is investment in 1,000 children. So next time you're doing charity to an institution, first go to the teacher and help her. No one is capacity building teachers in our country. And I want you to remember, it was the teacher who became the president of our country. It's the teacher who's impacted different things. Today, if you go back and sit and if you say, who do you remember in your school? It's your teacher. So can we build capacity in our teachers so that the world transforms in a better place? Is my next call for action for all of you. My final call for action for all of you is, I want you to make sure that everyone you bring together are not just mere beneficiaries for the process of sustainability and contribution. They become participants. The fact that you just didn't pay a ticket price and said, okay, I'm going to create a sustainable world, but sitting down here and participating and listening to people like us in front of us, you are going through a process of learning within yourself, right? So it's not about helping a child and saying, okay, I'm going to put STP in that school, or I'm going to help that women organization with some other thing. How do you make them a participant in that process becomes very important. Because when your children go back to do a water audit in your school, when your students go back to do an hunger audit in your institution, when your students try to plant more trees, and not just plant new trees, but also try to protect the trees that someone else photographed and said they're no more existing, that is a long way going. You agree with me? So every time you're investing in something like this, just make sure and ask yourself how many people are participating through the process, because that participation is going to create impact and not merely just getting a benefit out of it. So let the CSR and conscious, providing become a benefit for a beautiful tomorrow, and not just like be useful for them that one day and people forget about it tomorrow. So I think with these small 3 things that we can bring in our lives, we can become a sustainable nation. And why am I saying all this, and why am I stressing about education and children today? Let me tell you, 273 million students who are at the age group of actually studying are outside their classrooms. That's about 1 out of every 6 child that is sitting outside a classroom who should have been inside. Right? We are in a sustainable conference today. The World Bank says sustainable education is merely just understanding something. 53% of the children who are called educated don't even understand a story after they pass primary classes. Right? And we talk about climate change. In 2024 alone, I think about 173 million students got affected in their education system because of climate change across 75 countries. South Asia was the most hit with, I don't even know the number of million students who are part of it. So climate change that causes a problem is not just affecting the climate outside or the air we breathe, it's affecting the classroom inside. It is affecting your economy's growth. It's affecting your healthcare situation in our country. And that's the continuous chain of action that we're talking about. Right? So I started by saying my daughter taught me something. I, as an education, have learned myself something, and the role that my father does has broadened my perspective in learning. But what I want to say is, at the end of the day, I just want you to keep the child in you alive and make sure sustainability is not a personal convenience, but is a collective wisdom. Right? I want you to remove the meaning of sustainability and CSR to going to become just charity, but become more collaborative impact. Okay? So let's just remember that let's create a sustainable world where the next generation remembers us for what we did. When my daughter asks tomorrow, you had all the resources, what did you do about it? You knew climate was changing, did you protect it? You knew children were outside the classroom, did you do something about it? I must be able to say honestly a yes, or give her an explanation for it. That's the question in front of me, and that's the challenge I'm going to be a part of. And that's what helps me to come and stand in stages like this and process what I have in my thought to all of you, not just to probably give you answers, but provoke you with the right questions. Ask as many questions as you can, because we are in the age of AI, where it's not about answering everything, but it's about asking the right things. So ask and make an impact. Let us be remembered as a generation which will probably be the best ancestors who gave the best world for the children of tomorrow. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Any questions? And I'm happy to answer. I did. Uma ma'am asked me, how do you want to say? I said, I would do question and answer. She said, no, Aishwarya, speak for some time and then do question and answers. So any questions, anything that you want me to express my thought on, I'm very happy to take them. Yes, sir. I just told you we're in an era where we ask better questions.
It's really wonderful listening to you, Aishwarya, and for that your father, especially on the focus on primary education for rural children. I'm Paritosh Sehgal. I'm from Mosaic Foundation. We develop life skills and creativity for rural children. Our focus is entirely rural. So I really wanted to also ask that in the rural context, when Honorable Chief Minister also mentioned that he wants to prevent rural to urban. That's the best solution. So developing life skills, we feel, is probably more important for the rural children as compared to just the education. And what are your views about that?
So I do work with the rural children, and I think working with them gives me more joy than working with anyone else. And you spoke about life skills, sir. I think the definition of life skill varies for an urban child to a rural child. That's the first thing that we should understand. A life skill for an urban child is probably understanding digital literacy, but a life skill for a rural child is very different. A life skill for an urban child is probably help them do public speaking without being judged and the fear of having been judged. I'll tell you that's not the life skill my rural children want. They don't have the fear of being judged. How do you help them channelize their thoughts better in communication is what we need to develop as life skills. So understanding what life skill means to two different sets of students is also become very important today. And I'm saying this with a lot of conviction because when I go to an urban school or an urban child and ask them, they have the fear of speaking. Right? Our biggest problem and leading to mental health today, and we have so many counselors in institutions. I'm sure there are NGOs working on counseling and mental health for students also as sustainability, but our rural children don't need that. They're mind strong. They're physically strong. So life skill is not sports for them. Life skill is equipments to actually move their sports. Life skill is not just communication for them. Life skill is the clarity of the language in which they can communicate. When I go to those classrooms, they don't fear talking to me. They ask me more questions than anyone else. I'm only worried about how am I going to channelize their communication from them. So I think we have to redefine life skills for those children. For them, life skill is etiquette. For urban children, life skills is not adequate. For them, they're learning that through Instagram, but my rural children are still figuring out that in different ways. So giving them a comfort zone where they can express themselves, and how do we do that is more important in my rural sector, and I think we should all work towards that. I hope I touched upon your answers in a little way. But about migration that you spoke about, I think it's very important because at rural children, they grew up as a family, and for them, their neighbors are also their family, and their attachment goes through. So it is an emotional process for them to leave their cities and go to another place. If we can keep them emotionally well kept in the process, I think they can achieve more. So migration is not just a geographical challenge, but it's also an emotional challenge in that rural kid. And I think those rural children can go back what they learn in their schools to actually not just help their family, but 10 other families. And how do we use that camouflage effect is a very important question in front of us. Yeah, thank you. Ma'am. Okay.
Can I speak?
Artificial intelligence and also technology and social media. Recently, some of the countries are banning the social media below 15 years age. Do you think that what is the correct age to introduce AI? Because sometimes they tell that not to use AI and technology and use the older model of which we had in our elementary education of writing it number of times. So what will be the ideal situation in the technology age?
I'm not a believer of an age restriction for the process of any kind of resource that's in front of us. And I look at AI and technology to be a resource in front of us, right? And I would like to ask the room to think back and see, it's probably only in your school that you interacted with the people of the same age. You're sitting next to each other. You're not sitting and you've not brought here saying that you're a particular age group, right? Education first should move ahead and learn collaborative learning, where how a third standard kid works with a sixth standard kid, but also knows to teach a first standard kid. That's the important change that has to happen, number one. Second, you spoke about social media, ma'am. I think what has to be banned in social media is socializing. Social media is a platform which is used to connect different people which are not connected just through geography or through access. It is a great platform where I can reach you, where I think I love your job. But it need not be a socializing platform where you start making friends, start making families, start having an impact on what that third person is commenting on you. If we can ban the social aspect from social media and make it a more knowledgeable aspect and a connection aspect, I think that's the change we need. That's my perspective in the process. So I think changing the way social media works a little bit for children will help more, because I feel I've seen my children come back to me with different projects and said, I saw this app on social media, ma'am, and I worked this on internet, and that's why I'm able to present to you. Why remove that opportunity from that child? The whole point of AI helping us, and I think AI is going to transform rural education the most impactfully, is because the rural child will be able to learn in the rural language they're familiar with, and AI can do that in minutes for them, right? So AI is doing a lot for us, but how are we creating conscious human beings in those classrooms to use that AI very responsibly and not just rigorously is the big challenge in front of us. And I think places like this and rooms like this should become conversations for that, and probably next event that all of you are here, we should produce solutions for this. And that's how we need to work. I hope I answered your question, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. And
I'm sorry, I hope I'm not taking time.
I'm Ramakrishnan from Vivekananda Kendra. I come all the way from Kanyakumari. Your depth of connections with the rural children, it really amazes me. I'm really thankful that people like you are going to the rural roots and connecting, because some of the things you deciphered between the needs of urban children and the rural children is really good. My thing is, we have a very rich tradition of storytelling. We also had a very, lot of stories which also impart values. In a way, it need not be, value need not be separated and taught. It just goes along with the story. I think one of the things we need to do, especially with so much of drug abuse and so many things coming in, because children are getting into so much exposure is there for them. So what are the steps you are contemplating in terms of imparting values? Because we had in our times, we used to have a moral education class, which was specifically, is there a scope to revive that, to give a focus to that, and also storytelling? Thank you.
You spoke a topic that's very close to my heart, sir, and if someone knows me in education, they know I stand for value education more than anything else. You spoke about storytelling. I think the life skill that's missing in our classrooms today is the ability to storytell. How many of you in this room can actually express your feeling in form of a story? Ask yourselves. The moment you can express something, even today I'm speaking, right? If I told you a story, whether you're interested or not, you would listen to me. Right? That's the ability of storytelling. So storytelling is very closely rooted to communication and the ability to have the confidence to communicate well. So storytelling should become a huge part of the system and should become the most important life skill, whether it's physics, geography, chemistry or biology in schools. I don't know how. I'm trying to do that with a product called Penumbra, where children are able to create their own stories and represent it out to the world, and that's how they learn. Why am I saying this is? You connect your vulnerability through your stories. Say something wrong is happening in your life, right? When someone else's story is similar to that, you connect to them automatically. So you don't just connect your strengths to stories, you connect your vulnerabilities to stories. Think about it. When comedians sit down here and create comedy about themselves, it's the vulnerability you connect to them and not your strengths. That's storytelling. Right? And second thing, you spoke to me about moral education, sir. I think moral education was linked to a lot of value education when we came back, and those moral science textbooks spoke about compassion, empathy, responsibility, integrity when we did, right? Why has moral education stopped then but has to restart today? Think about it. We have to we're in a sustainability conference. We have to think back to the root of the process before we solve it, right? In India, we didn't have to teach moral ethics to our children because we lived in joint families. We lived with grandparents. At any point of time, any guest could have walked into your house and your child automatically learned how to greet that guest, how to sit in front of that guest, how to make that guest a part of your system. I'm sure those are the families that all of you in this generation have lived and grown up with, right? No one had to teach you how to talk to a stranger. No one had to teach you how to share probably the leftover rice between 3 people because that was our daily household. But today, with nuclear families coming through, with no communication with relatives, with no grandparents being around, the need to understand values, talk to strangers, bring in moral ethics has become a big part of our system. I know we're competing with the Western world, but are we trying to take back all the negative things they had and make it look like the posh things that we are trying to promote is something that we all should think about. For them, moral education was a necessity. For us, it has become a necessity today because of the changes that we've made in our families. I run schools, sir. Discipline is a big part of the education system now after COVID. Why? Because quarantine created independency. Independency means no communication. No communication means mental health issues. Mental health issue means discipline. That's the chain we need to solve. Go back and think about your daughter, son, how much are they communicating with you? And if that's one change that you can bring about to add moral ethics into your children, try communicating with them more. And physical communication. That's why I told you not texts. A text doesn't release energy, my audience. A text only releases your hands to move. We need energy to be released when we are sad. We need energy to be released when we are happy. So let that emotions pour in with physical interactions and communications you have with the younger generation. And that will transform them to be a morally ethical individual tomorrow. And I promise you that. Thank you so much. I hope I answered all your questions. So, I think there is... I shouldn't have spoken. I should have just taken questions.
Okay. We came on CSR Act 2013 by Government of India.
Yes.
If we go back to Tata, just to take one example, 40 years they have invested 10 to 11% of their profits back to the society. Now we are talking of ISR, individual social responsibility. Do you think that should also become an act for us to look into that and encourage in our life?
I don't like talking much about a subject that I haven't deeply researched about, sir. You've asked me this question today. Probably if I come back next year to the conference like this, I'll speak more about ISR. Yeah? Thank you and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Let's give her a big round of applause for that very, very engaging session. So well said, participation creates impact. Don't invest in infrastructure, but invest in capacity building among children. Very well said. Another huge round of applause to both the speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. May I request Mrs. Uma Reddy and the office bearers on the dais to please honor and felicitate Ms. Mansi Tata. A token of gratitude to Mansi Tata, the Vice Chairperson, Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. A token of gratitude to Ms. Aishwarya D.K.S. Hegde, Trustee Secretary, National Education Foundation. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I request all of you to please join us for a group photograph. Thank you so much. So well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on to the next session in the leadership dialogue. We have next two eminent speakers who will be joining us on the dais. Thank you.
So much of clarity. Kannada or English?
Thank you. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next session on the leadership dialogue. May I request our President FKCCI to invite the next two speakers on the dais. I call upon our Senior Vice President T. Sairam Prasad to please join us on the dais. So ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, welcoming the next speaker on the dais. It's such a pleasure to have Ms. Anandi Iyer. She is the Director, Fraunhofer Office India member, India and Germany CEO Forum, a G2G initiative. Warm welcome to you, madam. Such a pleasure to have you today. And also welcoming on the dais Dr. Nagesh NS, who is the former professor and head Department of Surgical Gastroenterology and Liver Transplant, Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute. So warm welcome to you, Dr. Nagesh. Let's give them both a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request all of you to please be seated so we can start the next session, the next leadership dialogue, because we have the speakers on the dais. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from another eminent personality who has graced this occasion, Ms. Anandi Iyer, who is the director of Fraunhofer Office India member, India and Germany CEO Forum, a G2G initiative. Madam, pleasure to have you with us. We're all looking forward to hearing from you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to Uma Reddy, an old friend, and of course the FKCCI, with whom I've also been associated for a very, very long time. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to stand before you and share some thoughts on women in leadership, particularly in the STEM area. I head an organization called Fraunhofer. For many of you who may not be aware, it is the world's largest applied research organization. We take research from the lab to the market in the shortest period of time. We have 75 institutes in Germany covering the entire length and breadth of science and engineering, and about 35,000 employees, which is really large for a research organization, as you can imagine, and an annual volume of about 3.6 billion euros. Most of it that comes from contract research that we do with the industry. We are inventors of the MP3 software, the white LEDs, and many such inventions that you use in your day-to-day life. So in that sense, we are very connected to society. It's not just research that happens in labs. The organization I head here since 18 years. We've been working with Indian industry, with academia, with government, multiple stakeholders, increasingly startups as well. Of course, as you can imagine, there are not too many women in this field, but in India there are quite a few, and the numbers are growing. So when I had the honor to chair the G20 Women in STEM leadership program, when India had the leadership for G20, it was a fantastic experience working with leading women in space, in health, even in the army, and many such fields which we thought was actually out of the reach of women. And having somebody like Dr. Sangeeta Reddy chairing the entire women concept for G20, and Nivriti Rai, who's today the head of India Investment or Invest India, was an outstanding experience. And we worked with 20 countries, talking to women from various fields of life, their challenges, their aspirations, their opportunities that they also have. And let's not forget, before we complain too much about women in today's world, we are much better off than our grandparents and grandmothers and even mothers, you know. So we've come a long way. So we need to see the positives as well, rather than dwelling on what we don't have today. But of course, there is scope for improvement. And I think that's what the G20 did in terms of working on challenges that women face in STEM particularly, but also overall. What brought us forward in that forum was a shared vision of a world of equality and equity. So it's not just, you know, women being able to do certain things, but a world where integrity, where value systems incorporate the fact that all human beings should have equal opportunities, and that at the end of the day, it should be on merit. I don't think we should also try to carve out too many positions for women or too many positions for certain sections of the society, because then merit takes a back step. But what we needed to create was an equitable fora where merit, stands over everything else, but people have equal opportunity. When I say that, for example, if there is a job application, usually it would say male, and at least even if it didn't articulate the word male, the description of that job would already pretty much be aligned towards male interests, male qualifications, male capabilities. And that would actually remove the ability for women to participate in that process right from inception. So one of the things that we proposed is neutral applications, where you don't ask about the sex of the applicants, but say that this is the job description, and anybody who fits that job description should come to the first round. That way you open up opportunities for a large section of people. The second thing is, of course, we all know the leaky pipeline, right? I mean, in school, girls fare much better than boys in science, I'm sorry to say. And the data is out there, so I'm not speaking because I'm a woman, but it's a fact. By the time girls come into college, a good 20% have dropped out because A, they may not even go to college in certain areas. And where they do, they are encouraged to pick up topics that are less challenging, even though they may have had a science background, may have the acumen. But typically, society, parents, they nudge their girls to take subjects that are more aligned to women, whatever that means. There is then another drop of nearly 50% when these girls who are in STEM go to jobs. Because then by that time they finish their college, they are actually either getting married or they are opting for courses that are in administration, hotels, service society, etc., etc. And the final drop of nearly 20% comes when the women go into managerial positions, partly because of the system, but partly also because women get into caregiving functions. They're married, they have children, they're looking after aging parents-in-law, and all these things take center stage, and therefore women kind of drop out there. So this leaky pipeline is one of the reasons where you don't see so many women in the boardrooms or in leadership positions. What we felt is that, of course, it is difficult to address the entire gamut of the leaky pipeline, but can we bring in some policies, some interventions that hold back some of these women? It starts with encouraging, actually changing the mindsets of parents, of men, of male in the society, which says that, look, don't look at your daughter as somebody that you have to take care of all your life, right? I mean, if the daughter takes care of herself, you won't have that role. So encourage the daughter to take on roles that can be more demanding, that can get into leadership positions, that can stay in science because she has the acumen, if she has the acumen. The second is that jobs should consider roles that allow women to also work from home or remote when they are in caregiving positions, rather than cut them out of the entire workforce. And today with AI and other technologies, this is not such a far-fetched idea. If you are working in a CSIR lab or if you're working in a university, there are job descriptions where you can be part of the report writing, of presenting, where you don't need to come into the lab every day, at least for those 3 to 4, 5 years where you are looking after aging parents or in caregiving positions, or even have had a child and want to take a break. But what that affords is the ability to stay in touch with technology, because you can't be in STEM, step out for 5 years and come back. You would be like a patient who just got out of coma. You don't know what's happening around you. So you need to stay in touch with technology, with science, with the advancements, so that when you come back actively, you're not starting from -5 or -10 or whatever it is, the period that you step back from. The third suggestion that we made as part of G20 for women in STEM was about safe workplaces. You heard recently the story where children who were left in caregiving, in a creche, were mishandled. For a mother, there's nothing more torturous than not knowing what's happening with the child. already the physical distance when she comes into work and the child is at home or a care center is already, there is a guilt, whether you like it or not. I'm a mother. When I had my children, I was always guilty. If I was at work, I was guilty about my children. If I was at home, I was guilty about work. And this guilt you carry with yourself and you deal with it somehow. But if a child is in a care and the mother is at work and she realizes the child is being mistreated, that's the worst thing you can do. So we talked about creating safe spaces for women where the child is not in an unfamiliar territory, but we tried to create a system where the company can co-opt people who can look after the children in the safety of the homes while the mother is at work. I must say it was a very difficult task, and I don't think that carried through after G20 because identifying these people, checking and verifying their data, their background, all is an enormous task which made it very, very difficult. But the challenge remains, and one is, I think, working at it and trying to find solutions to the problem. And the last question that we really need to ask ourselves is, are women in workforce because of a diversity card, a charitable notion, or the fact that, oh, we need to do something for them, or are they part of a productive workforce? Let me tell you that in India, for every 1,000 men, there are more than 1,200 women. So if 50% of the population is not part of the workforce, we don't have a business case for productivity. So one of the first things that companies, particularly those that are investing heavily in CSIR, and sustainability is not sustainability of natural resources, it's particularly about human resource. I think companies need to look at women as part and an integral part of the productive workforce, create opportunities for them, create space for them, create the kind of sense that they belong. And when they have these caregiving functions, and I'm not a women's liberationist, so I believe that a mother is the best thing for a child. I know that when I used to travel, I used to still call from wherever I was to check whether the child got her food in time, whether there were tomatoes in the fridge. And so women don't shut off when they travel. They're still linked to their home and their responsibilities. So I think trying to say that, no, women should now step out and be a full-time professional, even they have small children when in their, what the child psychologists call formative years, where they need a mother's undivided attention, would be cruel because that would affect a society. And fact is, when a mother is able to give that, she brings up a confident, clever child who starts to understand that the mother is working and he or she needs to also participate in the home and is a proud child. I think the proudest person in the world, when I got my award from the German government, the highest civilian award, which is called the Bundesverdienstkreuz, or the Order of Merit, were my children. They came flying in from wherever they are and they said, we are so proud of our mom. Yeah? And I think that's what ultimately makes a mother feel good and removes the guilt of having left your child at home in the early ages, because you realize your child is a confident child who is proud of you and is glad that you did not become a hang-on mother and trying to be around when they didn't need you anymore, but you have your life too and you're moving on. So at the end, I would just like to say that please do not look at women as a diversity card. Even now when I sit on boards and people call me, I first ask them, are you calling me because I can contribute something to the board, or are you calling me because you have a mandatory woman on board need? I don't want to be that diversity card. So I think that's the first thing. The second is women bring color, women bring empathy, women bring a different kind of leadership. And I think both kinds of leaderships are needed in an environment. It's the yin and yang balance. And being able to allow the boardroom to be a bit more colorful than just black and white, and bringing in that empathetic leadership, which women are naturally gifted with because of being a mother or whatever, I think is a huge plus which humanity can do well to preserve. Thank you so much for your attention.
Very well said. Let's give her a big round of applause. Don't make women a diversity card. That really, really hit us, ma'am. Thank you so much. Very well said. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next speaker, we have with us Dr. Nagesh NS, who is the former professor and head department of surgical gastroenterology and liver transplant, BMC and Research Institute. So, pleasure to have you. Looking forward to hearing from you.
I thank FKCCI and Uma Reddy Madam for giving this opportunity. I think I felt I was aptly introduced. I was former head of the Department of Surgical Gastroenterology, Bangalore Medical College. But how many of you know an institute called Institute of Gastroenterology Organ Transplant in the crowd? We are a 5-year-old institute. We are the only institute in the world doing free liver transplants. We are the only standalone government gastroenterology institute in the country. We have touched 2.5 lakh lives. We are here because of CSR. We have sustained because of CSR. In government sector, we are doing free liver transplants because of CSR. And moving on to further sustainability, looking at our work, Ajim Premji Foundation has given us 1,000 crore donation recently. I'm a surgeon. I'm not used to giving extempore. We all give international lectures. We all go on the slides. I think I've made 4 slides, if they can play my slides, if they don't mind. And I think I thank Madam for bringing on women importance. And I was listening to Aishwarya ji and Mansi ji when I came here. I think they raised a few serious questions. And today, when I was asked to talk about leadership dialogue, I being a surgeon, I'm the founding director of, can I have my slides, please? Slides. So, while looking at the topic, because this is one of those off-track topics given to me, I made 4 slides defining how a doctor can be a great CEO. Then second thing was CSR. Then how that CSR can be sustainable. And I don't want to bore you all with my talk, and I have a small video just to show that the speakers who spoke about, and the video says how CSR can change the world, how CSR can bring in change to this whole thing. We as doctors, I'm sorry, yeah. Because when it came to leadership dialogue, and none of you had heard about Institute of Gastroenterology. I'm the founding director of the institute. I think when it comes to leadership in CSR, I thought the important thing here is we should all think of purpose before the position. I think that's going to, because building institution under CSR, whatever, it should outlast us. It should not just give us one more positioning in the society. So when we built this institute 5 years back, when we made an attempt to do a liver transplant surgery at Victoria Hospital in 2015, we were the first one to do in the government sector in the country. We faced a lot of hurdles, and you all know the resources in the governments are limited. The new idea needs to be validated. That's when we pitched in to mobilize CSR. Our family gave the first donation. We were given 40-year-old nursing school building, and my friends pitched in, and they gave me 26 crores of CSR. Looking at that 26 crores of CSR, government gave us another 16 crores of CSR, and then we built 120-bedded hospital, and then we ran it for about 5 years, and we touched 2.5 lakh lives. The beauty of effect of that CSR is we are able to do any cancer operations free of cost. We are able to do liver transplant, which costs about 45 lakhs free of cost. And can I go to the video, please? Video. I think more than me talking, I think Mr. Prakash Belwadi shot this video for me 1 year back. We didn't know where to talk about it. When I got the invitation, I thought, we should show it here. And we are a government institute, we need no publicity. Without being known to anyone, we have touched 2.5 lakh lives.
You know, I'm 64 years old, and I didn't know what stage it was. I now know it is stage 3B. It had gone into a lymph node, so metastasis had already happened. It was there in my body for a year, you know, and it had crawled, the cancer had crawled towards the outer skin of the intestine. And if it had burst from there, it would have spread all over.
ನಾನು ಜಾಂಡೀಸ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮೂರಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮದರವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಊರಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗಿಡ ಕುಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಬ್ಯಾಡ ಅಂದಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಜಾಂಡೀಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ಲಿದ್ದ ನಾಟಕ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಭಾಳ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತಲೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೈತೆ ನೀವು ನಾಟು ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೈತಿದೆ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಿದೆ
ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದ ಅಮೌಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಫ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹತ್ರ ಇದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 1 year 1.5 year ಇಂದ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಕೇಮ್ ಟು ನಿಲ್ 0.
ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ನನಗೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೋನ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಸೊಂಟದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನನಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನನಗೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋವೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಾಳಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂಥರ ಉಬ್ಬರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಗೆ ಅರೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಆದರೂ ಆಯಿತು ಯಾಕೆ
ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫೀಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದಾಗ ಗಾಲ್ಬ್ಲಾಡರ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು ಆಗ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು 3 ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ವಿ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದಮೇಲೆ 1 ವೀಕ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಪೇನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು ಪೇನ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆ ಬೈಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಲಿ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಓಪನ್ ಸರ್ಜರಿನೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲ 2.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಖರ್ಚಾಯ್ತು ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಾಲನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳು ಪಿನಾಯಿಲ್ ಕುಡಿದು ಪಡಸಾಲೆ ಬಿದ್ದು ಒದ್ದಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿಲ್ರಿ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ RFP ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ವಿ ಅವರು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದಿನ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಾಗ ಸೊ ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ICUಗೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅದು ಕೇಸು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಟಲದಾಗ ರಕ್ತ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ತಂದು ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಹಾರ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಏನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಉಳೋದು ದಿನ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಬಟ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು
ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ
ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಈ ಥರ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
ನಮ್ಮ ಲೋಕಲ್ MLA ಸಿರುಗುಪ್ಪ BM ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ MLA ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ
ಸಂಬಂಧಿಕರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಹಿಂಗಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿತ್ತು ರೀ ನೀವು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಹೋಗಿರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಐಘಾಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ
I think any hospital for that matter, or any doctor for that matter, I think what is important thing is empathy.
ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮೀಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಹಿಂಗಿದೆ ಸಿಮ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಏನೇನೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ರೀ H. pylori ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಬನ್ನಿರಿ ನಾನೊಂದು ಎಂಡೋಸ್ಕೋಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ I entered the facility and I was like, what is this? You feel like, oh wow, ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಹೈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಇದೀವಾ ಅಂತ.
You all know that healthcare has been very, very expensive nowadays, and then the purpose was to create a health system which reaches the last human being on this planet. if you look at the society, there is certain section of society, the top 20% has corporate hospitals, whereas bottom 20% has the public hospitals like this. You need to create a health system for the remaining 60%. In this world, to do anything like this in philanthropy, free, whatever, government is the biggest enterprise.
See, liver transplant is out of league of a common man. It's a minimum it will cost around anywhere between 25 to 45 lakhs. So this is not thinkable for a common man. So Dr. Nagesh came up with an idea, and even Honorable Chief Minister supported it. And we started that institute, and now it has grown. Now that they have been doing transplants, and definitely it is catering a good care to the common man.
I got does all the surgeries or treatment pertaining to GI, basically from endoscopy to liver transplant. Liver transplant costs you 40 lakh rupees in private. Everybody can't afford it, and there are no mechanism in the government. So we tried to bring down 40 lakh cost of liver transplant to 4 lakh rupees. In turn, we realized that all the 33 we have done so far, we have done free of cost. We are stitching all this private insurances, government insurances, philanthropy. So we are like a catalyst. We are like, people who stitch already existing models and then putting it to the patients. At the end of the day, government is doing free, patients are getting it free.
ಬೇರೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಮೇನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಈಗ ನಾವು 1 year ಆಗಿದೆ, ಈಗ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ ಫ್ರೀನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಆದವ್ರಿಗೆ, OT ಆದವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಕೂಡ ಫ್ರೀನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ನಾವು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ತೊಗೋಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮಂತ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ದೇರ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ 30,000-40,000 ಕೂಡ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಡವರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಶಿಪ್ to better that place.
When we decided to build this, we approached government, and we were given this. This is a 40-year-old nursing school building, and then government gave us 10 crores. My family gave a small donation initially because charity should begin at home. That is when, which was not enough at that point of time. Then the idea of approaching donors came in.
ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವ್ರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇತ್ತು. ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಇದು ಅವ್ರ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಸು, ಐಗಾಟ್ ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮಗೊಂದು OPD ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟಾಗಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ಸಿನ್ಸಿಯಾರಿಟಿ, ಆ ಕಾಸು.
This hospital, under the guidance of Dr. Nagesh, has really taken this step forward of building up such an infrastructure where it is quite affordable to any common man who comes in, and who can also feel quite safe that if you come to this hospital, 100% sure he's going to get cured and go back home.
So I literally found that for the kind of operations or treatment that IGOT was giving, they had the best of equipment. And apart from that, what impressed me most was the quality of service by their staff, nurses, doctors, given to the people from the marginal community was at par with the best hospitals I could see.
ಇಡೀ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೇ ಮನೆಯವರಾಗಿ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮನೆಯವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಭಾವನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮನೆಯವ್ರು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇರೋಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ.
So though we are a government hospital, we have a unique system being practiced here. We don't allow any patient attenders inside. We have adequate nurses. We take care of them.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರುಗಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ, ನರ್ಸುಗಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ. ನಾವೇನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳು ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆನೇ ಇದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾವು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡಿಸಿ ಹೆಂಗಮ್ಮ ಆರಾಮಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟು, ತೊಳೆಯೋದು ಬಳೆಯೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
What we have realized, not at allowing attenders along with the patients during the care, there's no corruption, there's no commotion, there is cleanliness, there's no confusion, and there is no too much of human movement. Infection rate has come down. Once patient puts on his uniform, comes to the bed, you have cardiologist coming, though it's a gastroenterology hospital, nephro kidney doctor coming to the bed if there is any necessary. You have lungs doctor coming to the bed. You have a diabetologist coming to the bed. Nothing called go to that hospital, take an appointment, to come after 2 days. Nothing. We have a beautiful bed turnover system here so that patient is not admitted for a long time. At the same time, we have PROs, we have MSWs who take over after the rounds, and we counsel each patient attender regarding what has happened yesterday, what is happening today, what is the plan for tomorrow, what are their finances, where all they can get financial help, what are the insurances they are entitled for. We just do this ourselves. We are great hospitals as a government hospital, but most of us are poor hospitality centers. From the patient perspective, when the patient come in, there's nobody to greet them, nobody to wish them. Whereas private hospitals are great hospitality centers as well. I think IGOT has beaten that. This institute has beaten that. We are, apart from being great hospital, great science, we are also great hospitality centers. I think this makes huge difference.
When we went to the hospital to meet Dr. Nagesh, ordinary people, they were coming from Belgaum, so many Raichur and all. You know how he treats them so well. And just not Dr. Nagesh, the entire team of doctors.
He gets them to his room.
To his room. Which director, which surgeon will do all these things?
First impression is that they will always speak with a smiley face. ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಮಂತ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕಪ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸು, ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಮೆಥಡ್, ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಮೆಥಡ್, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಒಂದು ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಲ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರು ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ರ್ಯಾಶ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
It's that intervention, that quick response from the doctors and that facility that kills the helplessness, no? The helplessness went away. Felt, there is somebody, like somebody has your back. So, it makes a big difference.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಶೈಲಿ, ಅರ್ಧ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡೋ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್. ಅರ್ಧ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹೊರಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮೆಂಟಲಿ ನಮಗೇನಾಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಥವಾ ದೊಡ್ಡದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸತ್ತೇ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವೇನೋ ಅನಿಸೋಷ್ಟು ಭಯ ಆಗ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್.
So the IGOT thing is special because it's also a teaching facility. It makes the biggest difference. It's not just a commercial operation. In fact, it is anything but a commercial operation.
The bigger challenge in government hospital is human attrition, because we pay 1/10 of what corporate pays to the doctor. We thought of starting teaching programs. For example, MCH, hepatobiliary surgery. Ours is the only center in Karnataka, probably only second or third in the country. So we started putting up a lot of new things like this. So we have surgeons joining for that program.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಇವನ್ ಗಾಡ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೇ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹನುಮಾನ್ ಚಾಲೀಸ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಥಿಯೇಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವನ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಂಬಿಕೆ.
ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಿಮ್ದು ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಯಿತು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಿಸಸ್ ಅವರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದವರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಇವಾಗ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನೀರು ಕುಡಿತಾಳೆ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ, ತಿರುಗಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಕೆ ಬೆನ್ನು ಚಪ್ಪರಿಸಿ ಕೂಡ ಆಕೆಗೂ ಧೈರ್ಯ ತುಂಬ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಮತ್ತು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಬಂತಲ್ರಿ, ಅದೇ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವು ಮರುಜನ್ಮ ನೀಡಿದಂಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
This is a unique.
Yes, I think we had one more minute of video. And then that video, I think last Chief Minister had heard about us, and he gave us a surprise visit, and he spent 2.5 hours. He spoke to about 45 patients. He went to the toilets, and then he had the patient food, which patient eats, and he asked me one question: how come there is no smell, and how come there is no noise? And I told him, if there is clean water in the tank, clean water is in the tap. How could we create that clean water in the tank? The clean water in the tank was possible because the whole system was thought about CSR. The whole thing started about CSR. When people started giving us to build a government hospital, the sense of responsibility pitched in. You would have all heard since morning a lot about sustainability, CSR, and everything. I'm telling you, to prove all this, that should be stitched with third aspect called a good leadership, because that is the one which will create a system which will outlast our lifetime. And I think this CSR example, and of course the next 1 minute also had a comment from the minister. Looking at our work, we approached Ajim Premji Foundation. They came and did 6 months of recce. They looked at, I think probably we are 85 and 85G and 12A company. We are the only government institute in the world who has got income tax notice. We are supposed to spend 20 crores. We are buying a robo this year. That's one more record we have made. And looking at this success, we had 10 acres land next to Nimans, and we had the promise of building all organ transplant institute. And then when we approached Ajim Premji Foundation, I got to meet him for 2 minutes. And then we spoke 4 sentences. The whole foundation team came and did the survey with us, looked at our situation, and they have pledged 1,000 crores CSR to build a 1,000-bed hospital in the Nimans campus. Out of that is going to do, we are doing only liver transplants now, free liver transplants. That's going to do all organ transplants, and 700 beds are going to be absolutely free, and they're going to give us 350 crores every year for salary commitment. I think this is sustainability, this is CSR, and this is what I think makes an impact, outlasting impact, not only our lifestyle, our lifetime impact. I think this is what we are supposed to carry it forward. Though IGOT is not known to everybody, we have treated 15 international patients last year. We have 300 outpatients without hospital being known. And thanks to Mr. Prakash Belwadi and Vijay Prakash. I mean, all of them in the video are my patients except me and my doctors. And they came forward, and last year they insisted on making this video. We were shy because we were government hospitals, and more we do publicity, more stress we come across, more patients come in, the whole discipline is gone, the whole cleanliness is gone. We were hesitant. And when I spoke to Prakash last week when I got this invitation, he said, hey, what better than putting my video there? He said, you have not given me an opportunity to show my shooting skills. He said, you should put it there. Hesitantly I put it. I don't know how the things are. And I thank you all very much for bearing with us and giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
It was very, very inspiring. Let's give him a big round of applause. That's why they say, Sharire jarjare bhute vyadhigraste kalevare aushadhi janavi toyam vaidyo narayano hari. And Dr. Nagesh, more energy to you. Bhagavanta nimge innu ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿ. So ladies and gentlemen, such an honor to have these two eminent speakers. May I request our Vice President to please honor our speakers to present a token of gratitude to Ms. Anandi Iyer, who is the Director of Fraunhofer Office, India member, India and Germany, CEO Forum, G2G initiative. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. A token of gratitude to Dr. Nagesh NS, who is the former professor and head of Department of Surgical and Gastroenterology and Liver Transplant, Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this very, very inspiring presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick 15 minutes break and come back. We have the closing ceremony starting by sharp 5. So, we have 15 minutes to have some tea and snacks and go around, refresh ourselves and come back. So, see you all back by 5.
virtual DJ.
ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to each one of you to the closing ceremony of Global CSR and Sustainability Summit, conceptualized, organized and presented by Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry. As every meaningful journey reaches its destination, it leaves behind not an end, but a new beginning. Over the course of this remarkable conclave, we have witnessed inspiring conversations, thought-provoking addresses, global perspectives, and a shared commitment towards creating a future that is sustainable, inclusive, and responsible. Today, we have celebrated innovation with purpose, leadership with integrity, and businesses that recognize their greatest success lies not in their economic growth, but also in creating the positive impact to create the society and the environment. As we gather for the closing ceremony, we celebrate the collective spirit of collaboration that has brought together policymakers, industry leaders, international delegates, CSR professionals, and sustainability champions from across the world. So warm welcome to each one of you to the closing ceremony and the award ceremony here at FKCCI Global CSR and Sustainability Summit 2026. With your huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome our chief guest who has graced the occasion. May request President FKCCI, Mrs. Uma Reddy, and all the office bearers to please join me in welcoming our guest to the dais. We have with us Dr. Prabha Mallikarjun, who is the Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha Davangere. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾದಂಥ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ತಮಗೆ. ವಾರ್ಮ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಯು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಪ್ಲೆಜರ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಹಿಯರ್. Warm welcome to you. Such a pleasure to have you with us. We also welcome Dr. P.K. Bishwas, who is the former Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake University and Nalanda University, who is also the jury for the awards. Dr. P.K. Bishwas, sir, warm welcome to you. Such a pleasure to have you here today. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And also, once again, a warm welcome to our office bearers, President FKCCI, Mrs. Uma Reddy. We have Vice President FKCCI, Shri Shashidhar. We have Mr. Kirtan Kumar, who is the Chairman CSR Initiative here at FKCCI. And we have Professor Abhishek Ranjan, who is the Advisor CSR Committee, FKCCI. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you to the closing and the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a wonderful tradition in India to start an occasion by a wonderful welcome address. So, no event is enriching without an enriching welcome address. So, may I again request our Honorable President, Mrs. Uma Reddy, to please propose the welcome address.
Good evening, Ellargo Namaskara. It's been a long day, a day of lot of conversations, narratives, discussions, sharing of thoughts, learning a lot, exchanging ideas, listening to stories, and taking points from all of this. And we are today at the end, I would say, of a day-long Global CSR and Sustainability Conference, a conference that talks about sustainability to scale, a conference that had lots of exchange of ideas, panel discussions, and at the end of the day, I believe that it is the beginning of many, many more. It gives us a lot of learning opportunities, an opportunity for us to say, hey, this is what I want to do. This is what I'm going to do. And this is what I will take forward within my company, within my institution, with my organization, with my friends, myself as a person. So I have the honor and the privilege to just not end the day with a valedictory and an award ceremony, but also to say this is actually opening the canvas to new beginnings. So on behalf of FKCCI and all of you who have joined us, I extend a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Prabha Mallikarjun, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Davangere Lok Sabha constituency. It doesn't show on her face, but she has been there as part of the Parliament sessions in the last 3 days, and we know how it has been. And she flew in from Delhi this morning, and then she's here with us to spend this evening with us. Honestly, a person so graceful enough to be with us. Ma'am, thank you so, so very much for joining us this evening. Truly appreciate. My fellow colleagues, Sairam Prasad will joining us soon. He's the Senior Vice President, taking over from me in 2 months' time. Mr. Shashidhar, Vice President, will be the Senior Vice President in another 2 months. We have with us our own Chairman, the architect of this CSR and Sustainability Conference, Kirtan Kumar. He was the Chairman last year. He continued it this year. So 3 times lucky. We hope you'll continue it next year. And Abhishek Ranjan, the advisor, and I would say the senior architect for this. The kind of network he has, the kind of connects he has, truly appreciate that he brings them all onto the table and brings people together. Really appreciate Abhishek for all your time, your efforts, and more importantly, managing the nitty-gritties of organizing an event like this. Thank you very much on behalf of FKCCI. We have with us our jury member, I'm sorry, I don't have his name. Mr. P.K. Vishwas, who's Nalanda University. Oh, okay, I was in touch with you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us this evening on the dais. We were supposed to have Professor Jose with us, but he is unable to come. And we have, and in Water University, the Nalanda University, a knowledge powerhouse. Thank you very much for joining us on the dais. We were also supposed to have Madam Tejashwini Anantkumar to join us this evening. She had a small injury. She's unable to join, but we go ahead. We have with us all the NGOs, the corporate, the industry leaders, the managing committee members of FKCCI, the past presidents of FKCCI, the pillars of FKCCI, the members of FKCCI who have joined us this evening, all the corporates who have joined us, all the sustainability champions, all the carbon footprint champions, all those who have represented the educational institutions, NGOs, government departments, the press and media, and all the dear friends here. Thank you very much for joining us for this award ceremony. I would be failing my duty if I do not mention the large number of committee members of the CSR and Sustainability Committee of FKCCI. Each one of them put their heart and soul in organizing this event, and I would like to specially welcome them with a big round of applause to all the committee members, and would be glad if you can just raise in your seats so that let everyone know the number of people that supported this conference. And if not for them, they took time off their busy schedules to actually partake into all the nitty-gritties of the activities of the organization, not just for today. They were there yesterday, they were there day before, planning every detail, ensuring that each of them take on a responsibility. And we at FKCCI truly appreciate your support. So it gives me immense pleasure on behalf of FKCCI to welcome all of you to this award ceremony, and which would be the most important part of the CSR conference. Why so? I believe that every special award or an appreciation gives us the responsibility to also do more. and with every appreciation, we will ensure that we actually take it forward. So very, very special welcome for each one of you for having joined us throughout this day. And we started the day with a very, very inspirational address from none other than our Chief Minister, Shri D.K. Shivkumar. He was extempo in his talk, he shared his thoughts, and he shared it in a sector which was close to his heart, that was the primary school education. I think the corporates are looking forward, the NGOs are looking forward, all those who are working with educational institutions are seeing how they can channel their causes to it, and they are looking for building a stronger future for our children. We had a series of panel sessions throughout the day, and today's conference, we have witnessed thought-provoking discussions, inspiring success stories, and practical ideas on how corporate social responsibility can become a powerful force for inclusive development. It is evident that CSR is no longer merely about compliance, it is about creating lasting social impact through meaningful partnerships. I would like to again congratulate the Chair Kirtan Kumar and Advisor Mr. Abhishek Ranjan and all the committee members and the partners and the speakers and the awardees and the FKCCI Secretariat in particular for organizing this purposeful and impactful confluence. Education is one of the most transformative investments any society can make. When government, industry, educational institutions, and communities come together, we create opportunities that empower future generations. And Karnataka has always been a leader in innovation. And I'm confident that the partnerships forged through today's conference will contribute significantly to improving our government schools and ensuring quality education for every child. Well, whilst we were walking through the stalls and along with ma'am, I loved the curiosity with which she went through in each of the stalls, took the brochure, tried to understand what they do and how she could make an impact to the schools and institutions in Davangere. And she kept saying that, I'm going to come back to you and I'm going to see how we can make an impact. I think everybody has a story to share. Every individual and every stall holder who has been part of this conference have a story to share, and it is for us as FKCCI, as facilitators, to help facilitate and ensure that we connect the right people, we connect the people, and things move on. Once again, I extend a very, very warm welcome to each one of you here, and a very, very special welcome to our guest for this evening, Madam Prabha Mallikarjun, for joining us on this occasion and being part of the award ceremony. It is my privilege and honor that I could be part of this CSR and Sustainability Conference, and I'm really very happy and proud that this, I believe, was a success and the beginning of many, many more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the Global CSR and Sustainability Excellence Awards 2026, it's time to acknowledge the righteous, transparent evaluation process that upholds the credibility and prestige of this awards. To take us through the jury process and evaluation process, may I request Professor Abhishek Ranjan, who is the advisor CSR Committee FKCCI, to take us through the jury and evaluation process.
Good evening, all of you, and Honorable Member of Parliament, our Madam President, and all the dignitaries on the dais. You know, when we looked at, all of us are volunteer, we have a day job, and when ma'am was telling that how this whole thing, actually we never thought that we'll have so many applications and, we'll have to burn almost midnight oil to kind of, process this whole jury process. While I'm speaking, if you can just put the juries who actually did the jury evaluation, all the pictures of all the jury members, will be very nice to thank them here. Last year, when we had this award ceremony, we had 80 applications. And guess what? This year we got 127 applications. More than 50% the growth on the application. Now you can see the amount of enormous pressure it put on all of us. We had a 20-member jury from IIM Bangalore to IIM Lucknow, IIM Trichy, IIM Shillong, and members from Berlin University in Germany. We had from UK. We have 2 professors from the prestigious business schools from the US. We had a professor from Dubai, and a lot of universities like Nalanda University and many Dehradun University and many such universities, professors, vice chancellors, dean, directors, and you will see the pictures in a while. Who are these 20 people who actually judged this? We had 11 categories, sectors, starting with education and healthcare, etc. And we will see this while the awards will be given. A lot of focus this year was given on educational institutions. And I'm so pleased to say that IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur, and 4 IIMs participated in this process. And that's a very big deal for IITs, and IIMs are also endorsing FKCCI effort. The awards had a very meticulous planning, where jury members met on 2nd of this month, and they decided on criteria, what will be the weightages. Unfortunately, Professor Jose, who is a professor from IIM Bangalore and jury chair, has a personal exigency and has to travel to Dubai, so he's not there, so I'm filling his shoe today. And we looked at how companies are actually, and NGOs, institutions are really making a real change, right? Jury members also felt at some time that awards may be not given to some of the categories, so we appreciated that also. So there was a lot of autonomy in the award selection process, and the reason is that year after year, when we started, we had 50 application, 80, and now 127 is a testimony of your trust in the whole award process, and we are all open to share all the findings of the award process. Now, if you look at this year, has been a very special year with Government of Karnataka and United Nations have joined hands with this award process. So we had our Honorable Chief Minister this morning, the entire team of his office, plus the UN country head. Stephen was, UN Global Compact country head. All of them actually came this morning, and they also endorsed this award process. This is a very unique time we have seen this happening. I know it's very difficult to kind of do the selection process for the jury members. We were just the facilitator and helping them to do this whole process, but the decision lies with this 20-member jury. I hope we can get the names and photographs on the screen, please. As I said, we will be honoring 45 awardees today, and only the education category is education skill. They've been awarded during the morning session by Honorable Chief Minister. And to your surprise, out of the 127 application, 47 application came in only education and skill, and that's a clarion call our Chief Minister made today. So I think it resonates with how CSR and sustainability is spending in the area of education skill. Now, we also have a small jury bite from Professor Jose, who couldn't join from today, and I think we try our best to kind of do this process. I know there'll be some heartburns for people who couldn't make it, but trust us, there has been 100% transparency in how the applications, and especially in education and skill, when you have 45 applications, you can't award all of them. So I think next years, we will have probably more and more of you joining hands again. And with this, I'd like to thank all the professors. Unfortunately, we have got the names. So many of you are present here. I want to just thank all of them, starting with Professor P.D. Jose, who is an IIM Bangalore professor who did the jury. We had Professor Satish hails from Bangalore. He's the Dean of IIM Trichy. We have Professor Nigel from AB University, UK. We had Professor Shiv Tripathi. He's from Germany. Well, I can't read a lot of this, sorry about that. Professor Salini from IMT Ghaziabad. Professor Salendra from Washington School in the US. We had Brahma Sharma again, professor from UTIL US. Professor Ashish from IIM Lucknow, Dr. Astha from Dubai, Professor Ishwar from Manipal, TAPME Manipal, Professor Nagendra from National Institute of Personal Management, Professor Nandish from Indus Business Academy, Professor Kumud Kumar for Chandragupta Institute of Management, Professor P.K. Biswas, we are honored to have you here, sir, from Nalanda University, Professor Sitanshu from IIM Shillong, and Dr. Vinay Kandpal from Dehradun University. I think you can give a bigger round of applause for these jury members who spend enormous time, because each of them have to review a lot of application, right? And a business school professor to do it all free is not easy to get it done. So thank you so much, and it's been a distinct honor to work with a dynamic leader like, I had 3 presidents I worked in the past year, but I think this year, Uma ma'am, you made it like really global, because this was her vision. Ma'am, last year we made it India. We started with Karnataka first edition. Last year we made it India, and ma'am said that we will make it global next year. We were thinking, how will we make it global? But I think because we have a visionary leader, and for people who are first time into FKCCI, in the history of FKCCI for more than 100 years, ma'am is the first women president of FKCCI, right? It took us so long, but I'm sure a lot of people will follow on the footstep of it. And I have a partner in crime, I would say, that Kirtan. I think we had a fun time working with him. I can see that, ma'am was saying there's no chicken on our honorable MP's face. You can see Kirtan is always like this, very jovial, very easy. When I get a little bit nervous, he helps me to kind of make things work. So I think it's a team which really worked it. And I think all of the team members here, Shanbhog ji, everybody who has really, really worked for us. I think we cannot expect better conference than this, where we have 600 odd delegates. We had more than 100 companies participating. We had, I think there was a fight for getting booth. We had to close the registration 3 days in advance. All of this was a challenge, nightmare for us. But I hope that you will forego some of the mistakes probably we did. And I think we will put a better show next year. All the volunteers who did for this, and especially the FKCCI team led by Prakash, did an amazing job. I think a big round of applause to Prakash and team. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Abhishek. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us a distinguished public representative, a healthcare professional by qualification, and a committed advocate for community welfare and inclusive development. Dr. Prabha Mallikarjun is the Member of Parliament from Davangere, a dentist by profession, and has been actively associated with initiatives in healthcare, women, education, and child welfare and community development through her public service and philanthropic work. Her commitment to social impact aligns closely with the spirit of the corporate social responsibility and sustainable nation building. It's my privilege, it's my honor to welcome Dr. Prabha Mallikarjunan, Honorable Member of Parliament, Davangere, to kindly address the gathering. Ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished industry leaders, global CSR experts, members of academia, policymakers, development practitioners, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to join you at today's CSR Summit, jointly organized by FKCCI and United Nations Global Compact Network, India. First of all, I would like to congratulate FKCCI, an institution that for over a century has been a trusted voice of Karnataka's enterprise, and FKCCI has consistently championed policy advocacy, strengthened MSMEs, promoted investment and exports, encouraged innovation, and served as a vital bridge between industry and government in shaping Karnataka's economic fortunes. A special mention to the UN GCNI for advancing responsible business, sustainability, ESG and CSR aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. First of all, my compliments to Srimati Uma Reddy for her inspiring journey. I think for women, it comes out very naturally. Multitasking has been an innate character in our growth, and I think Srimati Uma Reddy has proved that in the history of FKCCI. You're the first woman, so I really wish you all the best. Congratulations, ma'am, and you will set up higher standards. We, in all women conglomerates, we talk about the glass ceiling. I think there's no glass ceiling. It's only in the mindset. We need to change that mindset. And I would also like to mention about Dr. Tejaswini Anantkumar. She too was a guest today along with me. So it's always a privilege to be amongst women achievers. Not that we do not appreciate the men achievers, because women have their own obstacles and their own boundaries which we need to break and enter the mainstream. So one thing which really caught my observations was in my growing up years and later on also, the kind of social service and impact which Dr. Tejaswini Anantkumar has ma'am has made. Especially, who can think about the milk packets? I think we are all aware of that, Alva. Just don't cut the edge. Just tear it open and use it. Because imagine a 3/4 inch by 3/4 inch plastic cover putting that burden on the environment. So that is how we women think. I think the minutest details we get into, and I think that all the men and the industries appreciate about we women. And the same thing holds good for me, because I was never an active politician, never aspired to become an MP or an MLA. My journey started with my NGO activities. I am a member in SS Care Trust and SS Janakalyana Trust. And through partnerships, through initiatives, started working at the grassroots levels, involving women, involving students, studying in government schools. Through our many flagship programs, we have around 15 initiatives. Being a dentist, a simple act like brushing your teeth. How many of us here in the audience know about the right technique of brushing and how much of toothpaste we actually have to use while brushing your teeth? Can anybody guess how much of toothpaste? I think the marketing companies or the ads show around 1 inch of toothpaste, which is mandatory, which they use on the bristle head, whatever the bristle head size is. But as per rule, I think one of them is shaking their heads. She knows it. Okay, then you are very well versed. So it's a peanut size, right? The size of a peanut. That is how much paste we actually need to use. And habits. I think habits. Navella heltivalla beliyuva siri molakeyalli. So we have to have strong, instill the right set of values along with education and extracurricular activities. I think Bharatiya Samskriti Parampare, Nama Sharana Parampare Samskriti, what they teach us, Kayaka Dasoha, which is very, very important, and giving back to society. I think even our culture has taught us the same thing. Manmohan Singh, our government, first time, 2013, ಈ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ನ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು, CSR ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ನ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ I think corporates are taking up as a responsibility. But for me, no, along with CSR, it has to come as an individual responsibility. What are the causes which are closest to you? See, even when I am a trustee, as a trustee, people ask me, ma'am, there are so many things you can touch, so many lives you can change. But what are you passionate about? What are the things that really disturbs you, or things wherein you can create a lasting impact on society? It's not like you go and feed the hungry. You give them job. You give them the right set of skill sets wherein they can earn their livelihood and create an impact which will empower their families. Suppose a woman, she has a skill, she has free time, so might as well go to the rural areas, give her the right set of skills, understand what the potential is in the local areas or the rural areas, the remote areas, and link them to the market. See, a woman is good at her skills, but she lacks the marketing skills and the kind of need or the demand which is present in the state market the country market, or the global market. So that market, somebody from a person who is good in marketing has to link. And see, I always imagine it like a puzzle. And there are many mothers and parents here. So for me, the greatest investment what we can give to our children is not gold, not a bank balance, or not any land or flat. The greatest investment what we can give our children is our time. ಹೌದಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ಸೊ I spend my time and with my children, we sit across the table and we solve puzzle. So it started with 500,000 piece puzzle, and now it's increased to 10,000 pieces puzzle. So that is a kind of quality time. See, I'm into my commitments as an MP, then a commitment in our institutions, then through my trust also. In my trust, it is not like if I have a rural camp which starts at 10 o'clock and finishes by 4 p.m. I go there at 10, I'm there till 4 p.m. So that is how I work. That is the kind of commitment and involvement you need to have to see that whatever money you're spending at the grassroots has an impact. So that was my learning. So my journey started with social service, with the right kind of values which I had imbibed from my parents, my in-laws, my husband, my own children itself. They are like the biggest critics. I'm sure all of us agree. Our children are our biggest critics. So they were the watchdogs who constantly guided me. And in my activities at the grassroots, be it the health camps or bringing students from rural, remote schools, government schools to our institutions. I'm also the Joint Secretary in Bapuji Educational Association. We have around 35 institutions. So in our medical and engineering colleges, dental institutions, we bring these rural students to our institution and we skill them in computer training and life skills, and also take them on a tour. So the reason why we started is these students are from humble background. Many of them will not be exposed to the kind of education opportunities they have. Most of them might be limited to their 10th, completing the 10th grade and then joining some IT skilling center or some other center wherein livelihood will be the prime factor in making choices, their future education choices. So here we started taking these students to our institutions, exposing them to the different branches of engineering. So when I go to the rural schools also, I like spending time with students and women. My maximum time I spend with my students and women, wherein I have a lot of patience listening to them. Most of my time goes in talking to the people in my constituency, understanding the issues, connecting the dots, like how you say. So I'll go back to the puzzle I was talking about. So when I think of a puzzle, see, a puzzle, like there are many stakeholders in the market. So a piece in a puzzle has to fit in the right position. You cannot adjust the position and fit it wherever for the figure to be complete. I feel even our CSR initiative or our outlook in life has to be similar, wherein all the stakeholders should come together and they have to fit snugly like in a puzzle for us to complete our end goal, which is making a lasting impact on the society. I think that is how we need to work, bring together partners, and even in our initiatives, like how I said about Mughal Nage, it is 100% saturation. Like suppose we start a program called Mughal Nage. Nage you will understand, it's about smile. So then I'll just explain about this particular program in detail, wherein we have taken the entire list of government schools in one constituency. After that, our team of dental colleges, we have 2 dental colleges, they go to these schools, do the screening of all the students. On a particular day, if they are unable to complete the screening, they will visit the school in that particular week and see that the saturation is 100% in terms of screening. And then after that, we reconnect to the parents and the SDMC Adhyaksha, we call them, at school levels in government schools, and the principal. We take the numbers, the student's name, and the list is given back, asking them to get these treatments done. So this is how we are working at the grassroots. seeing that whatever programs are there, they are conducted in a very well organized manner. The same way we are conducting initiatives wherein women are screened on cancer awareness is given to women on cervical and breast cancer. And the same way, Jiva Rakshana, that is about CPR and life skill training, BLS activities, and it involves first aid. And then we have programs wherein we encourage youngsters to involve in voluntary blood donation. Till date, we have collected around 5,000 units of blood. So when I go to schools, I ask them, I think the first gift when you turn 18, when you're 18 plus, you can donate blood. So take it as an annual event. In a year, you can donate 3 to 4 times blood. It's only 350 units of blood which you're collecting, and this 1 unit of blood will save 4 lives. So this is how we are talking to the students and youngsters, motivating them on an important day. It could be your birthday or your mother's birthday. Just make sure you go to the nearest blood bank, enroll yourself, donate blood. So in case of emergency, the blood bank can reach back to you. So things like this, wherein we are instilling values of social responsibility in the students in our institution as well. And we have started an association wherein SS Care Trust, we have called it SS Care Trust Student Wing, wherein every institution, we have a student head. They come together and they conduct 12 programs throughout the year. These programs range from visiting an orphanage, conducting events like tree plantation drives, and arranging events for Devadasi women, arranging events for children living with HIV. So it covers many areas, and even visiting students who are blind, visiting a blind school. So then I always take the time, since I have patience. I think that is also a very big virtue which women have, I think, for sure, Alba. So then talk to them and always ask the students how the event was. What was their learning from this particular event? So when I talked to the students, many of them were in tears about the plight of Devdasi women, the stigma which is associated in being a Devdasi woman's child. We have a role model who is a Devdasi woman's child, and she is leading the programs in my district. So then it is very interesting, and not only interesting, this instills the value of social responsibility in the students. I think this is how we are working with all our students. And one of the very memorable gifts which I received on my birthday was wherein the students, after visiting a blind school, they got a braille message done as a braille wish for me on my birthday. So that was something very unique, which I really have framed it and kept it in my office. So there are many things like this, and I really believe social responsibility can work with partnerships, wherein an NGO, then a university, in my case, in Davangere also, we did start with 4 such events, wherein one was regarding our association with a training and placement company from Bengaluru, wherein Q Spiders, wherein their entire CSR was associated and diverted to the Davangere University students. We live in a Tier 2, Tier 3 city. A student from Davangere, if they have to come to Bangalore, they have to stay in a rental accommodation. The course fees plus the rentals all will mount up to around 30 to 50,000. So literally this much amount was saved per child. Around 800 to 1,000 students was killed under this particular program. So you can think of such associations. And also another association wherein we started with free training for civil services. So it was one particular IAS company along with our trust, and then the entire Davangere University students. And thirdly, in government schools till date, there was no opportunity for them to be skilled for competitive exams like NEET, JEE, and KCET. So we started this wherein the Private College Association in my district, along with our trust and the government, we had a partnership, And we distributed free book material to all the students, and on a particular day within the school curriculum itself, school timings itself, we accommodate them, and we literally sent OMR sheets to them. They were corrected, their marks were scrutinized, so it was done very meticulously. Like I said, no, 9 to 10. So something on that basis wherein the minutest of details was taken into account, and we received very good results. Around 300 of them got very good ranks, and they're happy with their placements as well. So this is how we can work. I think what the main virtue has been patient listening. So there are problems, there are solutions. We need to be a solution finder, and that is how CSR will work. And even as an MP, I have raised questions regarding the CSR collected from various companies, the way it was utilized at the ground level. And as an MP, I will definitely share my email ID with Sri Uma, and even on my portal it is available on my social media sites as well. So if you're interested in partnering and doing your service to Davangere, I'm sure I'll be taking the lead and see that your hard-earned money, your company's hard-earned money will make a lasting impact on the people in Davangere. And I would also like you to consider about skilling the women in my constituency, which is very, very important, because we have SHG groups in women. Government is giving them loans at subsidized rate. The gaps which are existing, the market which we need to connect, and if you have any success stories, any pilot projects which you have done in other constituencies, that will be a learning experience for us. So looking forward to more impactful association with you, and I would like to congratulate all the award winners, the jury, for taking their time across time zones. They have taken the time out, and the entire FKCCI team wish you all the best, and thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to more impactful association. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for that inspiring and an empowering address. Let's give her a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. May I request Mrs. Uma Reddy and all the office bearers to honor and felicitate Honorable Member of Parliament, Davangere, Dr. Prabha Mallikarjun. Let's give her a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Such an honor, such a privilege to have you grace this occasion, ma'am. And also thank you so much for that inspiring and an empowering address. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the most awaited moment is here. It's time to honor the achievers with the Global CSR and Sustainability Excellence Awards 2026 for the organizations and individuals for their exceptional commitment to CSR, sustainability, and inclusive development. This awards celebrates those who understand that success is not merely measured by the economic or the financial growth, but by the positive impact created for people, the communities, and planet. The recipients have set inspiring benchmarks when it comes to the innovative CSR activities, the sustainable development, and community development. So, without much ado, let's kickstart Global CSR and Sustainability Excellence Awards 2026. We request our Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Prabha Mallikarjun, and all the dignitaries on the dais to please present the awards. The first award is for Excellence in Healthcare. And in the education segment, the award goes to Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Let's give a big round of applause. Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, for excellence in healthcare. The next award goes to Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. The first Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. May I request the representatives from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, to please be ready near the dais. Congratulations. Congratulations. Come on, let's keep the energy and spirits high, ladies and gentlemen. The next award goes to Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Congratulations. I call upon Maruti Suzuki India Limited, the representatives, to please join us near the dais. And also the award winners to stay back for a group photograph after receiving the award. Maruti Suzuki India Limited, can we have the representatives join us near the dais? Congratulations. The next award goes to Bhagwan Mahavir Jain Hospital under corporate segment. Congratulations. Let's give a big round of applause. Bhagwan Mahavir Jain Hospital for excellence in healthcare corporate segment. I call upon the representatives from Sparsh Foundation to please join us near the dais. Sparsh Foundation. The next award goes to Sparsh Foundation. Congratulations, Sparsh Foundation. Let's give a big round of applause. I call upon the representatives from Brigade Foundation to please join us near the dais. Brigade Foundation. So we have Sparsh Foundation receiving the award. Congratulations. The next award goes to Brigade Foundation. Let's give them a big round of applause. Brigade Foundation. I then call upon ITC Filtrona Limited, the representatives, to please join us near the dais. ITC Filtrona Limited. Congratulations. Congratulations. The next award goes to ITC Filtrona Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause. I call upon Prashanti Balamandira Trust to join us near the dais. Prashanti Balamandira Trust. Congratulations. The next award is for Excellence in Healthcare and presented to the NGO Prashanti Balamandira Trust. Let's give them a big round of applause. I call upon Telrad Foundation representatives to join us near the dais. Congratulations to Prashanti Balamandira Trust. Congratulations. The next award goes to Telrad Foundation. Congratulations. Congratulations. And the next category is Excellence in Women Empowerment, Diversity and Inclusion. Under corporate, it is MSPL. MSPL receives the award. MSPL, the corporate category. call upon PK Steel Castings Private Limited to please join us near the dais. I request all of you to please join us for a group photograph. I request all the winners to please join us for the group photograph. All the winners, I request dignitaries to please be seated. Congratulations to all the winners. Okay, the next award for excellence in women empowerment, diversity and inclusion, and the award goes to PK Steel Castings Private Limited under the corporate category. Let's give them a big round of applause. I call upon HLL Management Academy to please join us near the dais. HLL Management Academy to please join us near the dais. HLL Management Academy. I next call upon Kempegowda International Airport Foundation, the representatives to please join us on the dais. Congratulations to PK Steel Castings Private Limited. The representatives of Kempegowda International Airport Foundation, I request you to please join us on the dais, and this is the special recognition award for excellence in women empowerment, diversity and inclusion. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. I call upon Wildlife SOS to please join us near the dais. Wildlife SOS representatives. Do we have the representatives? And also representatives of Tata Consultancy Services to please join us near the dais. Congratulations. The next award goes to the NGO who have been working for excellence in women empowerment, diversity and inclusion, and the award goes to Wildlife SOS. Let's give them a big round of applause. And the Jorada Chappale Barli for Wildlife SOS. I request the representatives of TCS to please come near the dais. And also Reach Much Higher Academics Foundation to please come near the dais. Congratulations. Congratulations. The next is Excellence in Carbon Mitigation and Climate Change Management. Under corporate category, we have Tata Consultancy Services receiving the award. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I call upon Akion Fretima Ecology Center representatives to please join us near the dais. Now we have Tata Consultancy Services receiving the award. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. And the next award goes to Reach Much Higher Academics Foundation. Reach Much Higher Academic Foundation. I call upon Hitachi Energy India Limited representatives to please join us near the dais. Congratulations, and the next award goes to the NGO for Excellence in Carbon Mitigation and Climate Change Management, Action Pratima Ecology Center. Let's give them a big round of applause. I call upon the representatives of Colgate Palmolive India Limited to please join us near the dais. Congratulations. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is for Excellence in Waste Management. Excellence in Waste Management. Under corporate category, we have Hitachi Energy India Limited receiving the award. Let's give them a big round of applause. Hitachi Energy India Limited. I call upon SBI Foundation to please join us near the dais. Corporate Colgate Palmolive India Limited for Excellence in Waste Management. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. I request all the award winners and dignitaries to please join us for a group photograph. I request the dignitaries to please be seated. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next set of awards. Excellence in Special Categories, Senior Citizens, Differently Abled and Others. Under Corporate, we have SBI Foundation receiving the award. Let's give them a big round of applause. SBI Foundation. Under PSU, we have Bharat Electronics Limited. I call upon the team to please join us near the dais. Bharat Electronics Limited team. Do we have the team here? Bharat Electronics. Then the National Association for the Blind Karnataka. The representatives to please join us near the dais. The National Association for the Blind Karnataka. Congratulations. Do we have a team from Bharat Electronics Limited? PSU category? Okay, the next award goes to the National Association for the Blind Karnataka under the NGO category. Give them a big round of applause. I call upon Sahyadri Community Development and Women Empowerment Society team to please join us near the dais. Now we have the National Association for the Blind, Karnataka, receiving the award in Excellence in Special Categories, Senior Citizens, Differently Abled and others. Congratulations. The next award goes to Sahyadri Community Development and Women Empowerment Society. Congratulations. I request Community Organization for Oppressed and Depressed Upliftment, the team to please come near the dais. Now we have Sahyadri Community Development and Women Empowerment Society receiving the award. The next award goes to Community Organization for Oppressed and Depressed Upliftment. Can the team please join us near the dais? Kudu. Congratulations. The next award goes to Kudu, Community Organization for Oppressed and Depressed Upliftment. Congratulations. I call upon Sankalpa Rural Development Society to please join us near the dais. Sankalpa Rural Development Society. Congratulations. The next award is for the Excellence in Water Management, and the award goes to Sankalpa Rural Development Society NGO. I call upon Sarva Rural Development Society to please join us near the dais. Sarva Rural Development Society to please join us near the dais. Sarva Rural Development Society. We have Sankalpa Rural Development Society receiving the award. Congratulations. And the next award goes to Sarva Rural Development Society. Congratulations. May I now call upon Altinic Limited, formerly known as Manjushri Technopack Limited, representatives to please join us near the dais, followed by Blue Yonder India Private Limited. Congratulations. For excellence in water management under corporate category, we have Altinic Limited receiving the award. Congratulations. Altinic Limited, congratulations. I request Credit One NGO representatives to please join us near the dais. Next award goes to Blue Yonder India Private Limited. Congratulations. For excellence in water management under NGO category, we have Credit I receiving the award. Congratulations. I call upon LTM Limited representatives to please join us near the dais. LTM Limited representatives. LTM Limited. Before we move on to the next set of awards, may I request all the award winners and dignitaries to please join us for a group photograph. I request all the dignitaries and the award winners to please join us for a group photograph. Congratulations. The next is Excellence in Rural Development and Infrastructure, and the award goes to LTM Limited under corporate category. LTM Limited for Excellence in Rural Development and Infrastructure. May I call upon Marvel India Private Limited to please join us near the dais. And also Udyam Learning Foundation to please join us near the dais. Congratulations, and the next award goes to Marvel India Private Limited. Excellence in Rural Development and Infrastructure, corporate category. I call upon the representatives of Udyam Learning Foundation to please join us near the dais, and St. Joseph University to please join us near the dais. Congratulations. The next category is Excellence in Livelihood and Poverty Alleviation. We have Udyam Learning Foundation NGO receiving the award. Let's give them a big round of applause. I call upon Reddington Foundation representatives to please come near the dais. Congratulations. The next award goes to St. Joseph University. Let's give them a big round of applause. I call upon Reddington Foundation team to please join us near the dais. Global IEEE Institute for Engineers, IEEE India representatives to please join us near the dais. Ready? The next category is Excellence in Water, Sanitation and Hygiene, and the award goes to Reddington Foundation. Let's give them a big round of applause. I request Orkla India Limited representatives to please join us near the dais. Orkla India Limited. The next is Excellence in Energy Management, and the award goes to Global IEEE Institute for Engineers, IEEE India, under corporate category. The next award goes to Orkla India Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Congratulations. I request all the award winners to please join us for a group photograph. All the dignitaries to please join us for a group photograph. And also the award winners. Congratulations to all the award winners. Also, ladies and gentlemen, today on this special occasion, 1 million steps you've all clocked together. And as a result, FKCCI and Kind Cart will donate 1 lakh to 10 NGOs of Karnataka. So keep walking and keep donating. So such wonderful selection of winners wouldn't be possible without the support of our eminent panel of our jury. It's time to honor our jury. We have with us Dr. P.K. Bishwas. Sir, such an honor, such a privilege. Thank you so much for all the support. May I request Mrs. Uma Reddy and office bearers to please honor our jury member, Dr. P.K. Bishwas, who is also the former Vice Chancellor, Jagran Lake University and Nalanda University. Thank you, Bishwas, sir. Thank you so much. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ. Give them a big round of applause. I next call upon Dr. Vinay Kandapal to please join us near the dais, who is also an eminent jury member for us for supporting the CSR initiative. Thank you so much. Dr. Vinay Kandapal. I'll take the name of the other jury members. Whoever is around can please join us on the dais. Dr. Nagendra, Dr. Nandish, Dr. Braham Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, this event wouldn't be possible without the support of our distinguished sponsor. Let's give them a big round of applause for supporting an initiative like this. It's time to honor our sponsor. May I request the team from Clean Max to please come on the dais and accept a token of gratitude from us. Clean Max, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being the platinum sponsor for the event. Clean Max. And our diamond sponsor, the Satsang Foundation. Anybody from the Satsang Foundation, sir? And we have the Satsang Foundation receiving the award, the diamond sponsor for the event. Silver sponsor, Soundarya Institute of Management and Science. A token of gratitude to our silver sponsor, Soundarya Institute of Management and Science. Let's give them all a big round of applause, followed by a kind card. To our silver sponsor, the kindest kind cart is here. Thank you for all the support. And our silver sponsor, Sai Ram Institutions. Thank you. Now Sai Ram Institutions and MSIL. 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 Use the group photo. Can we have a group photo with our sponsor? All of you? With all the sponsor? Thank you. It's time to honor and felicitate Mr. Kirtan Kumar M, who is the Chairman CSR Committee FKCCI, for organizing this event so well. He truly deserves a huge, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. ಬರಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೀರ್ತನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಅವರ ತಂಡ ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಗಣ್ಯರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. Professor Abhishek Ranjan, who is the advisor for CSR Committee FKCCI, on Jora Chappale Barli. Let's give a big round of applause. Dhanush, Secretary for CSR Committee. Let's give him a big round of applause. And Ritik. Ritik. And also it's time to honor our CSR committee members, Manohar S. Manohar? So please. Shanbog. Shanbog sir, thank you. Naukishle. Nav. Rajesh. Ramesh. Ravi Kumar. Jagdish. If I have missed out any of the CSR committee member names, I request you to please join us on the dais. Deepak and Ritik. Vinod. Saloni. From CIPU, Saloni. Ritik. Prakash. FKCCI staff Prakash. Lokrat sir. This is the CSR committee. Miss Charu. This is a wonderful team that's worked religiously to make this conclave, to make this summit a grand success. So they truly deserve a big round of applause, a thunderous applause for them. Charu.
I think we should also acknowledge our master of ceremony, because today we didn't take a single minute break and she has been so consistent. Anjali, request you to join.
A group photograph, and then we close the event with closing remarks and oath of thanks. Thank you all CSR committee members. May I now request Mr. Kirtan Kumar M, who is the chairman CSR committee FKCCI, to present the closing remarks.
Good evening, everyone. Yelrigu namaskara. Honorable MP, Dr. Prabha Mallikarjun Madam, Madam Uma Reddy, President FKCCI, Senior Vice President T. Sairam Prasad, Vice President Mr. B.P. Shashidhar, Past President M.G. Balakrishna, our advisor to CSR committee, Mr. Abhishek Ranjan, to our distinguished guests, past presidents, and all the award winners. Firstly, I would request each one of you to give a big round of applause to all the award winners, because this is something remarkable, and the kind of impeccable impact that they have done towards the society is tremendous. What governments are supposed to do, our NGOs, corporates, and many other organizations are doing it. So I think this is something, a great message for the society, and it's been a tremendous learning through all the work that is being done by the awardees. I think each page that was almost, I think 100 pages, 50 pages, the kind of work that they've done. So it's a great inspiration for us at FKCCI, and I am really honored to be presenting you the closing remarks. So today we began with a masterclass on artificial intelligence for the social sector by Mr. Sri Gopal Krishnan. And AI can serve the undeserved billions rather than widen the gap. And we heard the health must move beyond hospitals today and into prevention, into mental wellness, into workplace itself. And we confronted the uncomfortable truth that record enrollment has not yet produced a job-ready workforce through our future-ready skills by the quality education. And we examined how cities grow without consuming the future. And we heard why women's leadership is not a social gesture, but an economic necessity. And we also released the MSME ESG report by our Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, and a reminder that sustainability at scale must reach the small enterprise, not only the boardroom. So, and then in the evening, we did harder than talk. We measured 127 organizations, and from across the globe have submitted their work and their outcomes, their beneficiary, their expenditures to an independent jury, and accepted this verdict. So to all the award winners, congratulations again. You have set a benchmark that the others in this hall will now have to meet. And to those who did not make the trophy tonight, please hear this clearly, that you have submitted your work for independent scrutiny, and when you did not have to. So in a field too often measured in photographs and press releases, that willingness is itself the achievement. So to our Honorable Chief Minister, who inaugurated the day today, and the summit, the Government of Karnataka study support, I would like to thank the Chief Minister because he gave a clear direction on what way the Karnataka CSR spend has to be and what structure. And in the primary education, the focus has to be. And also, the next upcoming days, we have partnered with ENY for having a roundtable and have a clear direction for Karnataka's primary education, the CSR spend. And also to Stephen Pressner, Country Head, UN India, Her Excellency, Ms. Orly Witzman, Consulate General of Israel to South India, and Mr. Ratnesh, who was present with us, I must thank because one of the significant milestones at FKCCI is collaborating with United Nations Global Compact Network. So truly widened our horizon and gave us a lot of, the paradigm shift in the level our organization has organized the CSR conference this time. And also we had our guest, Mr. Girish Luthra, President of CMSE, FICCI, and also the Luthra Group, whose global perspective gave the summit international standing. And I must thank our jury chair, Professor P.D. Jose. I am Bangalore on our jury chair. So, and also all the jury members who have drawn from, I am Tiruchirappalli, I am Lucknow, I am Ghaziabad, and universities in the United Kingdom and the United States and Germany. So thank you all for the rigor, because we've had deliberate discussions and multiple perspectives, and each jury has justified their role, and the way I think each one has been honored is a great recognition, and it's also the responsibility that you carry forward. And I must thank the lady I adore and admire, our dear President, who has placed confidence in me and has given constantly. The CSR has gone to this level is because of Madam's direction, and completely Madam has taken single-handedly, given all the chief guests today, whoever are there, has had great high regards for because I was in the Chief Minister's house today. Today there's some Swamiji's rushed to him immediately. They used him. So it's like I have to go to FKCCI, Madam Uma Reddy is waiting. So like this kind of, likewise to Mansi Tata, to many others who came today with Madam Singh. So thank you again, Madam. So you have really energized the FKCCI, and definitely we will work ahead. So thank you again, our Senior VP, Sairam Prasad sir, thank you again for supporting us, sir, in all the endeavors. Thank you very much. And also Mr. BP Shashidhar sir, VP, again for supporting us. Thank you very much. And also our past President, MG Balakrishna, for supporting. And I must thank our dear friend and advisor to CSR conference. This is the second year that we have worked together, and there's immense learning that I have done through your work. You have a very, very focused approach, and I think in the field of CSR, you have done tremendous work, and we are in your endeavors, and thank you for the support you have given to the CSR committee, and may God bless you with all the, I think while sitting down, I think Shibu Soren's daughter, Kabita Soren, was calling him to have a Jharkhand CSR conference. So likewise, I also thank our knowledge partner, that is V School, who have done their research partner. Conference, collected the data, and we had a focused discussion with LCTA and many other people who came from the industry. Wonderful discussions that came out of through the MSME ESG framework, and that's how we've come out with the report today. And I think that's the great report that we have in hand, and that will have set the tone for the future research at FKCCI. So thank you again, Professor Madhvi Lokhande, who has supported us, and fortunately she couldn't come here. So thank you again. And also all our sponsors, CleanMax, Satsang Foundation, in MSIL, KindCart, and Sairam institutions. And I must acknowledge the effort of the stalls that were displayed today. Excellent work, each one, because everybody is in a race to make money and develop ourselves. But these are people who are really change makers, who are trying to bring an impact in the society, and their work really inspires them. And we were just walking through Sairam institutions, the kind of effort that they have taken in, engaging students, creating in their curriculum, impacting the society. I think that's the way how you create social entrepreneurs for the society. So likewise, each stall, the Mansi Kirloskar Foundation also was working in education so much. So there's so much to do. I think this conference has given us, great direction on CSR and the kind of service that needs to be going towards the society development. So thank you again. And also our, to all the chairs who are present today, I think Pratima Murthy again had great regards for Uma Reddy Madam, and she came here. So the ex-Nimans director was leading the chair for healthcare, and from Shankara Foundation. So I think these are the dialogues. So this whole proceedings will be recorded and will be shared to all of you all. The ENY is doing this bit. So definitely, I think it's a great panel that we had. We had many professors coming from universities, volunteering, coming, and just by seeing in the LinkedIn, we've had participants coming from Pune, Kanyakumari, to Surat, to many other places. So I think this shows that the CSR and the kind of responsible businesses that we all have to lead for the future. So I would like to thank the exhibitors, panelists, speakers, and all the volunteers, volunteers of Soundarya Institute of Management and Science. Our students have meticulously worked in all the segments, so I would like to thank them too. And to our, a big thank you to our FKCCI Secretariat, and must thank our from Prakash, Lokesh, or Dhanush, Ritik, and Hamsa. Then I cannot forget them. Yeah, Charu. Yes, Mr. Vijay Kumar, Modaki, our SG, Mr. Lokaraj, and Mr. Sabu, who has helped to raise our sponsorship. So each one of them have done their bit. Again, Zainab, who is working on the social media. So likewise, I think everybody has done their bit, and they're all. I mean, we've all become a great team, and it's great to see that our event that we conceptualized in the beginning of the year till now, we've had mostly more than 20 meetings, the daily meetings, online meetings, coming to the campus. We've had family philanthropy dialogue that we had in our cabinet hall in the beginning of our CSR committee. So I think thank you again, the FKCCI Secretariat, who has worked deliberately in making this event successful. A big round of applause to all of them, please. And also would like to thank our Honorable MP, Madam Prabha Mallikarjun. Madam Nodre actually Matru Swarupi, because we've been seeing Madam from always in the TV, because the kind of pressure you went through during elections, or now, or we see your clips in the thing. So thank you for the concern, despite having there's a lot of things happening in the parliament. Still, you made a point to hear out FKCCI and the CSR work that has been happening. I think thank you very much, Madam. Kind of you to join us today. And we didn't know that your trust is also doing some great work. And next time we definitely would like to invite you as awardees. And I think there's a lot to do. Our FKCCI has been, I was telling in the morning, epicenter of CSR, because everybody is volunteering, from our president to office bearers to our past presidents are coming here and volunteering their time to develop the MSMEs, to work for various committees they are in, and that's a kind of everybody wants to give their service to the society through FKCCI, and we are working in multiple manners in terms of skill, in terms of student development, in terms of MSME development, entrepreneurship, and many other factors. So again, I must request the Honorable MP Madam, so please give us another, because again, the CM has given us a task on how much spend is going in the state of Karnataka, and it has to be spent in thing. We request you to ask our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman Madam on how the dissemination of funds that are coming back to the state, so that way it will help to drive Karnataka, to develop the various rural segments, because till now we see, as you have been a ground level, a grassroots person, you see the way education is disseminated, or how the labor force is being treated, or many other healthcare. You take healthcare, there's a lot of discrepancies in the governmental and the private sector healthcare. So to bridge all this, we need your support, and thank you again for joining us today. And thank you, our jury panel, our PK Biswas sir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. So thank you all. So here we are at the closing juncture. We again meet, soon. CSR will not go away. CSR is re-energizing again, and definitely next year we will definitely come out with greater impact towards the society, recognize people who have done great, they bring in more change makers. So thank you all for joining here, and I'm very sorry if I missed anyone. I think the media personnel who have come in the morning, they've all given us a support in outreach, and also India CSR, Mr. Hussain, who's helped us in outreach activities across the country. So I would like to thank him too. And thank you all. Jai Hind. And also thank you Kind Card for donating almost 10 lakhs, 1 lakh to each NGO. So that's again a great job that has been done at this juncture. So thank you all. Meet you until next time. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Thank you.
Thank you. I request all of you to rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Before we conclude the day, I request all the staff members of FKCCI for one last group photograph, and then we call it a day.
This car has in front of our car. We cannot move from. We are waiting since half an hour.
Okay, they have been waiting since half an hour. ಇದು ಯಾರದೇ ಕಾರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ತೆಗಿರಿ. K01MQ4660. Whose car is it?
Swift Desire.
It's a Swift Desire. K01MQ4660. In the basement. You've been waiting?
Yeah. Half an hour. And we have to move to Bangalore, Mysore.
Oh, I think you should have actually. ಇವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕು. ಬಹಳ ಉತ್ಸುಕತೆಯಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದೇರ್ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಎಂಡ್ ದಿ ಇವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ ದೇರ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಟು ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಹಿಯರ್. Thank you. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Thank you so much. And thank you all of you. Shubharatri Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. Thank you.